This is Mercy, Book 1 in the Ruthless Hellhounds MC series. Written by 𝐂𝐲𝐳, narrated by Connor Crace and Lydia Dornett. Prologue. Mercy. While in New Orleans to bring Daphne home. No one could possibly know the pain I'm experiencing right now. She still doesn't remember our conversation. She doesn't remember me saying that I'm her father, but I'm the reason she's here. I'm the reason she shut down and forgot everything. I say to 𝐁 on the phone as I watch him walk into the hospital by a large sycamore tree. He thinks I'm at the Ruthless 𝐂𝐮𝐨𝐲 clubhouse, as if I just sit back and let him protect my little girl alone. My daughter. God, just the thought has my heart aching and tears brimming in my eyes. I've missed so many years, so much time, so many memories. I will never have a chance to get them back. I thought I had finally broken the ice with Daphne. I knew she'd be mad at me, but now this? Now I have to start all over again? How the hell am I going to manage that kind of pain? I can't relive that. I'm going to have to. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mercy. Her psychosis won't allow her. She doesn't even remember me, he replies. I'm lucky because she remembers how she feels about me, but that's it. That's more than I have. She hates me. The only child I will ever have fucking hates me. If she sees me again, I'm sure that hate would hit full force all over again. She doesn't know you, Mercy. She's mad for a ton of reasons. You are going to have to give her time. I know that, I mumble, kicking the tire of the Harley Davidson I borrowed. I've lost so much time already. Selfishly, I don't want to lose more. I get it. I'm sorry. I need to call Reaper, okay? I'll see you later. 𝐁 is quick with goodbyes. I don't even have time to say it back before the dial tone beeps like a low horn in my ear. I exhale deeply, letting every bit of air I have in my lungs out. I've done dangerous things in my life, but none of them can compare to how hard this is. I never wanted to be an absent father. If only I had known she was mine, I would have wanted to be in Daphne's life. I feel betrayed by Michelle because I don't understand her reasonings for keeping my daughter away from me. She never seemed like the type of woman who would lie, especially to me. I know we had something special, something different from what a lot of other people had, what others only dream of having. That was our love. But I bet there is one person who knows the truth. Tina, Michelle's sister. She's currently in the hospital 𝐁 walked into because of Daphne's father, at least who she thinks is her father, the absolute garbage human being who raised my flesh and blood as his own. Tina had to have known, and I want to know why I was left in the dark. I take a step from behind the tree, not giving a damn that 𝐁 just went inside the hospital, probably to see Tina. Well, I deserve some goddamn answers, and I don't give a fuck what he has to say about it. With a pissed-off determination, I tuck my phone in my leather coat pocket and follow the cracks in the sidewalk toward the entrance of the hospital. My mind won't stop thinking. It's clouded with confusion, anger, sadness, and want. But no hope. Whatever hope I once had died inside me a long fucking time ago, so it's no surprise that I don't feel it. I'm so lost in my own thoughts, too focused on what my life could have been like. I'm thinking of Michelle in the kitchen or coming home from work. I would have supported whatever she would have wanted. I'd be there helping Daphne with her homework at the kitchen table. My dream is very suburban, very unrealistic. But I love it. I want it. Well, I would have wanted it. I smile to myself when I imagine Daphne laughing, and I'm so lost in hearing the sound I collide with someone else on the sidewalk. She drops her purse and I quickly bend down to get it. I'm so sorry, ma'am, I was lost in thought. I lift my eyes to the woman I nearly ran over with my body and hold my breath when I see who it is. Daphne, I whisper. I'm sorry, do I know you? She asks, lifting her brow at me, but it's just the tip of the end of her brow that moves, just like her mom when she questioned me. Yes, no, kind of. Yeah, this is going really well so far. Oh, okay, well, I hope you have a good day. I need to go. Her blue eyes are big behind her glasses as she stares at me, and my tongue gets tied. She looks so much like her mom. What did you just say? Her lips part in shock. I didn't say anything. I swallow, wondering if I said she looked like her mom out loud. You said I looked like my mom. How do you know her? Who are you? I don't know how to say the words. I run my fingers through my hair, and the longer she looks at me, the more I hope she notices on her own. I'm your dad. Your real one, not that piece of shit who probably put that bruise on your face, am I right? I hate to spew the truth like this. Again, I don't know another way around it. She rears back as if I slapped her. Her rich chocolate brown hair sways over her shoulders as the wind blows. Her gaze breaks mine as she looks away like she's processing the information I told her. No, you... She shakes her head, unable to find the words. Why does this feel familiar? I don't even know you. And why are you coming back around after all this time? Who are you? Did you beat Aunt Tina? Who the hell do you think you are coming up to me in a damn parking lot? Her hands go to either side of her head and they ball into tight fists as she whispers, He isn't real. He isn't real, to herself. None of this can be real. A sob almost leaves me, but I catch it just in time. I hate that she has an affliction inside herself. If only I could have been there, if only I could have helped her, maybe... I don't know. Maybe things would have been different for her. I'm real, sweetie. I'm right here. I would love to sit down and explain myself. I never abandoned... She lifts her hands up to silence me, and I zip my mouth shut as fast as possible. Her chin quivers and the tip of her nose turns red as she becomes emotional. Michelle got that way too. God, so much like her mother, but I can't help but wonder if she's anything like me. I hope so. I want the chance to know. A tear rolls down her cheek and she places her hand across her chest where her heart is, as if it hurts, and she shakes her head. No, you don't get to come here and interrupt my life again. I have so much going on, I can't deal with this or you right now. She begins to cry, breaking, as the emotions and truth hidden deep inside her try to break free from the lockbox in her head. They don't. They leave her suffering with the unknown, and it kills me. Seeing her like this hurts more than being shot at. This relationship between us is a war, and I'm willing to fight for it until it kills me. You need to leave. I don't want to talk to you right now. I need to go see Aunt Tina. I know your aunt. I hope she's okay, I add, doing my best to stay composed as her rejection eats away at me like lye, slowly degrading me to dust. I don't know if I'll ever want to talk to you. I'm not ready. I don't know when I'll be ready. Please leave me alone and go home, just... please. She crosses her arms over her chest and turns around, leaving me behind in her angry wake. Please. I take a step forward to follow her. Daphne, I'll do anything, please. I only want... I know what you want. Everyone wants something from me. I need time. I'm broken. If I want to talk to you, I'll find you, okay? I'll talk to you then, but until that time comes, respect my space. I'm learning all over again, and I can only handle so much. You really want me to leave? To leave you alone? I live in Vegas. What if it takes a long time for you to come to me? Then that's the time I need to remember who I am, who you are, and if I want you in my life. I don't know you. Your mother knew me, I say with a bit of a bite. And look where that left her, Daphne cries, stomping forward and stabbing me in the chest with her finger. She's 6 feet under, she's dead. She's all I had. I don't know you. I don't trust you. I sure as hell am not putting my faith in a stranger whose name I don't even know when I don't even have faith in myself. Goodbye. Mercy. I choke, the simple word broken in half as I hold my emotions together. My daughter hates me. Hell, maybe I deserve it. I should have tried harder. I should have tried to talk to Michelle. Should have, would have, could have. Can't change the past, no matter how hard I want to. Mercy. I'm sorry, but I can't. A tear flows down her cheek and she looks down at her feet, crossing her arms under her chest. I need to go. I'm sorry. Please don't contact me. I'll contact you when I'm ready. I lift my hand and brush my thumb over her cheek to wipe her tear away. She gasps and takes a step back, telling me she doesn't want my touch. I don't know why I did it. It came naturally to me. Knowing I'm her dad, all I want is for her not to hurt. I want to take away her pain. I want to fix it. I can't this time because it's me that's the problem. We stare at each other one last time, the heartbreak written on her face matching my own agony inside. Her face will forever be embedded in my memory. I'll see you around, Daphne. I manage to speak after a few moments of awkward silence. She gives me a slow chin nod and backs away from me. When she's far enough away, she spins on her heel and gives me her back to walk away from me. Bye, I whisper to myself, wishing I would have handled that situation better. I played it 100 times in my head, and while every time was disastrous, this was the worst. I don't know how to talk to her. I don't know what to say. I just don't fucking know anything anymore. Maybe my chance with her is ruined. Maybe I never had a chance at all. I'd never been there for her once in 25 years. What gives me the right now? She's so used to living without me that there's no doubt she can go another 25 years without seeing or speaking to me. But I don't think I could, now that I know she exists. I'll respect her space, for now. I'll be damned if I won't be a part of my daughter's life, a life Michelle took from me, a life her rotten, no-good husband took from me. He took 2 lives from me. 2. I'm going to fucking kill him. He ruined my life. And I'm not sure what I'll have to do, but I'll ruin his too. I take a step away and realize where I need to go. I nearly run into someone else as I turn around sharply. Someone in a wheelchair. Fuck me, I'm on a damn roll today, aren't I? Imagine me pushing a wheelchair over. God bless America, I'm a damn wreck waiting to happen. I'm sorry, I should have been more careful, I say to the young man. A man who can't be that much older than I was when I joined the Navy. It's okay. Have a good day, he says, wheeling away from me quickly. That's when I notice the United States Army baseball cap he is wearing, since he has it turned around backward. The Army star is staring at me in the face, and I suddenly get an inkling as to why he is in the wheelchair to begin with. I swing my leg over the bike and pull out my phone from my cut pocket, a cut that's empty and only says mercy on the left side, because I don't know where the hell I belong. Hellhounds were a big part of my life, even if it was an undercover job. Living that life became a part of me. But I can't be a hellhound now, not after everything they did. Whistler has asked me to join Demon's Fury, but I don't know. I'd want to run things, and right now he is acting prez. I'm not too sure if I could take his orders. He's a young buck and has a ton of living to do. I've lived. I've experienced. I've sacrificed. And I've paid my fucking dues. I'll figure out my place, I always do. Snake, can you do me a favor? I ask when he picks up the phone, not even giving him time to greet me. What's up? I need the address to Daphne's. I growl low in my throat to stop myself from saying the word father. You know where she lives? Ask Tongue, he says. He goes there all the time. I hear a nasty slurp of something on the other end of the phone that has me pulling the phone away from my ear. I tap the gas tank with my finger. I don't want him to know. This needs to be between me and you. While I wait for his answer, I insert the key to start the bike, but don't turn it. He sighs, and I hear the click of a keyboard in the distance. You better say you found this shit on Google. I'm keeping my tongue, fucker. I chuckle, but don't make a noise. My shoulders bounce instead. I know it isn't funny, but it's funny in the sense that there is truth to his statement. I promise your secret is safe with me. Done, he says at the same time my phone dings with a text of the address. Don't fucking kill anyone, we don't need that kind of heat right now. I swear I won't, I don't know, Snake. I want to get to know her since I'm not able to. The sorrow and hurt dripping from my voice are impossible not to hear. I understand. Just be careful, he says, his tone kind and smooth. Keep me updated. Sure. Thanks, Snake. Anytime, old man, he teases and hangs up the phone before I can say anything else. Old? I complain and scoff at the offensive term. I'll fucking show you, old. The Harley grumbles to life, and I place my phone in the holder that's attached to the handlebars, type in the address, and pull out of the parking lot. I hate to leave my daughter behind, especially when I know I could help in some way, but I have to respect her wishes. All I can do is hope she'll come to me when she's ready. I look left and right, waiting for a space to open up on the road before I pull out. I tend to wait for too much room between cars because I'm paranoid no one is going to see me and then run me over. Finally, a gap opens. I crank the throttle and fly down the road, the wind ruffling my shaggy hair and the sun beaming down hot on my forearms. I fucking love it. It's freeing, real freedom, not the I can do anything I want and say what I want kind of freedom kind. Being on a bike is actually freeing. There's nothing like the power, the vibrations, the danger of this pressed steel between your legs. Anything can happen, but it's all up to the rider to be prepared for what happens. And anything could happen. It's what made the ride such a fucking thrill. I follow the green line on the screen, passing a few historical cemeteries along the way. They give tours through them, and even though I grew up in New Orleans, I've never been on a tour. I've moved around a lot in my life. I pass an old cathedral church next, with tall Gothic towers and a cross above the doorway. The lawn is perfect, well-maintained with a stone sidewalk leading to the entrance. If there's one thing I haven't done in a while, it's walk through the doors of a church. If anything, I'm afraid to. The GPS brought me out of my stupor, reminiscing on the days I used to talk with God every Sunday, and take a left down Bayou St. John, one of the oldest roads in the city, watching the lights sparkle off Lake Pontchartrain. Some houses are gorgeous, historical antebellum homes near the old portage. Legend has it this road has been the site of many ancient voodoo rituals. The road is ridden with pasts that go far deeper than the dirt that's been traveled. I take the road to the end and take another left for about a mile, then a right. The houses are starting to look a little more worn the closer I get to where Daphne's house is. Finally, I pull into her neighborhood. I park down the road to remain inconspicuous, tap the kickstand to the ground, and swing my leg off the bike. My boot scuffles on top of the pavement, and I take my sunglasses off to get a better look at the surroundings. I fold them gently and tuck them in my pocket, cross my arms, and lean against the bike as I survey. It's been a long time since I've been here, but if my memory serves me correctly, this street has really let itself go. Weeds have grown uncontrollably. Most of the houses have chipped paint with broken fences, which defeats the purpose of a damn fence. A few mailboxes lean and the lids are open, probably due to the fact that they can't be shut. The willow branches hang low, scraping against the dirt driveways like bony fingers with long arms. The leaves rustle as the wind carries the smell of the bayou. It fucking stinks. I kick off my bike and keep my head down, hoping to block out some of the foul smell. I pass a few interesting things on the side of the road: a used condom, an empty Bud Light can, and a red high heel that has seen better days. Someone either had a great time or I'd rather not think about it. I stare at my phone to take my mind off the horrible alternative, turn down the voice on my GPS, and follow the route quietly. The sidewalks are uneven, broken, and a few slabs have graffiti on them. The artwork is faded, washed away by rain and time. I stop after I pass a cartoonish crawfish and stare at my phone in disbelief. I'm here. I've arrived at my destination. There's a simple mailbox to the right, black, plastic, and cheap. There are cobwebs along the body of it, and the numbers of the address have peeled off. I turn left and begin to walk down the driveway, not really giving a fuck if I get caught or not. If her fake father comes up to me, I'll kill him. The driveway isn't as long as some others, and when I get to the house, a memory tingles in the front of my head. I remember staring at Michelle through those front windows serving dinner to her husband and daughter. A daughter I didn't know about. I inhale a sharp breath and dart my eyes around the place so I don't get too caught up in thinking about the past. The house seems empty. There's no car or bike or anything else telling me no one is home. I could have done better for her, I whisper to Michelle, hoping she can hear me wherever she is. I could have given her a better home than this. The house is a piece of fucking shit. I can't believe Daphne lived here and survived this hellhole. It's not just run down, there's no love here. I can feel the emptiness seeping into the bones of the house itself. There's a piece of plywood boarding up the windows to the left. The kitchen curtain has holes and hangs in shreds. The gutters are clogged with leaves and whatever else, and the door isn't even shut. It's wide open, and the only thing standing between me and the inside of that house is a screen door that doesn't even have a screen on it. What a fucking dump. I'm so angry my little girl lived here. I'm so angry this piece of shit man didn't take care of what was always meant to be mine. With long, determined strides, I grab the handle of the screen door and see if it is unlocked. I press my thumb down on the button and pull the door, scoffing at the audacity this man has to leave his home so vulnerable. Well, the only thing valuable in this home is Daphne, and she isn't here right now, so I doubt anything else here could ever be worth half as much as my daughter is. Right as I step through the door, a wave of stale beer and cigarette smoke batters me at once. Fucking gross, I croak, waving my hand in front of my face. I'm horrified at what I see. A sick, revolting feeling takes over when I see the place Daphne calls home. I almost regret coming in here now. Almost. There are stains on the walls, brown and some yellow, probably from burning out cigarettes against it. The floor creaks under each step I take down the hallway. The aisle runner is matted with dirt, and when I get to the first room to my left, it's the living room. It's weird to sneak in the place Daphne grew up in. I feel like I'm asking for pain standing in this house where she had her first steps, said her first words, and called this fucking man Dad instead of me. I hold my hand to my heart and hold my breath when the emotion hits me again. I'm a glutton for punishment, but I want to know Daphne. And until she talks to me, this is the only way. There's a green recliner in front of an old TV with fucking rabbit ears on it. Do those even work anymore? There are scattered beer bottles lying next to it and a plate covered in breadcrumbs on the end table next to it. If it can be considered an end table, I think it's a TV tray. The couch is mustard yellow with dark wood trim. The left cushion is torn, almost as if it was slashed. There are no pictures anywhere, which I find odd, considering this is supposed to be a home. I turn my feet and head right, stepping into the dining room where I saw my life end and had to begin all over again. I can't be in this room. It chokes me with everything I wanted and everything I never got to have. I step out and head down the hall again. Still no pictures on the walls, and when I get to a shut door on the left, I know it's Daphne's. I don't know how I know. I just do. I feel it. Maybe it's the girly purple and green beads hanging on the doorknob that lets me know this is where I want to be. My hand rests on the knob, the cheap metal cold against my palm, and when I swing the door open, my hand covers my mouth as shock wells inside me. I can hardly breathe. I'm getting tiny glimpses of her. Her room is decorated and much cleaner than the rest of the house. The walls are made from fake wood panels, but she does a great job at making it feel like her space. I close the door behind me, and with shaky legs, I sit on her bed, rubbing my palm over the cheap comforter. This is where she was tucked in. This was where she had bad dreams. This was where her life began. I press my palms against my eyes to stop the burn. My heart is getting ripped out of my chest, and it's my fault for torturing myself for coming into her personal space. What choice do I have? I just want to know her. I want to see what she's about and what she's like, but I should have known better. There isn't much here, and I bet that has everything to do with this man that calls himself her father. There is one picture on her nightstand. It's of her and her mom. Daphne looks, she's around 5 here. She's wearing a pink princess swimsuit and her hair is wet. She has a huge smile on her face as Michelle throws her in the air while they're in a swimming pool. Michelle looks happy too. And she's wearing the locket I got her. Why did she keep it if she wanted nothing to do with me? I don't understand. I pull my phone out and take a picture of the picture so I have it, then set the frame down in the same spot I picked it up from. Dust floats in the air. The sun beams through the windows to shine on a dresser, a pair of worn tennis shoes, and a scarf that's lying on the floor. Lifting off the bed, I bypass the dresser. There is no reason to enter into that territory, but there is a stuffed teddy bear on top of the dresser, and my throat tightens as I reach for it. Holy fucking hell. That's the teddy bear I gave Michelle when we went to the county fair. It has seen better fucking days, that's for sure. I chuckle as I hold it against me, and I can't stop the tears this time. If I would have known she would die so soon. It doesn't matter. I can't change the past. A tear falls onto the teddy bear where a black eye used to be, but since it's so old, it's bound to be a bit torn up. Like me. The left ear is torn, and I bring the bear to my nose and inhale, hoping I can smell her. There's nothing there, and a sob beats inside my chest, begging me to set it free. Oh, Michelle. Why? I press my forehead against the bear and sob. I fall to my knees. I grieve for her. I haven't been able to, and it's hitting me now. Fuck, it hurts so bad, I can't breathe. I hug the bear to my chest, remembering the big smile on her face when I handed it to her. I think I threw a baseball at some weighted bottles and won. I spent more money than that bear was worth, but her happiness was priceless. I can't believe you gave her this, I whisper, stroking the top of the head of the bear. Why didn't you tell her about me? I stand up on shaky legs and place the bear where it belongs, then open the closet. Her clothes are comfortable, conservative but brightly colored. I touch a sleeve and slide the hanger across the rod, not liking how bare her closet is. Why doesn't she have more of everything? Actually, why doesn't Daphne have everything she's ever wanted? I'll have to make sure to do that for her if I get the chance. What in the world is that? There's a door in the back of her closet, smaller, but a door nonetheless. There are 4 deadbolts and a master lock to keep it closed. This seems a bit out of Daphne's character. I don't know her well, but I know her enough to know that 3 deadbolts isn't about keeping something safe. It's about hiding something. And color me goddamn curious, I want to know what this bastard thinks he can hide from her. I lift my leg and smash my boot against the door and let out a huff in disbelief with how easy the door gave way. This guy put 3 deadbolts and a master lock in the same damn paneling her room is made of? What an idiot. I peel the rest of the paneling away and stare at a box. There's no writing on it, but it's taped shut. Well, a good man always carries a knife with him, I mutter to myself as I flip my pocket knife open. I stab the box and cut it right down the middle, tearing the tape with ease. It's your typical cardboard box. It has U-Haul written on the side, and is about to fall apart from years of neglect. It looks like there had been a leak at some point with the water damage at the bottom. I yank the box out of the closet and sit down on the floor, then pause when I think I hear something or someone. I hold my breath, waiting to see if I hear footsteps, but after a minute or so, I know it's just my nerves getting the best of me. I don't hear a thing. Prying open the box, I gasp when I see a few of Michelle's belongings. I'd fucking know that AC/DC shirt anywhere. I lift it up, slowly, carefully, gently, afraid that it might disintegrate right in front of me. I bring it to my nose, hoping there is a faint smell of her on the shirt. But there isn't. It's musty from being locked away in this box. There's a photo album, and I get my phone out again to take pictures of it, because I want them all. I want memories that are forever lost, memories I'll never be able to have. I take a deep breath and open the book, realizing it isn't a photo album at all. It's a scrapbook of Michelle and Daphne. It's pictures of Daphne right when she was born. By the looks of it, they are still in the hospital. Her husband, or whatever the fuck he is, isn't in the picture. Good. This is my family. Well, they were supposed to be my family. I rub my thumb over Daphne's cute pink face. Her eyes are closed, and she's wrapped in a white blanket with pink stripes. Michelle is looking at her as if Daphne hung the moon. Michelle's skin has a light sheen on it, sweat from the exertion of labor. But she's glowing. I've never seen her look more beautiful. You did good, baby. You did real good, I say to the picture, hoping somewhere she can hear me. I'm so proud of you for raising our girl the best you could. I tap my phone and take a picture, making sure I get Daphne's height and weight in there. She was a little thing. 19 inches long and 5 pounds, 11 ounces. I bet she could have fit in the palm of my hand. I'll never know the feeling, and for some reason, my heart fucking hurts knowing my time for children has come and gone. I flip the page and smile when I see Michelle changing Daphne's diaper. By the look on Daphne's face, she isn't too happy about it. Her mouth is open, her cheeks are red, and there are tears running down her face. Oh, you didn't like being changed, did you? I chuckle, wiping the tears from my face. My eyes move to the next page, and the happiness isn't as prevalent in Michelle's eyes, but it's still there. Daphne seems a little older now, maybe 3. She's holding her mom's hand, looking up at her like Michelle holds all the answers to life. I flip the page and hold my breath when I see a picture of me. I'm in uniform. My dress whites, to be exact. On the next page is the obituary. She thought I died. I flip the page again and the rest is empty. There are no more photos or memories I get to see. I hold the book to my chest, grasping it until my fingers dig into the edges of the book. And I cry. It's unmanly, but I don't care. She really thought I died. She didn't move on in the sense I thought. You kept me going, baby. I want you to know that. You're all I thought about over there. God. I squeeze the book even harder as I squeeze my eyes shut. I want to scream the pain away. I want to rage. I want to turn back time and never join the military. If I had the choice between serving for my country and living my life with my family, my child, I'd pick my family every time. Maybe my presence would mean Michelle would still be alive. Maybe my presence would mean Daphne would be happy and healthy and safe. Maybe my presence would mean we could live out our dreams together. I'm so sorry I failed you, Michelle. I place the scrapbook on the floor and reach into the box again, grabbing a handful of something. I hum as I pull out. Oh my God. Letters. Dozens of them. All addressed to me, and all of them have the stamp on it, "Return to sender." She wrote me. A teardrop falls from my jaw onto the first envelope. The letters are tied together with ribbon, and they look like they're about to fall apart, but I have to read them. I reach into the box again, hoping to find more letters to take with me. But when I take them out, they are the letters I sent her before I had to go dark for the mission. I hadn't had time to tell her that she couldn't write or that I couldn't. It wasn't safe. Damn, she tried to reach me. She tried. And I came home and saw her with another man, thinking she had moved on, when really she hadn't moved on at all. The guilt. God, it hurts so fucking bad. I lay the letters on top of hers and reach in the box again, but this time I pull out something else. Something unexpected. Journals. 3 of them. The familiar sound of the screen door slamming shut has me whipping my head up from the front of the journal. Footsteps pound against the floor. It's him. I debate on killing him, to be done with him and taking back what is mine. But you know what? I won't do that to Daphne. No matter how much of a bastard this man is, I can't take him away from her too. Daphne, you fucking worthless whore, you hear? There's a slur to his voice that tells me he has been drinking. The pound of his footsteps gets louder the closer he gets to her room. I slide inside her closet and pull the door shut, just in time before he stomps into her room. Of course you ain't here. Probably out whoring like your mother did. The bedroom door slams behind him and his heavy steps get further away until the screen door shuts again. A gunshot rings out, and then a whoop and cheers sound right after. The man is fucking crazy. He does not need a gun. A second later, the crunch of tires sounds along the driveway, giving me the reassurance that I'm alone again. I open the closest door to allow light in and pick up all the goodies from Michelle's past. I sit on the bed, lay back, and open her diary. The first page makes me grin and my heart ache all over again. In the middle of a hand-drawn heart it says, Michelle and Andre forever. I never knew forever was so short. With a deep breath, I flip the first page, getting lost in everything that was and everything that could have been. Chapter 1. Mercy. Summer of 1994. Everyone always wants to be away from home when they're growing up. Then when it actually happens, you want nothing more than to go home. It's odd, isn't it? The contradiction is astounding. I've been gone for a year for Navy SEALs training, and now that I've completed it, I am finally home. I've missed New Orleans. I've missed the music and food. I hate that I have to leave again. I have 10 weeks before I'm deployed overseas. 10 weeks of living life to the best of my ability before everything changes. The one person I miss the most is Michelle Douglas, my best friend since the 8th grade and all through high school. We wrote to one another when I went to basic and Navy SEAL training, and practically every minute of my allowed phone time I spent with her. We always kept in touch. We always will. I don't know what I'd do without her. Hell, besides my other best friend Brandon and my parents, she's the only person I want to see. Dude, you look fine. You act like you're going on a date, Brandon says dryly, taking a shot of vodka to loosen up before we hit the bars and have one hell of a night. I just want to look good. I might meet my wife tonight. Please, Brandon snorts in disbelief while pouring another shot. Men like you don't come home for 10 weeks to get married. You come home to get laid and then scram. No judgment, by the way. If anything, I'm jealous. Plus, how many women do you think you're going to meet tonight when we pick up Michelle? Just the sound of her name has my heart kicking up a notch. I don't know what it is about her now that has me becoming a fumbling mess. I haven't seen her in a year. It won't be like every other time where I used to see her every day. It's different now. What if she doesn't want to be my friend anymore? Or what if she's dating some douche who doesn't appreciate her? What if she wants nothing to do with me? Michelle has always been my wingman. Just because I've been gone doesn't change that. She's my best friend. I know. I'm just saying, Michelle isn't the same girl you left behind when you went to basic, man. She's changed. She isn't the girl with braces and bad skin anymore. Hey, don't talk about her like that. She never had bad skin. I catch myself before saying she's beautiful. When it comes to Michelle, our age difference let me know I had to be careful with everything I did and said. I'm 2 years older than her. So when I was 18, she was 16. And sure, it isn't too frowned upon, but I'm not an idiot. We have been friends for a long time, though, so no one batted an eye at us growing up. We were just Michelle and Andre, best of buds. The one person I've missed most is Michelle Douglas. Just like she had the horrible chance of watching gangly me finally grow into my limbs. She was always pretty, awkward. Yeah, like most teens, she hated her braces. She hated the few spots of acne she had. And no matter how much I reassured her that she was perfect the way she was, she always said, "You have to say that, you're my best friend." I'm sorry, it's her words. She always says she used to have bad skin, so now it's what I say. What do you mean she always says? Have you two been hanging out? I look away from the mirror and narrow my eyes at Brandon. What the hell is he doing hanging out with Michelle? And secondly, why do I care? Maybe it's because I haven't seen her in so long. Brandon is taken aback. He cocks his head at me and gives me an expression between amused and disbelieving. Yeah, he drawls out, wondering if I'm serious or not in my stance. Fuck yeah, I am. Not that I'd speak about this out loud, but I'm jealous as fuck right now. You aren't her only friend, you know. I'm friends with her too, good friends. The three of us are always together. I didn't think that would be a problem. We bonded more while you were away, man. We missed you. We only had each other. What the hell does that mean? Are y'all dating now? Is that it? The words are bitter across my tongue as the thought occurs to me. Are my two best friends dating and they didn't even tell me? Michelle is my best friend. She's mine. She always has been, and she always will be. What are you getting at? No, we aren't dating, but what the fuck, Andre? Why are you asking these questions? I just wanted to see if you'd go behind my back. I grab my wallet and stuff it in my back pocket, ready to go out. Go behind your back. He scoffs, then laces his fingers behind his neck. Yeah, I know how you are, Brandon. You're a fuck 'em and leave 'em kind of guy. Michelle deserves better than that. Hold up, wait. He waves his hand in the air. You think I would have treated her badly? His eyes widen. Holy fuck, you really like her. I thought you did for a while, but I didn't realize how deep it still was. You're jealous of me spending time with her because you haven't been able to. Newsflash, that's your fault. You're the one who went and joined the military. He is right. Every single thing he said is correct, but I can't admit to that. I don't regret joining. It's the best thing I've done and will ever do. I'm proud of you, Andre. I have your back no matter what, but it hurts to know you think I'd hurt Michelle. She means something to me too, and you're going to have to realize that one day, a day you aren't here, she's going to find someone. I know that, I sneer, snagging a shot glass from him and tossing the cheap alcohol down my throat. It burns and almost brings tears to my eyes. I haven't drunk liquor in a while. It's been all about the beer the last few months. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm only looking out for her. She's my best friend. I've known her longer than I've known you, so it's important to me that no one fucks her over. So you wouldn't care if she dated someone, he asks. My body and mind revolt at the idea of her with someone else, but I swallow that down and shake my head. Nope, not at all. I just hope he is a good guy. That's all I want for her. I say to hell with the shot glass and grab the bottle of vodka, chugging it down instead. Right. So you'd be okay if I asked her out. I'm looking for a relationship, and I think she and I have something between us. Is he goading me? I don't like that. I sure as hell don't like the idea of them two together. Why can't I be honest? Why can't I say the thought of seeing her has my heart racing, palms sweating, my gut twisting in on itself? I'm nervous. I've seen her 1,000 times and I've never felt like this. Your silence tells me everything I need to know, he observes. I don't confirm or deny. So you aren't going to ask her out? I blow a raspberry and he sits on the bed smiling at me as he puts on his shoes. She wouldn't say yes. Everyone knows how you two feel about each other. Well, everyone except you two. Has she said something? What has she said? I trip over the baseball bat in the middle of my floor and right myself before I fall. I tug in the hem of my shirt and clear my throat. I mean, even if she said nothing, it's cool. I do my best to hide my being flustered, but what's the point of that? He's smiling at me like I'm the biggest fool in the world. I groan and hang my head. Fuck, Brandon, I don't know, okay? I've never known I felt anything about her. And maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just excited to see her. I've never gone so long before. Maybe that's all this is. Maybe. But I doubt it. Come on. He gets up from the bed and slaps me on the shoulder, giving me a quick massage and pep talk as he guides me out the door. You got this. It's all good. You're Andre fucking Machado. You're a Navy goddamn SEAL. You saved the world and shit. We are going to go pick up our friend and you're going to feel this out. You have 10 weeks. You have to make the best of it, okay? Okay, I say, less than enthused. God, I'd rather crawl through all the damn mud again like they had me doing training than do this. I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't fucking hear you, he yells, simulating a drill instructor. I chuckle. Sir, yes, sir. That a boy, let's do this. We bump chests and laugh at the ridiculousness of what just happened. We stumble down the hall, pushing one another, and my shoulder hits the wall, almost slamming against a picture of me and my parents. That would have been bad. Be careful with my boy there, Brandon. He's a SEAL, you know. He's needed. Dad grins, his pride in me evident as it shines through his eyes. Yes, sir, Brandon says, giving a salute. Where's Mom, I ask. It's weird not seeing her home. Girls' night with a new neighbor. You can't separate them two. Every other night is girls' night, Dad mutters unhappily. My parents have been married for 25 years. It's always been them, but now it seems Dad is jealous. Well, does she have a husband? Why don't you do a guy's night? I question, taking my wallet out of my back pocket to make sure I have my fake ID. I'm only 20, 21 in a month, but I'm not wasting time having a good time because I'm not of age yet. I know Michelle will have hers. The only one of age is Brandon, the little shit. Dad purses his lips and aims the remote at the TV. He hasn't asked. Dad, have you asked him? No, he grumbles. You realize you can grab 2 beers and head over there, right? Without having to ask him out so it doesn't sound like a date, Brandon suggests, and Dad turns his head and his eyes round with realization. I take it he didn't think of that. Men, I scoff to myself. That's a good idea. Hey, you two have fun tonight. Tell Michelle I said hey, and that it was good seeing her for dinner last week. She was here for dinner. While you were gone, we came and ate with your parents every 2 weeks. Helped us all. Brandon leans in and whispers, and damn it if that doesn't make me love my friends more and fall a little harder for Michelle in that moment. Let's see what this night has to offer, shall we?
Chapter 2. Michelle. Crap. I'm running late. I don't know what to wear. No. Hell no. Oh my God. Ew. As if. I throw my clothes over my shoulder as I rip each shirt off the hanger. How do I have nothing? I went shopping with Brandon for this occasion to see Andre, and now I hate everything I bought. Knock, knock. Mom knocks, peeking her head into my room. I'm staying at home while I go to community college next year and work. I know it seems totally lame for an 18-year-old to live at home, but I want to save money. I don't want to go to a 4-year college and get into debt right away. Honestly, I'm lucky I'm able to go. My dad is controlling. He doesn't want me to go to school. He wants me to find a man who makes a lot of money and will take care of me while I'm a homemaker. Sounds like my worst nightmare. I love my dad, but he's too stuck in his ways for me. I don't want to be a housewife. I'm meant to be more than that. I don't know why Mom doesn't leave him. Dad is an asshole. He has made me realize that it is possible to love someone, but not to like them. And that is the case with my dad. I love him, but I don't like him. I'm afraid it is only a matter of time before he gets violent with her. The way he screams at her, it scares the hell out of me. Did a bomb go off? What happened in here? She walks in and wipes her hands on her apron. She's cooking dinner, so it's nice and hot when Dad comes home from work. When it isn't done, Mom never hears the end of it. He makes her cry, calls her names, and threatens to hit her. It has never gotten that far, but I'm waiting. I told her we should leave together, but she won't. I won't leave her here alone. Mom, Andre will be here any minute and I have nothing to wear. Nothing to wear, huh? She clicks her tongue as she looks all over the messy room. Yeah, looks like you really have no clothes. She crosses her arms and leans against the wall, a sly smile on her face. Mom, all of these clothes are ugly. They don't fit me right. It's just Andre, sweetie. You know he wants to see you no matter what. You could wear a potato sack and the boy would look at you with hearts in his eyes. He doesn't look at me like that. I mumble under my breath. I tilt my chin to my chest to try to hide the small grin playing on my lips. I want him to look at me like that. I want him to look at me like I look at him. I've loved him from the first moment I saw him, when I was 12 years old. He gave me his sweater before getting off the bus because I had started my period and it had gone through my pants. He tied it around my waist. I still have that sweater. He has always been the kindest, sweetest man I've ever known. If the speed of my heart could be captured, it would beat the quickest around Andre. You want to wear one of my shirts from my younger days? I hate to sound so unsure. Mom's style is very housewife. Her hair is always done, and she always wears a dress, heels, pearls, and red lipstick. Maybe Dad makes her dress like this. Maybe this isn't her style at all. Okay, yeah, I'd like that. Come on. She jets her head to the side to signal us to walk out the door. She points to my bedroom as we leave. This better be cleaned up this weekend, Michelle. I can't even see your floor. I will, I swear, I say eagerly. I don't want her to get in trouble with Dad. I should have known better than to make my room a mess. Your dad doesn't know about this. She giggles, as if she is about to break the law. She seems excited. Oh, I can't wait for you to have this. I haven't worn this since you were a toddler. She opens the bottom drawer of her dresser, and underneath all the folded clothes, she pulls out a black AC/DC shirt. The collar is cut out, and there are bleach spots on it. It's very 70s. I love it. I gasp when she hands it to me. The material is soft, like it's been used 100 times and recently washed. Mom, I know it isn't a cute little blouse, but it's casual while still being hot and rock and roll. I think it's perfect for you, she tells me. I'll never be able to wear it again, and I think whatever you're doing tonight is a perfect reason to wear it. I love AC/DC. This is perfect. I know you do. You're my daughter. She nudges me. She has a secret collection of vinyl records in the attic with an old-timey record player and blasts all sorts of hard rock all the time when Dad is at work. Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, David Bowie, you name it. It's kind of funny to see this very proper housewife rocking out like she does while cleaning the house. But that's Mom for you. I just don't know why she hasn't moved on to CDs yet, or at least cassettes. Nobody listens to vinyl anymore. Okay, I'm going to go get changed. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll need your opinion, I tell her in a stern voice, lifting a brow. You got it. Go, go, go. She shoos me. The doorbell rings and I gasp. Mom, I'm not ready. Oh my God, what am I going to do? I'll take care of this. I haven't seen him in a while, so I want to talk to him. Okay. I blow out a breath and spin around, unable to find my room. My mom grabs my shoulders and points me in the right direction. Right, that is where my room is. Duh. Calm down, sweetie, it's just Andre. Mom teases me, patting my cheek. I know, I'm being ridiculous. I do my best not to look sad or disappointed at her words. It is just Andre to her. To me, it's more. To me, it's a man who's always been there for me, always made me smile, always made me feel worthy, beautiful, and smart. I feel like I can do anything when I'm around him. Hi, Mrs. Douglas. His deep, exhilarating voice booms inside the house, and I hurry through my bedroom door. I let the force and my panic seep through a little too much. I slam the door and jump, closing my eyes and cursing silently. So much for playing it cool. Now he probably thinks I'm in a bad mood, not wanting to see him, which is the furthest thing from the truth. I check myself in the body mirror, hanging behind my door, and sigh in relief when I see my hair and makeup are done. God, what a nightmare that would have been to do. I whip off my t-shirt and throw on my mom's AC/DC shirt. I run my hands down it, and when I look in the mirror, I know Mom made the right decision. It fits me perfectly. The left side hangs off my shoulder, showing my tan skin from lying out in the sun all summer. My hair is in messy waves, and my makeup is light. Mascara and lipstick, blush, no foundation. Foundation in New Orleans humidity melts right off. It isn't a cute look. I slip on my sandals and tug the straps over my ankles. I take a deep breath. It's just like all the other times you have hung out with him. It's not any different. Who cares that it has been a year? It doesn't matter. He's your best friend, and he's going to be happy for you. I spray some perfume on my wrists, rub them together, then slide them across my neck. I don't like overpowering smells. I tend to get a headache. A little dab of perfume does just the trick. I fluff my hair and with a shaky hand, turn the handle of the door. This feels bigger than prom for some reason. I step out into the hall and close the door. My mom's laughter drifts through the house, and a second later I hear Andre. Oh, I've missed his voice. The letters and the phone calls weren't enough. I didn't realize how I felt about him until after he left. For the longest time, we always told everyone who asked us if we were dating that we were only friends. We didn't see what they saw. And then he left. And I understood what everyone talked about. When I get to the end of the hall, it's as if he senses me. He turns his head from my mom and when he sees me, his eyes soften and his shoulders relax. Andre, I barely manage to say his name before he takes 3 quick strides and gathers me in his arms. I squeal as he spins me around. I hold onto him tight, trying not to tear up. His hand cups the back of my head, and he groans with happiness. Michelle, he whispers, I'm so glad to see you. He finally stops twirling me around and places my feet on the floor, but I still feel like I'm floating or standing on clouds. He cups my cheeks, and his eyes dart all over my face. You've changed. You got your braces off. It's good to see you, too. I try not to lean into his touch, but it's impossible. I've missed it too much. You've changed, too. In a really good way. I didn't think he could ever get hotter, but my God, that SEAL training really buffed him up, and it looks like he grew a few inches. He is sexy. Oh my gosh. I hope I didn't just say that out loud. You look beautiful, Michelle. He takes a step closer, and the space between us buzzes with electricity. I forget where we are until I hear Brandon clearing his throat. I reluctantly step away from Andre to break the connection, but he follows me. I can't tell what has changed between us. Right now we're doing everything we have done before, but it feels different. His hand reaches down and grabs mine, like he has done 100 times. But this time, as he holds me, there is meaning to it. I like your shirt, he whispers. My eyes dart to Mom, and she gives me a thumbs up and a wink. You 3 go have fun. Boys, you better protect my girl. I'm counting on her to call me like she always does the next day. She lies to Dad for me and tells him I'm staying at a girlfriend's house, when, really, I'm crashing in Andre's bed. Nothing has ever happened before. He sleeps on the floor. But I'm wondering what will happen tonight. You know it, Mrs. Douglas. We won't let anything bad happen to Michelle. You know that. She's our girl. Just like you're my best girl. Brandon always flirts with Mom and gives her a kiss on the cheek before he heads out the door. Oh, you and your charm, it's going to get you in trouble. Mom scolds him playfully, but her cheeks are red, and there is a large smile on her face that tells me she loves when Brandon flirts. I hope so, Mrs. Douglas. Brandon winks. Bye, Mom. I stand on my tiptoes and kiss her other cheek. Be careful, okay? I say that to her every time when I leave, because I don't trust Dad. I love you. Her face softens, and her cold palm lies against my face. Sweet girl, I love you too. Andre, it's so good to see you, and I'm so proud of you. Have fun tonight. Andre wraps his arms around her, embracing her in a hug. Thanks, Mrs. Douglas. His eyes land on me, but the message is clear to my mother as he speaks. I'll never let anything happen to her. His brown eyes sparkle with, dare I say, adoration. Something has shifted between us, but it could be wishful thinking. Let's go hit the French Quarter. Live music is always good on Friday nights, Brandon announces. Maybe even some karaoke? I love karaoke. Brandon holds the door open for us as we walk out the front door. The night is warm and a bit muggy, which I prefer, since I hate wearing a jacket. It's annoying to carry around when you're too hot to wear it. You don't even sing. How do you like karaoke? Andre shoves Brandon, and Brandon pretends to stumble out of control. So dramatic. I like watching drunk people do karaoke. It's fun, Brandon replies. I'm thinking we could drive back to my place and then walk, since I only live a few blocks away from the quarter. Sounds good to me. Andre opens the back door for me, and I climb in. heart pounding 1,000,000 miles an hour as he slides in next to me. Michelle. He playfully says my name as he pulls me in for another hug. Tell me what you've been up to. How have you been? You know how I've been, I chuckle. We talked almost every weekend. And yet, I didn't know you and Brandon were hanging out so much. He inserts with a hint of jealousy. This again? Brandon sounds annoyed as he jerks the car into drive. I'm just saying, I don't know why y'all didn't tell me. Unless you like each other. Andre, I just thought you knew. Since all of us are friends, I thought it was obvious I would hang out with him. It didn't warrant an explanation. Plus, it isn't him I like. I want to add, but I don't. Brandon and I have been friends for almost as long as me and Andre. Why do you care? Brandon's eyes stare into the rearview mirror at Andre. I don't want to feel like a third wheel. What? Since when? I ask. It's always been the three of us. Shut up, Andre. You know we love you. I roll my eyes and pinch his sides, noticing there is barely any fat to grab. A dirty thought enters my mind, an image of him without his shirt. Don't get me wrong, I've seen him shirtless in summers 100 times, but this time would be different. He wraps his arm around my shoulders as I roll down the window to let some sort of a breeze in, even though it's hot. His thumb brushes against my shoulder, and I sigh, feeling whole for the first time since the day he left. His fingers graze under my chin as he gently turns my face to look at him. Yeah? Y'all love me? He asks, his hand cupping the side of my face as we stare at one another. The middle of his brows dip, and the two lines furrowing his brow tell me he is deep in thought. Of course we do, I whisper, and my breath breezes over his lips since we are so close. Yeah? I nod. I want nothing more than to close the distance between us and finally feel his lips. They aren't too big or too small. The top lip is slightly smaller than the bottom, and there is a cute dimple right in the middle. I love you too. His thumb strokes under my chin, and he tilts my head to a more convenient angle. I'm on the verge of thinking we are about to kiss. His eyes are staring at my lips. I want him to. Please, kiss me. Put me out of my misery and have mercy on my soul. Aw, I love you too, dude. Brandon cuts in and ruins the moment. I drop my head against Andre's shoulder, and his forehead drops to mine. I'm wondering if he is thinking the same thing I am. When we said we loved each other, was he saying it to me like I was saying it to him? Did he want to kiss me? Is it all in my imagination? What if this is me being the girl interested in the guy who will never like her like that? He is older than me, only by 2 years, but he has been away from home. He's probably met so many girls while he was in training that were his age. How do I compete with that? All right, where do we want to go first? Hey, we can act engaged tonight and get some free drinks. You know that always works. Brandon pulls into a parking spot on the side of the quaint street where his house is. From here, with my window rolled down, I can hear the jazz blasting from the quarter. The music carries like the wind. I can't wait to go and dance. Brandon hates dancing, but Andre always humors me. It's another reason why I fell in love with him. Why I've been in love with him since I can remember. We can't always act engaged. They will remember us, I argue. Nah, they fly through bartenders like strip clubs fly through strippers. Plus, it's been a year since we have done this, Brandon says, unknowingly shining the spotlight on me with the admission. What? Andre raises an eyebrow, a little surprised. I thought y'all had been hanging out. Brandon points to the car. Hey, lock the doors for me. Andre flips the lock on the back door before closing it. Thanks. Brandon tugs on his black button-down shirt to try and get the wrinkles out. You didn't play Newly Engaged when I was gone? Andre spreads his feet apart and leans against the car, crossing his arms. Brandon trots around and play punches me in the stomach. No, Michelle wanted to keep it a thing that you two do together. I offered. I told her I'd be a better fiancé than you would have been, but since I wouldn't dance with her, the obvious answer was no. Took me weeks to heal my wounded heart. Brandon holds a hand over his heart and pretends to clutch it as if he is in actual pain. He holds himself up against the car, bends over, and acts like he has trouble breathing. I'll be fine in time. Don't worry about me. Go on. Live your life. I'll make it. He falls to the ground and rolls onto his back, reaching a hand up into the sky. Save yourself! Gag me. I grumble as I walk by him, leaving him there on the ground to suffer in his loneliness. Andre follows me and gives Brandon a wide berth, stepping around him. You're just going to leave me here? Brandon screams from behind us. I giggle, burying my mouth in my hands as I continue to walk down the sidewalk. Andre wraps his arms around my shoulders again, and I get cozier than I should against his body. Yep. Bye. Andre waves at his friend. I'm going to go dance. You two are mean. Andre and I share a look when we hear Brandon get up, his shoes scuffing against the sidewalk as his steps quicken. I can't believe you would leave me there to rot, I might add. You're such a drama queen. It was like you died and we left your body. But it is the principle of it, Michelle, Brandon scoffs. He slides up to my other side and throws his arm around my shoulders too, which means his arm is lying over Andre's. Look at us, one big happy family. We did miss you, Andre. Things weren't the same without you. They never will be. Brandon states as we round the corner and get closer to the music. I miss you both too. Andre's hand grabs my arm, firmer than usual, which has me turning my head in his direction. So damn much it hurts every day, he whispers, keeping his voice low, so only I can hear him. I blush, and my face only gets hotter when his hand moves up my bare shoulder, his fingers trickling along my skin. Even though it's hot out, and just walking down the block makes my skin sticky with a light sheen of sweat, goosebumps arise, traveling from the tip of my head to the bottoms of my feet. I feel him everywhere. Who wants a daiquiri? Brandon asks as we stand in front of Tropical Isle. I want the big one, I squeal, ready to get this party started. Andre leans down to whisper in my ear as we stroll into the bar. You like big things, Michelle? I almost trip from his words. We have joked a lot, but we have never joked sexually before. His brown eyes twinkle with amusement, and the espresso-colored hair falls across his face as he bites his bottom lip, staring at me. The dynamic has definitely changed. I'm excited and hurt, all at the same time. I want nothing more than for us to have our chance, but what if we finally get it? Then he leaves, and what if he doesn't come home? The only big thing I'll be left with is the hole in my chest.
Chapter 3. Mercy. I can't believe I asked her that. I don't know what came over me, but it was such a perfect opening to say something dirty. There have been plenty of times that I wanted to cross that line, but I never did. I didn't want to ruin the relationship we had. Tonight is different. She's different. We are different. What flavor do you want? Raspberry, right? I ask her, and she trips again, catching herself on the counter. Are you okay? I'm okay, she says, her cheeks on fire like the cherry limeade slush. Is there something dirty about the word flavor? Maybe. If my mind dives deep enough in the gutter. You're a damn wreck, Brandon grumbles. She wants the strawberry daiquiri, I want the mango, and he wants the blue raspberry. Since when do you like strawberry, I ask her, hating that I didn't know that. She always got the raspberry with me. I hate that I feel like I don't know her anymore. What else has changed? Maybe she likes Brandon. I mean, I get it because I've been gone for so long. I didn't expect anything to happen between us, but at the same time, I did. No, back up a minute. There's no way in hell she likes Brandon. I saw the way she looked at me in the car. Those looks cannot be misconstrued. She feels something for me, and if it means I have to get to know her again, then that is what it means. I don't know, a guy bought it for me when Brandon and I were hanging out one day. I was going to decline it, then decided to just try it. It ended up being really good. Now I'm open to trying new things. As much as I wanted to like the sound of that, I didn't. Trying new things is dangerous. What if she wants to be with someone new? I'll just have to make sure that can't happen. I'll have to prove that she doesn't need someone new. I'll bring her something new, though. I'll bring her feelings she's never had before. I'll overwhelm her with emotions and thoughts she's never had before. I'll make her happy. I'll bring her love and peace. 2 things she never has in her life, and I want to give them to her. A guy, huh? A date. Did he ask you out? Brandon whispers before he walks by me to give me some space. Smooth, dude, real smooth, he chuckles, sliding over to 2 girls who are standing in the corner. One eyes him with interest. The other curls her lip for knowing a dog when she sees one. I did go on a date with him. I whip my head from Brandon to look at Michelle. I tamper down my anger, my jealousy, and the urge to kick my own ass. Of course she went on a date. I'm such a fucking fool for thinking she wouldn't. She's young, beautiful, and in no way tied to me. I take a deep breath and tip my frozen drink as we walk outside. The streets are starting to get busy now. People are dressed in crazy get-ups, big hats, and some girls aren't even wearing shirts. There's a bachelorette party, and the bride is wearing a white miniskirt and a white corset with a long veil with glittery penises all over it. Her bridesmaids are wearing matching shirts that say, Bride's Crew. They are black with white letters. The bride looks fresh, awake, and excited to take on the things New Orleans has to offer. Poor thing isn't going to make it 3 hours. They never do. I can't count how many times I've seen a penis veil covering a drunken bride's face the next day. They are going to have fun tonight, Michelle says, smiling at them as they walk by. Congratulations, woo! She cheers and lifts her drink in the air. The bride's crew cheers in return, all grins as they take a drink. They won't make it to midnight, Michelle mutters under her breath before gripping the green straw with her teeth, wrapping her lips around it, and sucking. My cock gives no warning. It goes from soft to hard in 2 seconds. I'm imagining sliding between those luscious lips until my cock hits the back of her throat, and she gags, coughs, and spits all over me. It's been a while since I've had sex. Maybe that's it. It's been 3 years, I think. It's not like I have had the time over the last year in training, then before that in basic. I need release. I turn around and readjust, tucking myself in the waistband on my jeans so my erection stays hidden. Yeah, something is definitely going on between us. This is different and intense. Whatever I'm feeling for her, I didn't feel before I left. Or I did, and I never noticed. But right now, all I want to do is lean down and steal her lips. I just want to claim her mouth with my tongue and give in to this need inside me. My soul has woken up, and it is screaming at me that she's meant to be mine. 10 weeks. That's all I have to make her realize we belong together. And hopefully it won't take much convincing. I can't push boundaries. I can't ruin our friendship while trying to obtain this higher connection with her. So this date, who was it? What's he do? Do I know him? She shakes her head. No, it was some asshole my dad set me up with. Apparently, Dad told him where I like to hang out on Friday nights. Don't get me wrong, the drink was great, but the company? I only went out with him to protect Mom. Dad always gets so upset and always takes it out on her. So you did it to placate him. I nod in realization. She tucks a piece of hair behind her ear and sighs. I don't like how it sounds. It's heavy and full of burden. He's been getting worse lately. It's another reason Brandon has been around so much. She glances up from her drink and I turn around to see what she's staring at. Not what. Who? Brandon. Maybe she does like him. It would make sense. I did leave, and he was here for her when I wasn't. He is still in the corner trying to get that woman's number, but her friend is too smart and is never going to allow it to happen. It's why I tell Brandon he needs to slow down, act like a dog. You'll eventually get seen as a dog. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up when she tells me about her father. What do you mean he has gotten worse? Rage slithers up my spine and I crack my neck when a horrid thought comes to mind. Has he fucking touched you, Michelle? Has he hurt you? I try to keep my voice low, but no matter how hard I try, I still turn a few heads. No, not yet. She mixes her drink with a straw, stirring it as if it was a cup of coffee. I take her hand in mine and drag her to a seating area across the street. If Brandon needs us, he knows we won't ever be far and he can call. What the hell do you mean? It's been a year, baby. Why haven't you told me? The pet name slips out. I don't mean for it to, but I can't hide everything I feel for her. It has hit me too hard. I can do a lot of things, but holding in the feelings I have for her, that's impossible. The more I try, the more I crack, and the more obvious I am. It's only been 2 hours, and I've let so much out already. By the end of the night, I'll probably ask her to marry me if I'm not careful. I need to rein it in. If she hears my pet name for her, she doesn't say anything about it. I didn't want you to worry. I wanted you to focus on your training. You know how he is, Andre. He likes things his way. That's how it has always been. And you know how he is with Mom. I don't know. Something has changed in the house. Ever since my day with that guy Heath, Dad has been nice, but in a weird way. It's almost creepy. I don't know. Something is off. She taps the side of her drink. He keeps asking about Heath. He wants us to go on another date. He talks about the future and marriage. What? I snap. Thinking about her with another man has me seeing red. There is no fucking way in hell I'd allow her to marry another man. You're 18, I reply as an argument. She's too young to marry anyone else other than me. This isn't some alternate universe, Andre. 18 means I'm legal, and Dad is from the time when women don't work. They cook and clean. That's what he expects of me. So? If he asks you to marry this guy, you aren't going to do it, are you? I ask, leaning back casually to try and let my rage simmer. Of course, she wouldn't. But the way she is looking at me with sorrow and regret tells me otherwise. You can't be fucking serious, I snap, losing my cool in front of her. I slam my drink on the counter and bury my face in my hands. I don't know, Andre, okay? He's been putting a lot of pressure on me. Of course I don't want to do it. I blow out a relieved breath and nod, rubbing my palms down my face. That's good. That's good to hear. I reach for her hand and grab onto it. I never want you to be forced into doing something, Michelle. Ever. I said I didn't want to, Andre. If I needed to, I would. She wraps her beautiful lips around the straw again and her throat moves as she swallows. I let go of her hand and everything inside me wants to fight. I want to argue. I want to grab her shoulders and tell her that she never has to do anything she doesn't want to. Why can't the world see that? Why do people back other people in a corner? There is no compassion, no kindness, and there sure as fuck is no understanding. All there is greed. Mercy doesn't exist in those who have never existed outside themselves. Selfish behavior leads to an early death. I believe that wholeheartedly. It's why I'm doing my best to remain calm and level-headed, but I can't for the life of me be okay with this. I know it's because I have feelings for her, but it's more than that. She can't marry someone she doesn't have feelings for. Michelle deserves more than that. She isn't the kind of woman to be caged and contained. Being trapped would kill her. She's such a free spirit, and to see that being threatened has me losing my temper. You can't mean that. Why would you ever consider it? My mom, she admits sadly. I'll do anything to protect my mom, and if I go against Dad, she is the first person he will take his frustrations on, Andre. He isn't a good man. And because of that, you need to think about the kind of man a man like your dad would pair you with. I don't care. Not when it comes to Mom. I'll do anything for her. God, think, Michelle. Fucking think. I condescend to her, and I hate myself from the moment the words leave my mouth. I slam my head against the table and groan. I'm sorry, I'm surprised. Your mom does not want that for you. Imagine the situation she is in. You think she is staying in that marriage because she loves him? She's stuck, Michelle. Stuck, just like your father wants you to be. I won't allow it. I won't allow you to dwindle like she is. She hates it there. Can't you see it on her face? She is only there for you. She has no job skills. She has no way of supporting you. She stays with him for you. Do you want that for your kids? For yourself? I let the rage out, letting it spew instead of laying my truth to her gently. To be honest, I'm fucking hurt, disappointed, and panicked. She isn't getting married yet. She isn't engaged. I still have a chance. I need to calm down, but I'm scared. I'm so fucking scared I missed my chance. This is supposed to be my chance. These 10 weeks with her, and then we will have the rest of our lives. I've always known Michelle would be a part of my life. I didn't know what her role would be. Best friend, yes, I never thought further than that, but now I have. The rest of my life is meant to be spent with her. I don't know if she'd want to be with a man who will be gone a lot, who won't be able to talk to her a lot, and I know she'll worry about me not coming home. She already voiced her opinion before I left for basic. I know. It's why my mind is all jumbled up, Andre. A pang hits my heart knowing how confused and hurt she is. I want to fix it for her. I mean, are you promised to this other guy? I hardly get the words out, and my throat tightens while my stomach churns like a whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. No, Dad hasn't said anything that official. I don't know if he will. I might be overreacting. It might be nothing at all. Yeah, something tells me it isn't. What do your instincts say? I don't know. That I'm paranoid? That Dad is an asshole, but he isn't that bad, and I'm thinking the worst? She has reached the bottom of her drink, because it makes that god-awful slurping sound I hate so much. She stops herself when I cover my ears and she giggles. Oops. Whatever, you're just paying me back for being an asshole a few seconds ago. Maybe. I stand and move to the chair closer to her, then take her hand again. I'm sorry. I'm worried because I care. I didn't know things have gotten that bad. I wish you would have told me in the letters or when we got to call. I stare down at her hand and draw small circles at the top of her hand with the tip of my finger. Her other hand lands on top of mine. You had other things to focus on than something that could be nothing. I wanted you to be successful, and you were. And you looked so handsome in your dress whites. I'm sorry you couldn't come to my graduation. For some reason, they were only allowing parents and siblings. It's okay, she says, leaning against the table on her elbow. When your mom got back and got the film developed, she gave me a few pictures. I was so proud to see you in that uniform. You think I'm handsome? I smirk, and I stare into her big blue eyes that are too big for her face. They are gorgeous. She punches me in the arm and rolls her eyes. Whatever, you know you're good-looking. Don't go fishing for compliments. But I love fishing, I pout, sticking out my bottom lip. I don't miss how her eyes drop down my face and stare at my mouth. Fuck. I can't be imagining things like this. I can't. Well, Brandon's love interest has a friend. Why don't you go throw your bait in her pond? I slap my hand on my stomach and laugh. A full, belly, loud, boisterous laugh. That was terrible. I never want to hear you say that again. Terrible, just terrible. What? That's what Brandon says. I finished the last of my drink and lift a brow. That's your first problem. You can't ever listen to Brandon. Look at him. Good God, the man is a wreck. Oh, he's just a little lost. I think all these things are frivolous, you know? These women don't matter, she says, trying to take another drink, but it slurps again. Sorry. You aren't, brat. I poke her side and she laughs, a bright, airy song that has me falling a little bit more for her in that moment. I continue to tickle her, burying my fingers in her ribs until she can barely breathe. A few people smile as they walk by, but the attention only makes me keep going. Okay, stop, I can't take it anymore, please. She begs, tears streaming down her face, but she isn't crying. You're right, I'm not sorry, I like driving you crazy. Oh, you drive me more than crazy. The words almost come out as a growl. I wipe her cheeks clean and find myself moving closer to her. My hand grips her cheek a bit harder and she inhales a sharp breath. Her eyes widen as I move in for the kill, so to speak. My heart is hammering against my chest in hope that she doesn't reject me. She doesn't move. She doesn't lean in. She lets me set the pace. My lips are closing in and I'm finally about to taste the mouth that has haunted my dreams for the last 6 months, if I want to be honest with myself. Guys, what are you doing over there? Come on, I got a refill. Let's go, Brandon announces to the entire street. I hang my head and huff a frustrated breath. Leave it to Brandon to ruin the damn mood again. And now things between Michelle and I will be awkward because we almost kissed. So what does that mean? Is it going to happen again? If it does, where does that leave us? A kiss tells everything, and I was so fucking close to knowing what I needed to. Damn Brandon. Damn him. Instead of kissing her lips and leaving her wondering if I still want to, I lean down and press a kiss to her bare shoulder, skimming my fingers down the curve of her neck. I play with the sleeve of her shirt, a shirt that looks so fucking sexy on her. I can't decide if I want to rip it off and ruin it, or slowly peel it off and appreciate how good it makes her tits look. But once I kiss her shoulder, once I taste the salt on her skin from the hint of sweat, I need more. I press another kiss to her body, sliding my lips across her collarbone, then press another kiss at the base of her neck. Andre? My name leaves her lips in a breathless whisper. I've never heard it sound like lust from her before. Holy hell, if she keeps saying my name like that, I'll come in my jeans. How embarrassing would that be? What a horrible first impression of my sexual abilities, not that I really have them. I haven't had a lot of sex like Brandon has. I move up her neck and kiss her under her ear. Michelle, I finally answer, closing my eyes when I get a hint of her perfume. It reminds me of what a wildflower field would smell like, with the sun bearing down on me and the wind blowing the perfect breeze. Not too hot, not too cold. She presses a kiss to my cheek, and her lips linger for longer than a normal kiss on the cheek lasts. I shut my eyes, enjoying the first time I'm getting to feel her. Her lips are so soft, gentle, and uncertain. Her body is shaking and her breath is trembling, and we have done nothing too sexual yet. Guys, Brandon calls out to us again. I'm going to kill him and bury him in one of the many cemeteries here. Michelle giggles and pulls away from me, taking her sweet lips with her. My cheek is cold in the heat New Orleans offers at night. The humidity is strong, but the warmth of her kiss is so different from the hot temperature clinging to the air. It's a degree that sears me from the inside out. My blood is simmering and my chest is swimming with emotions like desire, excitement, and nervousness. We better go before he makes a fool of himself, she says, the side of her head leaning against mine. I don't want to leave. I want to stay like this. Too late for that. The unhappiness clear in my voice. Be nice, she warns with a playful grin. I stand up and hold my hand out for her to take. I'll think about it, but only because you said so. Yeah, remember who wears the pants here, she jokes, sliding her fingers across my palm as I help her up from the chair. Since you're wearing shorts and I'm wearing pants, the answer is obvious. I click my tongue at her attempt at a joke and sigh as if I'm disappointed. Better luck next time, baby. Our hands lace together as we head over to Brandon, who is alone. Go figure. I take her empty drink cup from her and bring her knuckles to my lips, kissing them too. God, I want to kiss her all over. I'll be back. I'm going to get us refills. Can I get mango this time? You bet. I wink, which causes her to look down at her feet and nibble her lip. God, I'm on cloud fucking 9 right now. I feel like I kissed her, but it was more than that. We shared something deeper, something more, something better. The energy between us changed, and now there isn't a question hanging over our heads whether I mean to make the move or not. I've shown her I want her. She's shown me she wants me. I just have to do this right. She isn't the kind of girl you find in the corner of a bar like Brandon finds. She's the girl at a concert, bobbing her head and dancing without a care in the world. That's the kind of girl I like. 2 mango, please. I lift 2 fingers to the guy behind the counter, and he takes our 2 green cups and fills them to the brim. $15, he says. Drinking is not cheap in New Orleans. Good thing I have a good chunk of change in the bank from all the weeks spent in training. I didn't have time to spend it. I plan on buying a motorcycle with it, and I'm going to lavish my baby with gifts. Thanks, I tell the guy and begin to walk away. I'm almost out the door when something catches my eye at the last second. I backtrack and stare at the flyer on the green wall. The annual Summerfest is going to be in Shreveport in the coming weeks. I wonder if Michelle will go with me. The worst thing she could say is no, which would really fucking suck, considering how much I want her to say yes. I step outside, and Brandon is shoving a guy away from Michelle, but he is outmanned because the guy is a friend with him, who is also looking at Michelle like a damn treat. Oh, fuck no. Stay the fuck away from her. You have no right to grab her ass, Brandon sneers, pushing the guy again. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. An ass like that deserves attention, the man slurs. I drop the drinks, and in 2 steps I yank Michelle away from them, placing her behind me. I don't think, I act. I swing my fist through the air, slamming it against his cheek. I hope it shuts the revolting way he talks about women up. His eyes roll back and he hits the ground unconscious. His friend tries to come at me next, but I'm a professional. I lift my knee and slam it right in his gut, then bend my arm and fling my forearm and elbow across his face. He groans and coughs, dropping to his knees as he spits a wad of blood. Next time, I'll kill you. You get me? The man nods slowly, his face red as his hand cups his stomach. I hold out my hand for Michelle to take. Come on, baby. We are going to go dance. I know how much she loves to dance, and I think that's exactly what she needs. Yeah, we're going to go dance. Michelle grabs one of the half-spilled drinks I dropped and pours the rest over the man's head. Jerk. She throws the empty plastic cup against the guy's head. I try not to find her attempt at sounding like a badass funny, but she sounds so cute and non-threatening. I can't help it. Yeah, you tell him, baby. Yeah, you sure showed him. Brandon drawls and rubs his chin back and forth. Did those guys hit you? I ask him, preparing to turn around and go finish the damn job. No, that girl from earlier did, though. She had a crazy backhand. When will you learn, I ask him, and pull Michelle to my side so she's safe from all these creeps. Never. I'll never learn, man. I'm hopeless. Oh, he just now realizes. Michelle cracks, pretending to be sad for Brandon. Brandon chuffs. I can't believe you. I defended your honor and you call me hopeless? I'm underappreciated in this throuple. Ew, we are not a throuple. Michelle curls her nose in disgust. I don't want to share her. Yeah, man, no throuples here, but you are our best friend, so I guess you two will do, he says flippantly, then lifts his shirt at 2 girls on the balcony above us. They throw him beads and he catches them. Drop your pants, cutie, and we will give you more than that, the girls shout from their hotel room. That's the thing about New Orleans. It's always Mardi Gras. People are always wanting to show their tits. Or, in Brandon's case, you don't have to tell me twice. Brandon begins to unbutton his pants, and in one smooth tug, he yanks them down and spreads his arms wide, then does a little dance. Oh, God. Michelle turns her head and covers her eyes. I'll never be able to unsee that. You like what you see? Brandon shouts, twisting his hips left to right, and all I can hear is the nasty slap of his cock against his thighs. I bury Michelle's head against my shoulder to hide her eyes, but I'm dying of laughter. Want to come up? One of them offers, lowering her voice in a purr. Sorry, I'm in a throuple, but thank you. Throw me some beads, Brandon says greedily, not bothering to pull his pants back up as he reaches toward the sky in anticipation of his reward. What are we going to do with him? Michelle sighs after laughing so hard. Love him for who he is. I sound exhausted at the thought. What's love without acceptance? she asks, wrapping her arms around me. Again, nothing new, but this time as she tilts her head back and looks at me, this simple act feels different again. Love is nothing without acceptance, I reply, a simple fact that would make every relationship easier. And I hope like hell she accepts me.
Chapter 4. Michelle. My body thrums with excitement as we walk down Bourbon Street. It isn't because of the crowds around us. It's because of the intimate moment Andre and I shared. I've barely been able to breathe from the moment it happened. I wish I knew what changed between us. I want to be able to explain to myself later on tonight when I'm alone, but there is nothing I can come up with. All I know is it feels natural, like time is finally on our side, and our chance is happening. What's odd is that before this, I never thought we needed a chance. Then, he left. And he took my heart with him. I've been counting down the days until his return. I don't feel worry. I don't feel fear. I feel at home when he holds my hand. I feel like the world granted me every wish I've ever made blowing out a birthday candle. Hand grenade for you. Brandon hands me one of the most famous drinks created in New Orleans. And one for you, he says, giving another hand grenade to Andre. To having our best friend home. He lifts his drink in the air for a toast. We hope the Navy treats you well, and no matter what, no matter the circumstance, and no matter where you go, you always come home to us. Brandon's voice hitches, and he coughs, placing his fist in front of his mouth. Excuse me. He turns around and composes himself. I lean my head against Andre's shoulder, not wanting to think about the chances of him not coming home. I won't be able to handle the news of losing my best friend. He'll come home. He's so tough, so strong. I don't think anything can keep him down. Hey, man, Andre begins to say, placing his hand on Brandon's shoulder to turn him around. I'm going to be just fine. I'll always come home. Let's make the most out of the break I have. No need for sadness. Andre clinks our drinks together. Let's make this one hell of a night, okay? To one hell of a night, I scream, lifting my drink even higher. I don't want to be sad. When I think about him leaving, my heart sinks, and I want to be able to enjoy the time I have with him. The crowd around us cheers too. Strangers. People we don't even know are celebrating with us, and Brandon grins. His eyes are red, but his cheeks aren't wet. He got himself just in time. Brandon might be a skirt chaser, but he is a big soft teddy bear on the inside. I take a long gulp of my drink. It's cold and tastes refreshing, with hints of fruit liquor. Bourbon Street is coming to life. The streets are bustling with people. People of all shapes, sizes, and colors. The Big Easy accepts everyone. New Orleans is all about having a good time, while being laid back and open to life all around us. The city is such a beautiful multicultural center, not just in the people or the food, but even in the buildings. There are Creole cottages to double gallery houses that make up bars and other businesses, like tarot card readings and seafood restaurants. Everyone from all over comes for the magic buried within the dirt of New Orleans and the jambalaya that's famous around the country. No other place is so rich with everything a person could crave in life. It's only in New Orleans, where magic rests and fun always lives. And don't get me started on the colorful structures. Each bar, each building, lights up the night with bright paint and neon lights. Even with how beautiful the city is, it isn't the buildings that makes the place. It's the people. Let's get tattoos, Brandon suggests, raising his voice over the street performers to our right, banging on makeshift drums made from buckets. Come on, let's finally do it, he says. Andre takes my hand and drags me in front of the three men banging on the white buckets. He spins me around, and we sway our hips left and right in a quick salsa style. What would we even get? Andre asks, twirling me again. I love it when he dances with me. He never complains, and is always happy to take me to the nearest sound of music, to twirl me around until I'm pushed against his chest. It's the safest place to be. He's the only place to be. I don't know, it can be a surprise. What if we pick each other's tattoos? Brandon circles us, shaking his chest as he dances around me and Andre. He's such a goof. I don't know if that's a good idea, Andre says, grabbing my hand and lifting my arm to spin me again. I mean, I don't trust you to pick out my tattoo. You'd pick something ridiculous. I would not. It's a tattoo. I know when to draw the line. Brandon defends himself, rubbing his butt against mine. He isn't doing it in a sexy way. He is bumping that damn thing hard against me, which has me jerking forward and slamming into Andre's chest over and over again. My drink spills over the rim and onto my hand, but I don't care. I'm tossing my head back and laughing, while Andre still has a hold of my hand as we try to dance through Brandon's butt onslaught. We should do a palm reading instead, Andre suggests. Something not so dangerous. As if having someone read your palm isn't dangerous. What if they say you're going to die? No way, I don't wanna. Brandon crosses his arms and lifts the straw to his mouth and guzzles his drink down. How about we do both? Why not? I inch closer to Andre and wrap my arm around his neck, tightening my fingers around my drink so it doesn't spill. Yeah? Andre's arm slides around my waist, and the beat of the drums becomes slower and sexier. Suddenly feeling adventurous, are we? He teases, tugging me closer by applying pressure against my lower back. Oh, I smell pizza. I'll be right back, Brandon says, rushing off in the direction of food. He can't make it longer than 2 hours without eating something. Which leaves me and Andre alone. We're the only ones dancing. I look around to see other people watching us with smiles on their faces, but no one else is stepping in. They are staring at us, I tell him, knowing how much he doesn't like it when a big crowd gathers around. Let them stare. He tucks a piece of my hair behind my ear, and the quick tickle of his finger against my cheek sends a rush of love zipping through my veins. Let them watch me dance with the prettiest girl in New Orleans. Right, I scoff in disbelief and glance down at our feet. With every beat of the drums, we get closer. Our bodies are almost touching, and with every sway of our hips, another inch vanishes between us. You're right. The prettiest girl in the country, then. I'm one lucky guy dancing with you in the middle of the street, under the stars, in the heat, with an audience. His finger tilts my chin up, and I have to hold my breath as he looks at me like I really am the only woman in the world he wants to be with. So let them stare. Let them watch. His knee slides between my legs when the drumbeat changes again. This time, as we move together, it's not so innocent. Our pelvises are pressed together, and I can feel the ridge of his cock rubbing against my thigh with every sway. My lower back is warmed by the palm of his hand, and he slips his fingers under my shirt, daring skin-to-skin contact. I arch my back, pressing my chest against his. I'm embarrassed. His fingers slide across my skin from the sheen of sweat gathering across my back. It's so hot outside, but I'm burning up from the change between us. He doesn't seem to mind. If anything, he seems to like it. The blunt edge of his fingernails dig into my flesh, and a growl rumbles his chest as I rock against his leg. That's it, he says, spurring me on to move my hips to the beat of the drums. Let them watch. Let them be jealous of me holding you, he says, pressing his forehead against mine. It's so hard to focus when he surrounds all my senses. His hands are on me in ways they have never been before. Every touch, every sigh, Every word, every damn move is different now. It's laced with a sexual buzz that keeps getting stronger the closer he and I get to one another. I drop my drink, and it clatters to the ground somewhere behind him. I don't care. I'm tired of holding the damn cup. I want to wrap both hands around him and sink into him fully. He drops his drink too. The cold splashes hit against my ankles. But I don't care. I only care about this moment, this dance, this music happening between us and around us. His arms wrap around me, his hands just above the curve of my ass. Every time I dip my hips to the left, he effortlessly follows me. With every rock of his body, my arousal heightens. He is a damn good dancer, and with how he moves, how he waves his lower body into mine, I can't help but wonder how he is as a lover. I close my eyes, bending my head back as his hand caresses the dip in my waist. His fingers slowly lift my shirt, skimming my skin, and once he gets to my bra, he drops my shirt. He wraps his hand around my neck, next, and bends down, his hot breath ghosting over my pulse. The drums change tempo again, quicker this time, and he speeds up how fast we are circling our hips. My clit rubs against his thigh, and a whimper escapes my lips at the same time his fingers dig into the back of my head, gripping my hair. "Fuck, you're so goddamn sexy," he rumbles. "Andre," I whine. "Say my name just like that again," he demands, giving his knee a hard shove between my legs to give me more friction. "Andre," I moan, needing him to do more than what he is doing. The dancing isn't enough. The teasing of his hands, his lips, his words, it isn't enough. I want more. I need more. "You don't know what it does to me to hear my name fall from your lips like this. Like you want me." He grips my chin, and his irises remind me of twin harvest moons, glowing bright embers in the middle of the night. "Do you want me, Michelle?" I want to say yes, but my tongue is tied and I can't seem to speak. I lick my lips, tasting the lingering drink I had before I dropped it onto the ground. "Because I want you," he says, sliding his thumb over my lip. His eyes fixate on my mouth as if it is a target. I feel small, like prey, and he is the predator, waiting for me to run. All it will take is the slightest movement, and he will tackle me to the ground and do God knows what to me. Oh, how I want him to. But I'm scared. I'm scared to give in to these monumental feelings between us. What if the craving growing for him gets worse after one taste? What if I fall in love with him more than I already am and he leaves? If I want to be honest with myself, it isn't the leaving that bothers me. It's the possibility that he might not come back. "I want you," I whisper, regardless of every fiber of fear I have in my body. He leans again, his lips about to close in on mine, when Brandon's voice ruins everything. Again. "Y'all! They have 3 shots for the price of 1! Come on!" he shouts over the drums. "I'm going to kill that guy," Andre seethes, his teeth clenched so tight that the muscle in his jaw twitches. I giggle when the moment is ruined again. I'm gasping, trying to catch my breath from the dance show we just put on in front of everyone. It's okay. No rush, right? I stand on my tiptoes and gather every ounce of courage I possess. I give him a chaste kiss, a quick one that doesn't give a real feel of what a kiss is supposed to be. It only makes me want more. I can't tell if his lips are soft or firm. I don't linger long enough to find out. Brandon takes my hand and gives me a curious look, then winks at me, which is a sign that says he supports whatever is going on. I reach my hand back, and Andre has a dazed expression on his face, but still manages to hold on to me. Finally, a slow smile curves his lips, and the happiness makes me feel giddy. 10 weeks before happiness turns to torment. I'd rather have these 10 weeks of pure happiness and love. If anything happens to him when he leaves and he doesn't come home, I'll have this. I'll have these 10 weeks of being on cloud 9. There will be no regrets. I refuse to miss out on the opportunities because I'm scared. And I am. I am out of my mind worried that these next 2 months with him will be better than the rest of my life spent without him, if that is what it comes down to. Love doesn't regret. It adapts to every situation. "Wanna do a shot, baby?" a voluptuous woman asks, wearing the skimpiest outfit I've ever seen. "Hell yeah, I do," Brandon answers with big eyes as she slides the test tube between her breasts that's full of vodka or tequila, whatever the choice of poison is. "All right, baby, come here. You're fly. I just want to eat you up," she says to Brandon. "I'll let you do whatever you want to me." He has hearts in his eyes as she places her hands on his shoulders and pushes him down to a more convenient level. "Oh, cutie, you couldn't handle me," she scoffs and then bends over to pour the shot into his mouth. He swallows and gets up, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Probably not, but I'll let you handle me in anyway." "Boy, you're dangerous," she tisks. "I get off work at 4. Will you be around?" She scrapes a red nail down his arm. "Oh, yeah," he groans with a slow nod. "All right, you better be." She winks at him and turns to me, sliding another tube between her big breasts. "Are you ready, love?" she asks me. "Unfair. I don't get to take a shot from your tits," Andre whispers from behind me. His hand rubs circles onto my lower back, and the thought of his mouth being anywhere near my breasts has my nipples tightening in response. I hum, contemplating his words. I don't have big enough boobs to hold that tube. His hands grip my sides, and his nose rubs against the shell of my ear. "Your tits are fucking perfect. You have no idea how many times I've imagined." He trails off, ending his sentence on a growl. "Ready, love?" the waitress interrupts us, and I'm starting to wonder if he and I are meant to never continue our sexual awakening. Maybe we should call it quits for the night. I step away from him and bend my knees, sliding my eyes over to him before the taste of bad vodka enters my mouth. I squeeze my eyes shut and do my best not to gag. Oh, that's cheap stuff. It burns. Don't throw up. Don't throw up. "Oh, damn. You're a tall glass of fine fucking water, ain't you?" the woman asks Andre, sliding a third tube between her cleavage. Her nails rake over his chest to rile him up, but he doesn't answer her. His eyes are on me. Only me. He plucks the shot from her and downs it, then places the empty tube on the serving tray, then hands her $60. "Sorry, my water is saved for someone else." His hand grabs mine, and he drags me out of the bar, Brandon hot on our heels. And I'm suddenly very thirsty.
Chapter 5. Mercy. Lord, have mercy. Give me the strength, the patience, and the self-control not to ravage her in the middle of the fucking street. I've already said too much, done too much, and have not been treating her like the lady she is. She fucking drives me insane. My body is being tested. My mind is being teased. But my soul was already taken. When we started dancing and her body was pressed against mine, I didn't think I'd be able to leave that spot without tasting her. Of course, I didn't get to, since Brandon interrupted us, again. But she surprised me by giving me a little hope. She kissed me. It was short and sweet, making me want more, but I loved it. It gave me the reassurance I needed to know she wanted whatever was happening between us. Okay. Brandon slaps his hands together and rubs them villainously. Let's go get our palms read. In there? I point to the double gallery house behind him. There isn't a sign. There's a blue neon light in the shape of a palm in the window, and in the middle it says palm readings. Nothing else. No business name or anything. If anything, the building gives me the creeps. It's 2 blocks over from Bourbon Street, so it isn't as busy. It's dark. The only light illuminating the sidewalk is from the blue glow of the sign. Look, this place has got to be legit, right? I saw a flyer at the bar, Brandon protests. Michelle is grabbing my hand tight and hiding behind me, peeking out from around me. It looks creepy, she whispers, just as the wind blows, causing the wind chimes hanging above the doorway to tinkle mysteriously. I narrow my eyes at the musical instruments creating gorgeous, high-pitched tunes, but the closer I look at them, and the more my eyes adjust to the night, I begin to notice something off about them. I take a step forward, the porch groaning as I step onto it. What are you doing? Michelle hisses to keep her voice low so no one inside hears us. Doubtful, since no one seems to be here. How have we lived in New Orleans all this time and not done this? I'm excited. Brandon goes to knock, but I grab his wrist before he can. Because the locals fucking know better. Either you dive into the real shit or you don't. Tourists don't care, I explain. I keep my arms stretched out to keep Michelle behind me. Something feels off. I look around, noticing no one else around. The upbeat jazz music has faded in the distance, but the cheers of drunk people can still be heard. The clonks of hooves tap against the road, which has me turning my head to see a horse and carriage. The loud wail of the chimes rings again, bringing my attention back to the odd shapes. Are those? My eyes widen when I finally see what I think they are. Oh my God. Are those bones? I reach up to touch them to see if maybe they feel real, but Michelle stops me. Don't you dare. If they are bones, you could catch something. They aren't real. Come on. Brandon runs his finger over what looks like a rib cage. It's supposed to be spooky. Gives it the real feel. Your friend is right, mon cher. An old woman's Cajun accent has us all jumping and taking a step back. When the hell did she open the door? Them bones are from a cat. Don't worry. It was already dead. Did not want to let it go to waste. She rings the chimes by pulling the spine that sways in the middle and runs it across the ribs to create more music. Honestly, now all I hear are sad meows. She's a frail woman, in her 70s at least. Most of her hair is wiry, dry, and dark gray. There are 2 stripes of white in the front to frame her face. She has so many wrinkles on her face, and I wonder what her story is. Mom has always told me wrinkles are where the stories and laughter live. Looks like she's had a good life with how many wrinkles she has. Cat bones are used to ward off evil spirits. They are not human, mon cher, I promise. The woman gives a smile, her wrinkles crinkling from the force. Her lips are thin and her teeth a pale yellow from age and probably not giving a damn. Since the door is open, a faint light escapes from inside, but I can't see her eyes. She waves us inside, taking a step back to the door. As soon as she crosses into the right spot, it's like she peers through us instead of at us. The 3 of us gasp at the same time. Her eyes are clouded. I'm blind, not deaf. Surely you've seen a blind person before. Come in, please. I'm Cecilia. She turns her back and walks inside without issue. I push Brandon inside first, even though this was my idea, which I'm currently regretting. Is it only you? Brandon asks. Who works here? He adds to clarify. We walk through a curtain of beads into a room that reeks of incense. The smells assault me and make my head pound immediately. Your headache will ease in a moment, Cecilia says. I stop in my tracks as I rub my temple. My jaw becomes slack. Brandon and Michelle turn to me and I lift my shoulders, unable to explain how she knew that. I didn't say it out loud. Maybe rubbing my head gave it away. The lights are turned down low and the walls are a deep red that matches the carpet, giving the room a dark and forbidden appeal. There is a circular table in the middle. Just one. And yes, it is only me here. I own this establishment and I live here, she finally answers Brandon's question. No need to hire others when no one can do what I do. She sits in her throne, a Gothic-style chair. It's a pretty large chair, and she sinks into the red cushions, which makes her body look even smaller than it already is. I know she's blind, but she doesn't move or act like she is. She walks and talks with purpose. The three of us circle the table and stand behind a chair, hesitant to take a seat. Cecilia doesn't wait. She strikes a match, igniting the flame. She reaches for the candle in the middle of the table, lights it, and blows out the match. The fresh smoke enters my lungs, reminding me of a weak bonfire. For some reason, it relaxes me. Told you your headache would be gone, Cecilia says, laying her hands palm up on the table. Are you going to stand there all night? I prefer to go to bed before 1. How did she know we were standing? Brandon must have thought the same because he waves his hand in front of her face, but she doesn't act like she sees him. Let's sit, Michelle says, hurrying to pull out the chair. I read the underlying message. Sit down, shut up, and let's get out of here. I follow Michelle's lead and sit down. It's different from what I thought it would be. There is no crystal ball or showy items I thought she would use. I don't even see tarot cards. That's weird, right? What would you like? You want to speak to the dead? You want your palms read? You want to know who your soulmate is? She asks with a smile, her voice lowering to a soft purr. I can still hear the chimes of the cat bones clinking together outside. It sets the mood somehow. I'm creeped out, nervous, and ready to get the fuck out of here. I have to be brave. I'm in the damn Navy. I can't let Michelle see me being a coward. We want to get our palms read, I say, my deep voice booming in the quiet room. There are only a few sounds I can hear, the hum of the air conditioning and the sparks firing off the wick of the candle. For the 3 of you, it is 30 each, Cecilia names the price. Slowly, she turns her head to Brandon and holds out her fragile hand that's skin and bone. You will go first, Brandon. Did we say names? I don't remember saying names, he whispers out of the corner of his mouth to me. He jolts when her other hand covers his. Cold, he grumbles. Sorry, mon cher. My blood doesn't run as hot as it used to. How can you read palms if you are blind? Brandon asks. I kick him in the leg under the table, hating that he asked, but loving that he has no filter because I was wondering the same thing. What? It isn't like we weren't all thinking it. I don't want to get ripped off. I don't need to see your palm when I can feel the lines. I have magic in my blood, unlike half of these souls in the city wanting to pretend they have gifts. Be a skeptic, but do not insult me in my home. The door bangs open as a gust of wind howls through the room. The flame in the candle dies and the lights in the house go out, sinking us into darkness. Fuck, I'm going to die, Brandon says nervously. Michelle's hand grips my thigh and I take a deep, calming breath, knowing this is all a part of the show this old lady is doing. It's pretty good. I'll give her that. The chimes of the cat bones ring and the fire in the candle flickers to life again. The glow casts along the black tablecloth and the flame reflects off Cecilia's white eyes. I shiver as a cold draft washes over me. You're a sad man, Brandon, she intones with sorrow, mapping the lines of his palm. You like to pretend you're happy and fun, but that's not true, is it? You hide your pain with your fake silliness. Someone close to you died. Someone very close. Your brother, Eli. A strong soul like you, he fought hard, didn't he? The cancer was a mean one. I'm so sorry. She closes her eyes and traces another line again. How? Brandon swallows, unable to finish his sentence. I grip his shoulder to tell him I'm here for him. Eli died right before I left for basic. You have a darkness inside you, Brandon. A darkness slowly eating you alive. Your sadness is overwhelming, but you're so strong. This line here tells me you're going to have the dream you've been wanting all your life. You're going to be extremely happy, and you'll meet the love of your life. This line tells me that, and the one connected to it is funny. You do not like the truth, but it connects to the line that tells me of your brother, so you always tell the truth. No matter what, because that is what he did. You're still learning from him. Oh, yes. And money. Everyone wants to know about money, but I am sorry to say you will not be wealthy. You'll live well, though. A few lines are incomplete. You haven't lived long enough yet. Those will come. You're a good man. She shakes her hand when she traces one last line. Your strength wavers, and it hurts. You've thought of... Brandon pulls his hand away and chuckles awkwardly. Okay, lady, that's enough of that. He clears his throat and rubs his palms on his thighs. What was she going to say? Has he been struggling more with his brother's death than I thought? I need to be a better friend and ask. Who is next? Cecilia asks, the clouds in her eyes staring right at me. Now that I think of it, I bet they are contact lenses. Andre. She smiles, holding out her hands for me to take. Okay, I'll give her that. I don't know how she knows our names, and it has my spine tingling with the hair on the back of my neck standing up. My hand engulfs hers, and the coldness of her hands takes my breath away. The lights flicker, something that happened with Brandon, too. Who is doing this? Oh, child. She clicks her tongue as her index slides across the middle of my palm. You have plans, don't you? Big plans, my goodness. She chuckles, the sound raspy from years of smoking, perhaps. You are ambitious, aren't you? Wow, I haven't come across a type like you in a long time. You're fearless. Almost. Her brows dip in concentration. You're the kind of man who answers the call. You're leaving soon. Leaving everyone you love behind to answer that call. Noble. Loyal. You're the kind of man stories are written about. Her finger rubs against the skin of my thumb next, following the line until she can't anymore. You're in love. It's a good love. A strong one, but tests are coming. I yank my hand away, too. I don't want to know the tests that are coming. This isn't a fucking palm reading. She's reading our futures. I don't want to know the future. No one wants to know what is going to happen. That's okay. I'm sorry, mon cher. You want to go now, Michelle? She turns her fog-colored eyes to Michelle, and her hand instinctively grips my thigh. No, I'm okay. I don't want to know. Nope, that wasn't the deal. Brandon interrupts. We did this, you do it. It's only fair. She groans and holds out her hand to Cecilia. Fine. Cecilia gasps as the light flickers again. Oh my goodness, the pain you're going... Michelle inhales sharply and tugs her hand free. This is a bunch of crap. Come on, guys, let's go get those tattoos. She scoots the chair back and stands up. The force knocks her chair to the ground, and she holds her hand to her chest. You'll need to be strong, Michelle. Cecilia lays her hands flat against the table to help herself up. If you want to know more about what will happen, I will tell you. I've seen it. I don't want to know anything from you. Michelle snaps and runs out of the room toward the door. The lights turn on and the candle is blown out by another gust of wind. Brandon hurries after Michelle and I gather the cash from my wallet, tossing it on the table. Thanks. I keep the farewell short and sweet. I never want to do this again. I step out from the table and before I can walk away, Cecilia's slender, bony fingers wrap around my wrist. You will have to look into the deepest part of yourself, Andre. You will face the unimaginable. You'll want to die. You can't. You have to keep going. One day she will need you. Yeah, okay. Thanks for the show. I appreciate it, Cecilia. You've unnerved us completely. You'll hurt. The pain will be unbearable. You can't give in, Andre. No matter what you do, you can't give in. Her fingers tighten around my wrist until I'm shocked that I feel pain from her small hand. I'll keep that in mind. Danger is your shadow, Andre. Agony will be her life. I yank my hand away from the old woman and take a deep breath to calm myself. I've always been patient and understanding. I don't have a temper. It takes a lot to get me riled up to the point where the possibility of it rolling off my shoulders can't happen. I'm at that point. Listen, lady, I don't appreciate your scare tactics. You should be ashamed of yourself to put that kind of doubt in someone. You are not kind. But I wish you well anyway, and I hope for the sake of your soul, you find a way to stop all this madness. I begin to walk away to get on with my night. Fuck this place. I don't know why tourists want this. You'll leave her alone. You'll leave her to die. I spin on my heel and point a finger at the madwoman. I never leave her to die. Ever. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't pride myself on cussing at old women, but damn it, this woman has pushed this shit too far. I have my hand on the doorknob, readying myself to slam it shut when her crackled voice stops me again. The Navy will be the reason you lose everything, and you'll have to work hard to get a fraction of what you lost when you left her. Her words rob my ability to breathe. I never told her I'm military, just like I never told her my name. I can't think about what she said or the next 10 weeks won't mean shit. The door slams behind me and I let out the breath I was holding. You idiot! Michelle punches Brandon in the arm. I can't believe you had us do that. That wasn't my idea, that was Andre's, remember? Brandon rubs the spot on his arm, then rolls his shoulder. Ow, by the way, you hit like a man. You're just a baby, Michelle sasses. I step down from the porch and Michelle's eyes drag from Brandon to me. They spew daggers as they narrow, and she stomps over to stand in front of me and begins to slap my chest. You think that's funny? That wasn't a good idea. She freaked me out, she yells. I can hardly feel her slaps, and I pinch my lips together to stop myself from saying how cute she is when she's mad. I hear women don't like that very much. We should have gotten tattoos. She slaps me again. That damn lady's going to give me nightmares for the rest of my life. I chuckle when she shoves me. It isn't funny. She pushes me again, but this time she has a grin on her face. Stop laughing. Her fists connect to my chest, but the pressure is light and playful. It's a little funny. I wrap my arms around her and pull her close, kissing the top of her head. It's okay, she was a batty old woman. She has no idea what she's talking about. You sure? She tilts her head back and blinks up at me with those blue eyes. Her eyes are one of the few things that inspired me to join the Navy. Her bright irises remind me of a clear day on the Gulf of Mexico. Being on a boat, sailing through the waves of what reminds me most of her will keep me at peace. I joined because I'll always need more of her, and there is nothing bigger than the sea. Of course, baby. Come on, those flickering lights, someone was behind the scenes. She has to pay bills. Come on, let's go get those tattoos. I'm gonna make Brandon get I'm an idiot right on his forehead. Her shoulders deflate as she lets out a breath and chuckles. Brandon flips me off. Fuck you, if that's the case, I'm gonna pick the biggest dick to put right on the side of your neck with hairy balls. Let's see the Navy take you seriously then. Fuck off, you wouldn't dare. I agree with that statement. Michelle defends his horrible suggestion. If you get something that vulgar, surely they can't keep you, right? Okay, real cute, the both of you. For that, I'm gonna make you both get my name tattooed on you, right on your ass. Brandon spins around and bites his finger, wiggling his brows in a teasing manner. Oh, don't make promises you can't keep, sailor. Jesus, I grumble as Michelle and Brandon laugh loudly, the happiness waving down the road as we walk away. We leave the fortune teller behind, and because I'm a glutton for punishment, I turn around to get one last look to see Cecilia standing at the window. She's holding the curtain back, and even though she's blind, I swear she's staring right at me. I can hear her last words. You'll have to work hard to get a fraction of what you lost when you left her. It's gotta be shit, right? None of what she said can be true. Let's stop and get a drink for whatever I'm about to ruin my skin with. We slide to the next building, which is a bar like every other building in New Orleans. We grab a few daiquiris, and before we are able to take one more step, a mechanical bull grabs Michelle's attention. Oh, I want to do it. Can I, please? She begs me as if I would ever have the heart to tell her no. You don't need my permission, baby. You can do what you want, I say. The condensation from my drink is cold against my hand. Drops of condensation drip from my glass in sync to the sway of her hips as she walks to the man in charge to buy a ticket. The water does nothing to cool the lust simmering under my skin as I watch her ass bounce with every step. Christ, I got it bad. If you stare any harder, she'll burst into flames. Brandon stands next to me and takes a swig of his beer. He is dressed casually, a t-shirt and jeans, but if he hopped on the bull, he'd look like a cowboy if someone had a cowboy hat. Good Lord, the sexual tension between you two is giving me a hard-on. He pretends to readjust himself in his pants, and I nearly choke on my drink. I wipe my mouth clean with the back of my hand. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, he snorts in disbelief. All night y'all have been making eyes at each other, stealing touches, and I've done my best to stop a kiss that I wasn't sure should happen or not. Asshole. I knew you couldn't be that annoying on purpose. I keep a close eye on Michelle. The guy in charge of the mechanical bull is checking her out a little too much for my liking. Listen, I didn't know if it's just because you two have gone so long without seeing each other, and if it is just lust, finally giving in to whatever was building between you two over the years. I don't think you noticed because of the age difference, but she turned 18 while you were gone. I think that let whatever barrier you had about her down. Yeah, I've always liked her. She's amazing. I don't want either of you two to get hurt, he says, his tone serious and worrisome. I don't know if it is a good idea. That's not me being mean. That's not me being unsupportive or jealous. It isn't that. Yeah? If it isn't that, what is it? I bite out. I don't mean to sound so fucking harsh, but I can't help it. It has to be jealousy. You've been with her all year. You mean to tell me you aren't jealous I'm back and hogging on your time? Please, it's impossible not to fall in love with her. I go to take a sip of my drink and realize what I said. I love her. I'm in love with her. Gross, she's like my sister. No, I'm not jealous. I'm worried. What's going to happen 10 weeks from now, man? I'm going to be left picking up the pieces of her, and then what? No pieces, I'll be coming back. Yeah, man, that's what they all say. You aren't a regular guy in the Navy, you're a SEAL. I know what that means. Andre, Brandon, Michelle shouts our names as she walks toward the bull that's head down, ass up right now. The damn guy is looking at her ass. Hey, I fucking see you, I yell, pointing my finger at him, and the hungry grin he had on his face is wiped clean. Michelle rolls her eyes at me, and I blow her a kiss. Effortless. Everything between us is effortless. This woman has crawled under my skin and attached herself to my bones. No, to my soul. That right there is what I'm worried about, Brandon adds, circling his fingers around the neck of the beer bottle before bringing it to his lips. I just hope you know what you're doing, man. Let's see if this little lady can hold on for 8 seconds, the announcer says a bit too seductively into the mic. What the hell is it with this guy? Michelle has the biggest smile on her face, so large that it looks like it hurts. She has one hand gripping the handle and the other up in the air. I glance around and notice all the men looking at her with interest, but her eyes are on me. Ah, I'm going to do it, she screams, kicking the sides of the bull. Hell yeah, baby, you got it. I might have shouted the word baby so all these assholes know she's taken. A few of them seem disappointed. Yeah, that's right, fuckers. She's mine. The bull begins to rock, and the first thing it does is fly backward. Michelle slides down the spine and holds on tight, keeping her hand in the air. The bull swings left, then right. Smoke comes out of the ringed nose, and its eyes glow as the bull begins to vibrate. He's mad. The back end raises to flick her off, but she doesn't fall off. She's resilient. Her hair flicks around her shoulders from the momentum of the bull. The sleeve of the AC/DC shirt is nestled against the nook of her elbow. Her bare skin glistens in the spotlight the bar has on her, and her smile lights up the night more than the millions of stars in the sky. Her tits bounce in rhythm with some country song blaring in the background. Even with all that, my attention is focused on where she is sliding back and forth on the bull. Back and forth. Back and forth. I imagine her riding my cock the same way, our bodies naked and heated. The room would reek of sex and cum because no fucking way would I stop after orgasming one time. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to make her sweat and scream. I can't wait to feel her clench around my cock, fucking me like she's expertly sliding that pussy up and down that bull. She's made it the full 8 seconds, folks. You know what that means. The announcer must press a button for air horns because they sound from every corner. A free drink for the beautiful lady. Everyone cheers and claps, but I'm too stunned to celebrate her as she dismounts off the bull. I groan when I think about her swinging her leg over me and my cock sliding out of her tight pussy, dripping with cum and making a mess. Dude, you need to calm down. Brandon nudges me. I can't. I press a hand against my erection and try to take a few deep breaths as a flushed Michelle skips her way toward us. Seeing her red cheeks doesn't help my situation. It only adds to the fantasy. Wow, that was so much fun. She snags her drink out of my hand and takes a big sip. I'm laser focused on the droplet running down her neck. Her chest heaves as she tries to catch her breath. I watch and lick my lips as the droplet flows between her breasts just as she gathers her hair on the other side of her shoulder and lays the ice-cold side of the cup against her neck. Oh, that feels so good, she moans, sliding the mug over her throat. How good does it feel, Michelle? Brandon asks on purpose, and I step on his toes. So good. Who would have thought riding a bull for 8 seconds was so exhausting? I'm going to go get my drink. I'll be right back. She spins on her heel and marches to the bar. A few people raise their hands for a high five, and she meets each one eagerly. Yeah, who knew? I croak, hanging my head as I try to stop thinking about her on top of me. I can't. It's too fucking glorious of a dream to give up so soon. You're a goner, aren't you? Brandon asks. I nod, unable to think of anything that I can say to defend myself. You know, watching you being tormented is kind of fun. I like this. You and her. It's like watching bad porn. What? I jerk my head up, not understanding his reference at all whatsoever. How is this like porn? You know, tiptoeing around each other, saying bad innuendos, the sexual tension building, but you don't know what to do about it. The awkward touches, bad porn, he explains. Brandon, you really need to change the kind of porn you are watching if that is your definition. You ready? Michelle stops in front of us with her fresh daiquiri. The cup says, I lasted 8 seconds. If men ride that bull and get a free drink, bragging that we lasted 8 seconds isn't a good thing. Nice cup, baby. I let the pet name slip again. Thanks, did you see me? That was so much fun. You really held on tight and rode that thing like your life depended on it, Brandon says, pretending to ride a bull as he reaches his hand to the sky. I throw my arm around her shoulder, a place I seem to want to put it a lot, and slap Brandon on the back of the head. He gives me a dirty look as he rubs his head. Stop it, I mouth, giving him a silent warning to stop fucking with me. And of course I saw you. You owned that bull. I kissed the top of her head as we walked down the street in search of the next and last adventure of the night before heading home. We stop in front of a shop called Voodoo Inc. Michelle turns around before we can step foot inside the door. Everyone picks their own tattoo, and if we want to show them, we can. If not, that's okay too. Deal? Fine, Brandon groans. Worst idea ever. I thought that was the palm reading, I ask. That was too, he grumbles, dragging his feet across the porch to the black-painted door. I stare up at the Voodoo Inc. sign and wonder if the voodoo doll between the words is a bad omen. I can't say going to the palm reader wasn't a bad choice. Cecilia's words echo through the back of my mind. With Cecilia, it can be forgotten eventually, but a tattoo? That's forever. I down the rest of my drink and throw it in the trash can to the side of the tattoo shop. I take Michelle's hand and open the door. The bell chimes signaling our arrival, and we step inside. There are flashes of artwork along the wall. Each flash is framed with smaller designs, and the large ones look like painted canvases. They are beautiful. The artist who did these is very talented. Hey, we will be with you in just a moment, an employee from behind the counter informs us as he writes something down. No problem, I say as I look around the room. A red couch sits against the yellow wall, while a black love seat is directly in front of it, with a coffee table in the middle with books stacked on top. I plop down on the couch, and the leather squeaks against my jeans. Michelle takes the spot next to me, and without question, I stretch my arm out across the back of the couch, the leather cool to the touch. She bends over and picks up a book, then settles her head on my shoulder as we flip through the portfolios of artwork. This chick is hot. I'm going to get a pinup girl, Brandon says. Look at her. He makes her sound delicious as he stares at the picture hanging on the wall. Do you know what you're getting? I slide my fingers through Michelle's hair and bury my nose in the luscious brown waves. I can smell her perfume. Just a hint of something sweet. Like her. I love that it isn't overwhelming. I sure do, she says. What I want isn't in the book. Are you going to tell me what you want to get? Nope. She pops the pea and tilts her head back to look at me upside down. Will you tell me? Nope. I bop her nose as I mock her. All right, sorry about the wait, mon ami. The guy from behind the counter speaks up and comes around the couch to take a seat in one of the chairs. He is tattooed from head to toe. His lips are pierced, and he has gauges in his ear that a small tree branch could fit through. I could never, and I have no shame in admitting that. I'm Maddie. He holds out his hand, and I notice that even his palms are tattooed with spider webs. I'm Michelle. She shakes his hand, then points to me. This is Andre, and that's Brandon. Hey, how are you all doing? He asks politely and stares at her cup, grinning as he points to it. You stayed on, that's awesome. Many are too drunk to. I haven't had that much to drink yet, she explains. Good, you don't know how many people come in here from that bar with puke down the front of their shirts. Ew. Michelle curls her lip in disgust. I love it when they say ew, it's so damn girly, which is unlike her in a lot of ways but fits her to a T in others. You're telling me, Maddie grumbles, then claps his hands and rubs them together. Who is going first, and what are you looking to do? Actually, what I wanted to talk to you about is personal, Michelle starts. I was hoping I could go first. Yeah, sure, no problem. Follow me to my station. Maddie gets up, and I have to stop myself from getting up and following her to the room with this guy that none of us know. He's good-looking, too. I know girls like that look, the bad boy with the tattoos, and I bet he has a motorcycle. I turn my head and watch her walk away from me like the stalker I am when it comes to her. She must feel my eyes on her because she turns around and blows me a kiss. Okay, not going to lie. That makes me feel better. Which naked lady should I get? Brandon flips the pages of one of the books on the coffee table, pointing to 3 of the pictures. One is a mermaid, the other is a nurse, and the last one is a cowgirl. Mermaid? Duh, I say as if it is obvious. Typical for a sailor to pick a mermaid. Why did you ask then? To get your mind off what that man wants to do to Michelle at his station? All alone? With his tattoo gun? He's probably explaining just how hard she's going to get drilled. I slap him on the back of the head. Shut up. It isn't something to joke about. Man, you need to relax. Michelle can take care of herself. You haven't been here for a year. You don't think she's learned to ignore men? Come on. I don't say anything. What's there to say? I don't like the thought of her having to be alone or uncomfortable. Maybe me leaving is a horrible idea, but it's too late to turn around now. I have a duty to fulfill. Michelle's laugh drifts to us, and I clench my hands together until my knuckles turn white. Selfishly, I want to be the only one that makes her sound like that. Isn't Michelle my duty now? How can I leave her when I finally have her? Some other man is going to swoop in and take what's mine, and I can't allow that to happen. Sure, she can promise she won't get tired of waiting for me, but everyone gets tired of waiting to be loved. You'll have to work hard to get a fraction of what you lost when you left her. That damn old lady got in my head, but I can't help but wonder if maybe she's right.
Chapter 6. Michelle. My skin is hot from the burning sensation of the tattoo needle. I wanted it in a spot where no one could see besides me or Andre. It's right on the pelvic bone, where my hip protrudes when I lie down. Now that I think about the tattoo I got, I'm wondering how stupid I am. It was spur of the moment, and I didn't have a lot of time to choose, so I picked the easiest, most important thing that came to mind. Unlike Brandon. He made her boobs look so natural. He sighs in a dreamlike state as he stares at his forearm. He got a gorgeous mermaid pinup, and the style is very American traditional, with thick lines and shading, with richest shades of blue and green. Her hair is fire engine red, and her overly large chest, instead of being covered by a shell, is bare. I have to admit, not only did the artist make her face gorgeous with plump red lips and big eyes, but her breasts are great too. It's hard not to be jealous of a fictional character on his arm. Neither of you were going to tell me what you got? He asks. Nope, Andre and I say in unison. We know better than to tell Brandon. He'd run off and tell the entire world. Granted, I don't know what Andre got either. I'm curious, but I like the mystery and suspense. It makes me want to peel away his clothes more than I already do. Fine, keep your secrets. He slurs and fumbles with his house key in his pocket to open the door. Oh, I was supposed to meet that nice lady when she got off work. He spins around and lifts his leg too high to take his first step, only he doesn't put his foot on the ground. He keeps his leg up as he falls forward and Andre catches him before Brandon can hit the ground. You aren't going anywhere, buddy. I'm sure she will understand. Andre juts his chin out toward the door, signaling me to open it with the key I have. I have a key to Brandon's house and to Andre's house. I come and go as I please, because I'd rather be anywhere but at my house. I swing my purse around to my front and unzip it, digging for my keychain. The keys jingle as I pull them out and step toward the door. Andre bends down and throws Brandon over his shoulder in a fireman's hold. Brandon groans. Wow, the ground disappeared. I think I'm going to be sick. Nope, no you are not. You will not throw up on me. Hold it until we get inside. I can do that. Brandon mumbles. I know you can, buddy. Andre pats Brandon's back reassuringly. You've always been great at controlling your drunk vomits. Right? I know. You should be so proud of me. I snort as I insert the key. Life without Brandon would be so boring. I am proud of you. Andre grunts as he readjusts Brandon on his shoulder. I plaster myself against the wall to allow them in. Brandon's place is amazing. It's in the heart of New Orleans, a double-gallery home that has been here over 100 years. All of the architecture is original and in pristine condition. The first thing you see when you walk inside are the perfectly polished hardwood floors. The steps to the upstairs are directly to the right, but to the left is an open living area that's attached to an upgraded luxury kitchen. Brandon is also renting to own. The lucky bastard. I love this place. I'll be back. Let me go put him down. Jeez, don't kill him. We like him, remember? I laugh at my own joke as I kick off my shoes. Nerd, Andre calls at me, but his teasing tone is present so I don't take offense. I really need to puke. Brandon groans with every step Andre takes up the stairs. We're almost there. Are we there yet? Brandon asks a second later, turning his head to the side to catch his breath. Not yet. I chuckle at the obvious impatience in Andre's voice. What about now? Brandon, I've taken 2 more steps. What do you think? Shaking my head, my cheeks hurt from the grin on my face as I walk down the hall to the guest room. What about now? Brandon's voice echoes in the halls, so I'm able to hear him all the way in the guest room. I've deemed it my room, since I keep clothes in the dresser. I'm going to kill you, Brandon. Let me throw up first before you do, Brandon mutters, sounding like he'd be okay if he died if he at least got to give in to his sickness. The man is a mess. I throw my purse on the bed and shut the door, blocking out the moaning and groaning of those two as I get undressed. I toss my shirt off and throw it in the laundry bin, then reach behind me and unclasp my bra. Woo, I am burning up. I forgot how muggy these New Orleans nights can be. I shimmy out of my shorts along with my underwear. Gathering the strands of my hair, I lift the damp strands off my back and let the circulating air from the fan breathe against my heated skin. I sigh in relief, closing my eyes as goosebumps rise along my skin. God, that feels good. The ends of my hair tickle my middle back when I let go. The bottoms of my bare feet stick to the wood floors as I take a lift into the ensuite bathroom. It's magnificent. The ceilings are high with crown molding and a walk-in shower and a clawfoot tub. Yeah, every time I am over here, I stay in this bathroom for an hour to soak in bubbles and hot water, but not this time. My feet are killing me from walking all over town, and since I'm not allowed to soak in a bath thanks to the tattoo, I have to shower. The glass of the stall is frosted, so no one can see in. I grabbed the gold handle and pulled the door open, then turned the faucet on. The spray is cold at first, relieving me from the unbearable temperature of tonight, before it turns hot. I groan and tilt my head back, letting the water drape over me like a silk curtain. I close my eyes, and my muscles relax. My fingers trace the spot on my neck where he kissed me on my shoulder, then my collarbone, and just like when I felt his lips, my heart races from the newly made memory. "Hey! I screech and throw my hand in the middle of my chest. "Holy hell, Andre! You scared me!" "I'm sorry, I should have knocked, but the bathroom door was open." A silence hangs in the air. It isn't awkward. It's charged. Sparks are cracking in the air. I can feel the blood rushing to my ears, the buzz so loud I can barely hear anything else. I'm naked, and the only thing stopping him from seeing me is a frosted glass door. "I just wanted to let you know Brandon is asleep." If I'm not mistaken, his voice has gotten deeper. "Okay." I managed to rasp through my body's reaction to him being so close to me in such a forbidden situation. He's my best friend. If we cross this line, there is no going back. I don't want to go back if it means ignoring this urge inside me to be close to him. "I'm going to go make us some coffee," he says, his words singing to me from the acoustics of the bathroom. "Okay." I wait for him to leave, but he doesn't. His body is blurred by the glass. I can see him standing in the middle of the doorway. I want to invite him in. I want, more than the biggest question we are both thinking of stopping us from giving in. I've never been very assertive. I don't like to be. My dad has ruined the idea of me speaking up for myself, so I have this habit of letting people walk all over me. So I stay quiet and leave the ball in Andre's court. I watch his blurred arms spread out on either side of him and hold on to the trim of the doorway. "Fuck. I can't do this with you, Michelle." I don't know how to take that. The words hurt. What does that mean? Does that mean he regrets everything that's been growing between us? I can't stand here anymore pretending I don't want to know what you look like behind that door right now. I've been holding myself back all night. Tell me to leave and go make coffee, Michelle. I will. I'll put space between us. Space. I hate that word. We've already had all the space in the world. He's been gone for too long now, and in 10 weeks I'm about to get even more space for I don't know how long. Tell me. He sounds weaker, as if he is about to give in to the desire he has for me. His control is about to snap. If I tell him to come into the shower, I know what door that's opening. And is that something I'm ready for? I don't know. But what I do know is that I want us to give in because it will feel so much better than fighting it. Please, Michelle. Tell me to go. The words crack as his strength gets weaker. I shake my head, knowing deep down through the fear and nerves that I want him to stay. I want him to do more than stay. I want him to give in. I don't want you to go. I'm not sure if he can hear me over the spray of the shower because I'm not sure I spoke above a whisper. He doesn't ask me if I'm sure. I watch his moves through the fogged glass door, and he takes off his shirt. I can hear the whoosh of it hitting the floor, along with the clicks of his belt buckle as he undoes it. It clatters to the ground. I swallow nervously as I watch him tug his pants down, then bend over to pull the pant legs off. The blur of his body gets closer until he is on the other side of the door. Naked. Oh God, he's naked. My eyes are locked on his chest, where I can see the black hair and the curve of his pecs. We lock eyes through the door, and even though I can sort of see him, the frost taking away our ability to really see one another heightens the experience. A simple door is in our way. All we have to do is open it. There's no going back, Michelle. Everything will change. The hot water sprays against my back, and already my entire body's trembling with what might happen when he comes through those doors. Everything has already changed. You and I both know that. The door slowly creaks open, and a cool blast of air makes its way inside the steam-filled stall. I take a step back to allow him in, and he steps inside, the water soaking the hair on his leg. He turns to face me, and my eyes are hooked on his face. I'm too afraid to look down. I'm too afraid to like what I see. He isn't. The hot coals of his eyes promise sin as he rakes them over me. "You're more than I ever imagined," he growls. I jump from the primal sound, but he doesn't make a move to come to me. He waits. I don't know what he is waiting for, but it's increasing the temperature in here by a dangerous degree. Breaking eye contact with his face, I take in my fill of him. He's beautiful. He's hard lines and defined muscle, but he isn't big and bulky. I continue downward, counting his abs in twos, and all 8 are accounted for. It's like he stepped out of a fitness magazine. This is so unfair. Oh my God. The words accidentally slip out as a moan when I see his very hard, very long, and very thick erection pointing straight up at me. I'm somehow able to bring my attention to his face again. The water is flowing down the straight bridge of his nose and over his mouth. He has backed me up against the wall, and he is standing in the middle of the spray, looking down at me. When did that happen? We stare at one another, our breaths coming out quick and loud. My lust is building to a fever pitch. The pulse between my legs begins to boil. I need to touch myself. I need release. I need him to let go of his will because I can't. I'm too damn scared. But all we do is continue staring at one another, breathing harder and harder until all I taste is the hot steam in the back of my throat. Beads of water flow down the sleek curve of his pecs. His nipples are dusty pink beads peeking through the black chest hair. I suck my wet bottom lip into my mouth, letting the water slide over my tongue and down my parched throat as I stare at this statuesque man in front of me. In the next blink of an eye, his arms wrap around me and he picks me up, slamming me against the wall. One arm stays around me while his hand cups my face. He crashes his mouth against mine. His tongue is wild and his lips are firm. He growls down my throat as I whimper into his. I claw his back to get closer, rocking my clit against his lower belly to seek relief. His cock is between my legs, sliding through my folds. His teeth latch onto my bottom lip for a second, but he lets it go with a violent plop. The flesh burns and throbs, but Andre kisses it better. My legs tighten around his hips, and my hands grasp desperately at his arms, his shoulders, his back. His hands skim around my body and up my back, cradling the back of my head so it isn't against the hard tile of the shower. He's everything I've ever dreamed about and more. He's heaven. The feel of his body close to mine is overwhelming. His cock, the most intimate part of him, is against the most intimate part of me. It feels like it's meant to be. Andre. I breathe his name in desperation. You taste so fucking good. You feel so damn good, baby. You belong here. Right here against me. Skin to skin, lips to lips. I can't get enough of you. He rambles as if he is drunk out of his mind. I guess, in a way, he is. But instead of alcohol, it's his desire for me. He turns off the shower and kicks the door open. His hand grips each ass cheek as he walks out of the bathroom, trailing water onto the floor.
If I'm seeing your body for the first time, if I'm fucking touching you for the first time, if I'm really experiencing this, then I want to really fucking see you, baby.
He tosses me onto the bed. The water from my body and hair soaks the sheets, ruining them for a peaceful night's sleep. But I don't care. My body bounces on the bed, and Andre's eyes are on my chest as my breasts move in the same rhythm. His hand fists the base of his cock, and he strokes himself while he stares at me. The reality of you is unlike any dream I've ever dreamed when it comes to you. Andre, He kneels on the bed, slowly jerking his fat cock in front of me.
What is it, baby?
With his free hand, he picks up my left foot and peppers kisses along my ankle, then my calf, then the back of my knee. I don't know what to say or how to explain myself. I'm a virgin.
Thank fuck, he admits, placing his forehead on my knee.
He lets go of the tight hold he has on his cock and caresses his fingers up my other leg. It tickles, but it feels good.
I was worried you and Brandon, or maybe you found someone else. The idea fucking kills me.
I sit up and press a hand against his cheek. His brown eyes peek at me through thick lashes. Andre, don't you know that there has never been anyone else? No one can compare. It's always been you. It always will be you. He leans into my touch, a hint of a smile on his face before it falls.
I'm not.
You're not what?
A virgin.
He winces. I know. It was that bitch Rebecca when you were a junior in high school. Like I'd ever forget how crushed my freshman heart was. I try to make light of it and laugh, but he isn't finding it enjoyable.
It was a mistake, he says regretfully. It was something I never should have done, and I only did it because I thought I was supposed to. I felt
his eyes lock on mine. The sadness staring back at me pulls the same emotion from the depths of my soul to the surface of my skin. Andre, it's okay. I scoot against him. He grabs me by the waist and hauls me to his lap. My legs are locked around his hips, and his are locked around mine as we sit on the bed. It's okay. I understand. I hold his face in my hands, caressing the sharp edge of his jaws as if I'm handling glass. I kiss his lips, still swollen from our kissing session in the shower.
No, you don't. I regretted it instantly because I should have been patient when it came to waiting for you.
We're here now, I tell him, sliding against his erection that is standing between us. There's a bead of clear liquid pooling at the slit. Isn't that what matters? I play with the ends of his hair curling at the base of his neck. I'm trying to process how I feel. I thought I'd feel more embarrassed to be naked around him, but it's natural. It's like we've been in this position 100 times. The back of his knuckles brush over my nipple, and I gasp from the sharp sensation.
It is. But I want more.
I want everything, he states, his finger tracing my collarbone.
I want it all.
You have me. He presses a soft kiss against my lips.
I want to be your first. I want to be your last. I want to be your everything.
He admits, lying me down until I'm on my back. The mattress is soft and cold since the sheets are still wet from our bodies, and the fan is on. His hands run up my body and cup my tits. I tilt my head back and groan. So goddamn soft. You fit right in my palms. He sucks one of the hard red beads into his mouth, yanking a whimper from me.
I know we have known each other a long time. He kisses the damp bud, then swirls his tongue around it before licking across my chest. I never want to rush you. Sex is something I want with you, but it doesn't have to be tonight. He gives the nipple that has gone without his attention some love. Never want to rush you. I don't want to rush either, but I only have 10 weeks with him, which means I want to experience everything with him before I might not get to ever again. I want you, I say nervously. I don't think there has ever been a day where I haven't. He closes his eyes and his nostrils flare as he inhales. I'm not having sex with you tonight, baby. I fist the sheets and I want to growl in frustration. Why not? Because there are other things we can do until the time is right. The time is right. Why not, Andre? I'm getting upset. I do want this. Now that he is denying me and doing a complete 180, I want him even more. His lips are against mine, prying my mouth open slowly so his tongue has an entrance. Because I love you, baby.
Chapter 7. Mercy. There. I told her I loved her. I'm trying to be a gentleman. I don't want to jump her the first night we finally have with each other, but at the same time, I do. Oh, I so fucking do. I'm a hot-blooded male after all, but she means more to me than the lust boiling in my cock. I want us to be a fairy tale. We deserve that chance, and in my head, our first time together doesn't happen like this. Not after a night of drinking and getting tattoos. I know she isn't drunk, but still, I don't want a drop of it in her veins. And as much as I love that you admit you want me, I know you better than that, Michelle. You aren't. You're just saying that because it feels good right now. Her hands shove against my chest and I sit up, hating seeing the anger in her eyes. I want you because I love you too. I don't need flowers and candles. I need you. I have 10 weeks with you, Andre. 10. I want to experience every second of every day during that time with you. I don't know when I'll see you again. You'll see me again. I'll come back for you. I always will, baby. You don't ever have to worry about that. Do you hear me? Don't rush yourself on my account. I won't allow that. I need you to be honest with me. We are in the same position as we were before. Her legs are around my waist and mine are crossed behind her back, the heels of my feet digging into the upper part of her plump ass. I only punched a man a few hours ago, yet I'm shocked how I am able to touch her in the most delicate way. I save all of my good nature for her. The same hand that harmed someone else grazes her face as I lift her chin, making us lock eyes. My calloused fingertips softly scratch as I graze her high cheekbones with my thumbs. Tell me, baby. I want to be, she answers honestly. I want to be ready for you. I want nothing more, but I think, she swallows. I need to gather my courage for it because I might be bad at it. That's impossible. It's us. Everything we do together, it will be perfect. I want... Her fingers brush through my chest hair. What do you want, baby? I ask, pressing a kiss to her collarbone. My eyes dart over her face as she blushes. What? I just want us to go at our own pace, regardless of when the supposed time is right. Maybe it's tonight or tomorrow, but I know I want you. And I'm really tired of talking, sweetheart. Let's shut up. Her mouth eases onto mine, timid and inexperienced. I love it. I love how she is all bark, but when it comes to biting, she's too nervous. I couldn't have said it better myself. Everything is gentle with her. Every touch, every movement of her lips against mine. I can't get enough. I'm getting lost in the clouds of her, in her air, and her velvet kiss. God, I'm addicted. I knew I would be. I deepen the kiss, wanting more. Our tongues dance in a slow rhythm, and the smack of our lips edge me closer to not being so gentle with her anymore. I push up and lie down again, sliding myself between her legs. My cock is nestled between her lips, like being hugged in her heat. and silk. I rock forward, gliding the crown over her clit. "Oh, God," she cries out. I need to hear that again. "Andre?" she whimpers when I slide through her sheath and hit her ecstasy butt again. Her thighs shake around me and the noises she makes sound like heaven. Christ, if I were to die right now, I'd die a happy fucking man. She tackles my mouth again, and this time the kisses are harsher, passionate, and more confident. Wanting to do more than rock against her, I reluctantly break the kiss that was turning me inside out. The bed squeaks as I sit up. Her eyes are glassy as I look down at her writhing body. Her lips are swollen, and that fucking blush across her cheeks has me challenging myself to make that pink tint a bright cherry red. I cup her tits, loving the softness and bounce as I knead them. Her back bows when I pinch her nipples and roll them between my thumb and index finger. I love how she responds. So sensitive, so needy, so vocal. I'll be honest, I don't have much experience either. Sure, I had sex when I was in high school. Once. I haven't had much opportunity to do anything else, so I hope whatever I'm doing is good for her. I'm doing what comes naturally. You're so beautiful, baby. I praise her as she responds to me. Your hands feel so good. I've wanted this for so long, she admits. Oh, me too. I growl, slipping my hands over her stomach until I'm at her inner thighs. I spread her legs wider to see the beautiful pussy that has woken me up a time or two with my hand around my cock. She has a patch of hair between her legs, all trimmed and kept, but still womanly. A rumble ignites in my chest, sounding similar to the start of an earthquake. I slip my fingers through her folds, loving the sound of the wet slips. Her clit is poking out, swollen and aching. She's in need of a good orgasm. What kind of man would I be if I didn't give it to her? I drop lower and get comfortable between her legs. I'm lying flat on the bed, my face hovering above her sweetness, and my mouth waters. Fucking look at that. So pink and wet. I can't fucking wait to get my mouth on her. Her stomach rises and falls quickly as she breathes. With every exhale, I can see the ridges of her ribs. I spread her lips and watch the cream leave her whole. Andre? What is it, baby? I croon. Please. Please what? My mouth falls open at the same time hers does when I slip my finger inside her tightness. God, she feels so damn good. Hot, soft, and wet. The moment I get inside her, I'm going to lose my mind. How the hell am I going to be able to control myself? That would be so embarrassing. If I can't last, she'd regret me. I can't have that. That, she chants, throwing her head back onto the pillow. I explore her. It's only my second time being this close to a woman, and I need to make a good impression. Luckily, my curiosity has gotten the best of me over the years. I've read a lot about the female orgasm. Porn taught me a lot and made me research the things I found most interesting. A man has to work with what he's got when he isn't having sex. And damn, I'm glad I did. Unlike some men, I don't have an issue finding her clit. I push that sweet fold to the side and press my thumb against the bundle of nerves. Michelle nearly shoots off the bed, crying out at the top of her lungs, and I smile so wide it hurts my damn cheeks. Fuck yes. Knowing I'm making her feel good gives me more confidence, and I increase the speed against her clit and pump my index finger harder inside her tight hole. Not only am I going faster, but harder, until the tip of my finger hits a barrier and her pleasurable moan turns into painful hisses. I slip my finger out and dip my brows together. Fuck. I hurt her. You okay, baby? Yeah, I'm fine. I was shocked when I felt it, but don't stop. Please, don't, she gasps, wiggling her body against the bed. Too nervous to use my finger, I kiss her pussy instead, wanting to have a taste of her honey. I give a tentative lick and lift my eyes along her body. God damn, what a view. She's plucking her nipples and her chin is tilted against her chest. She's watching me with those huge blue eyes I love so much. I wrap my lips around that sweet cherry and suck it into my mouth. My eyes roll to the back of my head when I taste her. Holy fuck. I'll never get enough. She's a river of a man's favorite whiskey, and I have the rare opportunity to drink her down. Something comes over me. I need more. I lock my arm over her waist to keep her still, then suck her harder and swirl my tongue over her clit at the same time. No matter how hard I press my mouth against her, I can't seem to get as close or as deep as I want. I lift her hips off the bed and hold her ass in my hands as I fucking feast. She whimpers against me, her legs shaking uncontrollably as her orgasm builds. I know it takes a lot to be a man, a real man. But my God, being here between her legs and seeing how she responds to me makes me feel like the man of all men. Every fucking moan, every whimper, every time I see those fingers pinch her nipples drives me to suck on her clit harder. And I get to hold her ass at the same time. So soft, so fucking firm at the same time. I'm close. Jesus. I haven't even touched myself and I'm close to coming just from tasting her. Oh God, Andre, yes. She nearly sobs as she reaches for me, but she can't. She settles by throwing her arms against the bed and clawing the mattress with her nails as she orgasms. Her body jerks and spasms while her thighs tremble and quake. Her warm cum hits my chin, and I drop my mouth down, flattening my tongue to lick it all up. I plunge my tongue inside, gathering every ounce of her creamy treat, and squeeze my eyes shut when my own orgasm tingles the base of my cock. Oh no. She flips to the left in one quick motion, and I'm stunned. I don't expect her to go anywhere. She's on her knees in front of me, dazed and high from her orgasm, and before I can ask what she's doing, her lips part, and she sucks the head of my cock between her lips. Fuck. Oh, fucking damn it. My hands tangle in her long, half-dried hair, and my body curls over her head. Her tongue rubs over a sensitive spot around the helmet of my cock. Oh, just like that, baby. That mouth is so good, that's it. Suck me down. Make me come, baby. The loud slurps from her sucking me down her throat get me flexing my hips without realizing I'm doing it. She gags when the tip hits the back of her throat. I try to back off to give her room, but her hands clutch each ass cheek to use as leverage to pull me against her. I sink deeper into her mouth, which causes her to gag again, and spit trickles out from her lips. Her hand fondles my sack next, rolling my balls in her hand. That's all it takes. I can't fucking hold back anymore. I don't have it in me. I tap her shoulder in warning. Baby, you gotta get off. You're going to make me... My mouth opens as the pleasure ripples through me. You're going to make me come. The statement only doubles her efforts. She bobs her head quicker and takes down as much of me as she can, leaving her to spit shine along the hard flesh. She looks up at me with those gorgeous ocean eyes, and I let go. I shove my cock roughly into her mouth and roar my orgasm, holding her head down until her nose touches my skin. I unload, pumping my cum into her mouth. That's it. Take every drop, baby. Swallow it. Have me inside you, I say possessively. I didn't know I liked dirty talk, but I do. A lot. She drinks me down, and some of my cum spills out from the sides of her mouth. I don't know what gets into me, but when I see it, I bend down and kiss her. I lick my cum clean by kissing her swollen lips. Her jaw probably hurts, but she isn't complaining. You taste so good, she says, breaking the kiss for a second to tell me. I grin against her lips. So do you. I could eat that pussy all fucking night. Don't let me stop you, she taunts. I grip the top of her neck right below her jaw and plunge my tongue between her lips as I kiss her. This is what we need. We need to explore each other before having sex. It feels so fucking good. Her hand grips my cock and she gives it an experimental stroke. You're so big, she says, unknowingly inflating my ego. And still hard. You want to do something about that, baby? I can't help how much I want you. A crooked smirk takes over my face, and to my surprise, she nods eagerly. She presses her palm against my chest and flips me onto my back. I'm curious what she has in mind. Michelle turns around and swings her leg over my torso, then scoots back until her pussy is hovering right above my face. Her mouth is on my cock again, and I shout into the room. Now that I know what she wants, I plunge my tongue into her virgin cunt again. This time, I'm not stopping until I can feel her cum slide down my throat like a stiff fucking drink. I lift my left hand and slap her ass. She cries out the best she can, but the sound is muffled from having her mouth full. Did you like that? She nods, paying close attention to the crown, where I'm the most sensitive. I lift my hand again and bring it down on her gorgeous, pale ass. It jiggles and I can feel the warming flesh under my palm. I bet it burns and stings, which only turns me on. I continue to lightly spank her while I lick her from the front to the back, including rimming her forbidden pink star. Exploration isn't talked about enough when it comes to sex, which is a shame, considering the discovery I've made changes the course of my path as a man. I've discovered how to pleasure the woman I love. I know not many men can say the same. I might only have 10 weeks here with her, but they will be 10 weeks done right, and I will always do right by her.
Chapter 8. Michelle. The morning light peeks through the window and pulls me from my dreams of Andre. I tug the blanket to my chin and debate on covering my head so the sun can't get me. I'm comfortable, and I don't want to get up. I'm exhausted from staying up all night and having multiple orgasms. I know. It's a hard life. A part of me wonders if last night was real. I dreamed of us when I fell asleep after, all worn out and boneless, but maybe that was a dream too. I flip to my side and reach for him, wanting to cuddle until the sun sets and rises again. But my hand hits empty space. I peek out of one eye to see the spot vacant. The sheets are lukewarm, so he has been gone a while. My heart sinks like an anchor diving into the depths of the ocean, with nowhere else to go but to the bottom. So stupid. So stupid to think a man like Andre would want to be around me. Someone so inexperienced and naive when it comes to sex. We talked last night, and I thought he meant what he said about wanting to wait. But maybe he really wanted me to give in? Say the hell with it? I don't know. I sit up and pull my knees to my chest, taking deep breaths to stop my heart from breaking. I hiccup, trying to hold a sob in, but it's no use. The first tear falls, then another, and another. I can't help but wonder what this is going to do to our friendship. If he even wants it anymore. No, I'm being ridiculous. I refuse to be one of those girls, and I know Andre better than that. He isn't one of those guys to make a woman feel like crap. Still, the doubt is strong. It's so difficult to remain positive, and for the insecurity not to show. I'm a woman, after all, in love with a man who decided to sneak out of bed. No matter how I try to spin that in my head, it hurts. The door opens, and I lift my head up to see Andre standing there in gray sweatpants, hanging low on his hips. He has a tray in his hands, and by the smell, he has cooked breakfast. He has a big smile on his face when he walks in, but when his eyes lift from the eggs and bacon to see me crying, it falls immediately. He kicks the door shut and hurries to the side of the bed, placing the tray on the nightstand. "Baby, what happened? Are you okay?" Andre crawls into bed and embraces me immediately. The hair on his chest tickles my cheek, and the smell of fresh soap lingers on his skin. I close my eyes and relax, inhaling his scent. He is here. He didn't leave. I'm so dumb and embarrassed. I lean away and cover my face with my hand. I'm so sorry. I feel so stupid,
Breakfast smells amazing. I can smell coffee, too. I'm trying to not talk about why I'm crying, because I don't want him to make fun of me. Andre's finger presses against the other side of my face and applies pressure, which makes me turn my head.
Talk to me. What's making those blue eyes cry?
He swipes away a tear with his index finger. I blow out a breath and my lips vibrate together. It's dumb. I press the sheet to my chest so it doesn't fall. I don't want him to see me naked. I'm feeling vulnerable still, for no good reason other than I worked myself up.
Nothing you could tell me would be dumb.
I exhale again. I thought you left. I woke up and you weren't here. I thought you left. I mumble and stare at the sheets, unable to look at him.
You're right, that is dumb,
he says, then tucks a piece of my messy, tangled hair behind my ear.
But I'd never laugh at you. I'm sorry you felt that way, but I'd never leave you after experiencing one of the best nights of my life.
He kisses the tip of my nose. The scent of maple syrup is on his breath. Yeah? I lift a shoulder and hide my face behind it, shy from the compliment.
Hell yeah, baby.
He tilts my head up and brings his lips to mine, giving me a sweet, tasty kiss.
No more tears. You aren't going to be able to get rid of me.
I'd never want to. He lets out a puff of breath through his nose as he looks at me lovingly, a relieved ghost of a grin slightly curling the sides of his lips. He grips the side of my head and pulls me forward, kissing me again. Only this time, he deepens it. He growls as he rolls me onto my back and settles between my legs, like last night. There isn't a moment of hesitation this time. It's hot, from the moment my back touches the bed. He snatches the sheet off my naked body and immediately cups my left breast.
I could get used to waking up like this.
He dips his tongue between my lips and moans, pinching my nipple between his fingers. He tugs and pulls on the sensitive flesh that's still swollen from his attention last night. Me too, I say against his mouth as I sit up to tug his sweatpants down below his ass. His heavy cock slaps against my thigh, and I lift my hips so I can feel him slip between my folds. I want a quick morning wake-up call.
Yeah? You want my cock, baby? You want to come?
Yes, Andre. Please make me come. His body trembles.
When you ask so nicely, you make it too hard for me to say no.
He grips his cock and slaps my clit with the tip. It gives me a quick shock, and I arch my back. He slaps me again, causing my legs to jerk. Oh, God, I moan, stretching my neck until my head is as far back as it can be on the pillow.
So fucking sexy when you cry out for me, baby.
He stamps his cock on my clit again, and I whimper, loving the delightful spark it sends through my body. But I want more. Andre, give me more. I want more. He curls over me, and his cock is between my pussy lips, just like last night. You want this? His words are whispered across my cheek. My fingers slide down the divot of his spine. His skin is softer and smoother than I imagined it would be. When I get to the curve of his ass, I flatten my hand around the thick globe and squeeze. I can't help the tumbling of appreciation that leaves me. They aren't words, just a string of sounds as I massage the gorgeous ass. He chuckles and peppers a kiss against my cheek.
You like my ass, baby?
I nod and bring my other hand to the other cheek so it isn't ignored. I pull him against me by using his ass, and his cock glides effortlessly between my lips. We inhale at the same time from the pleasure. The wide tip rolls my clit and I steal his lips, trying to hold in the sound so I don't wake Brandon. I want more, I admit. Fuck it. I don't care. I want him. Doesn't matter if it's now or 2 weeks from now. It's Andre. I'll never want anyone else the way I want him. Michelle, there's no rush. I know that. But I don't want to wait any longer than we have already waited. Just the tip? I tease, biting my lip playfully. You aren't doing this for me, right? I want this to be about us, and I want you right now. But I love that you're so kind and respectful, but I want you. I promise. I bring my right hand to his chest. His steady, strong heartbeat thumps wildly against my palm. It's racing, just like mine. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows, and he tugs the rest of his sweatpants off. His muscles flex and strain, his biceps like tight ropes as his arm shines against the morning light. He crawls back over me and his hand disappears between us as he guides himself to my entrance. I hold my breath when I feel him there, hot and powerful. You're sure? He asks one more time, pushing my hair out of my face. There's no one else I'd rather be with, Andre. It's always been you, I admit, turning my cheek into his hand. He presses his forehead against mine and begins to thrust his hips, slow and steady. I love you, you know. I've never loved anyone the way I love you. I close my eyes and nod, trying to hold back the tears, but not from pain, from happiness. I love you too, Andre. He pushes in, just the tip, and I feel full and spread open. There is no way he is going to be able to fit. You feel so good, he gasps, his arms shaking on either side of my head as he tries to hold himself up and keep restraint. You okay? Give me a second. It hurts. I've never had anything so big before. Like I said, no rush. It's just me and you, baby. His fingers slide up my arm, a feather-like sensation that makes me feel adored. Our eyes meet. I'm locked within the hurricane of ember, and I know that's exactly how he wants me to feel. He is spoiling me with adoration. Our fingers slide together and we join hands, and I know every girl in the world right now wishes they were me. No one's first time has been this perfect. It's impossible. The man I have taking care of me right now is kind, and his good soul shows in a moment like this. More? He asks, as his free hand skims down my body. More. He inches in, and I cry out when he hits the barrier keeping him from being inside me fully. His shoulders shake, and he kisses me long and deep, which helps me take my mind off the pain. Hey! What are y'all? The door opens, allowing Brandon's voice in, and cuts through the magical haze of the moment. Oh my God! What the fuck, Brandon? Andre pulls out of me, which has me whimpering in discomfort. I'm so sorry, baby, I'm sorry. He kisses my lips and tugs the sheet over me, then grabs a pillow and shoves it over his erection. You couldn't knock? What the fuck? Andre hisses. I didn't think I had to. I never had to before. I smelled breakfast and you could have locked the door. The panic starts to seep into Brandon, and his face turns from confused to angry. What are you two thinking? What are you doing? He raises his voice. Hey, don't fucking yell at her or make it seem like we're doing anything wrong. We aren't doing anything wrong. Andre swings his legs over the bed and stands, keeping the pillow tight against him. You don't get to come in here and judge us. Judge you? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not judging you. I want to be happy for you. But I want to know if you've thought this through. What if it doesn't work out between you? Where does that leave us? I'll be the only child bouncing between homes for the rest of my life, and I don't want that. Andre rolls his eyes. Oh, so this is about you? He scoffs. No, it's about all three of us. And another thing, before you got too carried away, are you wearing a condom? He asks, pointing his eyes at both of us. God, what are you, my fucking mom? Get out of here, Brandon. Andre takes a step forward and Brandon takes a step deeper into the room, away from the door. No, I want to know. I might not be your mom, but I'm the older brother here. I'm allowed to care. I'm allowed to ask questions. Brandon turns to me, and the anger in his eyes softens. I hold the sheet to my chest. I feel too exposed to him right now. I'm still wet and sore from Andre, and he didn't even get to take my virginity. At this point, I'll die a virgin. He was right there, right fucking there. Are you on birth control? What the hell, man? You're crossing a line. Get out before I toss you out of this room. Andre bellows. Are you? He asks gently. I remain silent. He knows I'm not. You're not. I would know. I've hung out with you every day for the last year, and I never heard you talk about it. So what kind of a man does that make you, Andre? I know you love her, but God, how can you be so careless not to think about protection? She's 18. She has her entire life ahead of her, like you. Let's not be foolish and think this is actually going to last for... Andre is across the room in 3 steps, and he raises a fist in the air, which causes his pillow to drop onto the floor. His knuckles connect with Brandon's cheek, and the back of Brandon's head snaps against the wall. Andre, not giving a damn about his cock showing to the world, places his arm against Brandon's throat. I have tears running down my face, not hurt that we got caught, but hurt that Brandon thought Andre and I wouldn't last because of our age. He thought we were fools for more than not wearing a condom and being protected, but for even considering the jump from friendship to relationship. I feel like a child being scolded, no longer like the woman Andre made me feel like before Brandon ruined it. I'll say this once, and only once. Andre's voice deepens to a dark tone. He presses Brandon against the wall, harder, and he begins to cough, unable to breathe. I get on my knees and the air hits my exposed back. Andre, that's enough! He doesn't hear me. He's blinded by rage. You do not get to come in here acting high and mighty, acting like you know what's best for her or me. You are my best friend, but I won't allow you to hurt her feelings by saying shit that isn't true. That girl there is mine. She's always been mine and she always will be. I love her. We might be young, but fuck you, Brandon. We're young, in love, and we will defeat the odds. Andre removes his arm from Brandon's neck, and Brandon holds a hand to his throat, gasping and coughing to try to regulate his breathing. If it's between you and her, I'm choosing her. Every fucking time. Nothing you say will change that, you get me? I get you. Brandon wheezes. His red face turns to me, and the tendons in his neck protrude as he open-mouthed breathes. He sees me crying, and the regret in his face only hurts me more. I know he meant well, but I feel like there was another way to go about talking about being safe. He didn't have to be so hateful toward the end, saying Andre and I won't last. I'm sorry, Michelle. Brandon stumbles out of the room, and Andre slams the door shut, blocking it for good measure. His arms stretch above his head, and his fingers hold onto the trim that makes the doorway. He's breathing hard, and his knuckles are red from punching Brandon. His back is flexing, and while I'm upset about what just happened, it's hard not to appreciate the beauty of his body. Every muscle is tense, from between his shoulders down to his glutes. He is carved out of stone. Andre? My voice is dripping with emotion, and when he hears the tears in my voice, he turns around. Baby. In 3 steps, he is in front of the bed, and knee walks on the bed until he is in front of me. He cups my face and brings his lips to mine. I'm sorry. I lost it. I didn't like him seeing you in bed like that,
And what he said.
My bottom lip begins to tremble. Is he right? Are we kidding ourselves? What if he is right? What if this is fleeting and it's only lust? I'm going to be crushed when you leave, and what then? What would I do without you then? All the doubt resurfaces, and I can't seem to stop. All my fears and worries pour out of me. What if we are using one another? What if we do more harm than good? Look at me. His tone is stern, leaving no room for fear. I blink my eyes at him through tears, clutching the sheets so hard my knuckles turn white. I swallow, too afraid to know what he's going to say. His 5 o'clock shadow darkens his face, and his eyes turn downward as his brows dip together in the middle. I could still smell the maple syrup on his lips, and I forgot he made breakfast, which is probably cold by now. I don't care what anyone says. His hands cradle my jaw. This is not just lust. It is not something I want to get out of my system. I love you. I've loved you for a long time now. I feel it, and I know you do too. He is right. We are young, but that only means I get to spend even longer with you than most people do when they find their person. It means I get more time with you. That's what I want. I don't give a damn what people think, baby. I only care about you and us. I know it's scary to think about what is going to happen 10 weeks from now, but I promise I'm going to come home to you. Nothing will keep me away. You can't promise that. A hot tear drops from my bottom lash and hits the apple of my left cheek. I keep my promises, baby. I'm going to come home, and when I do, I'm going to put a ring on your finger, marry you, and give you a house full of our kids. That's what I want, Michelle. You're my future. You're my dream. Another sob catches my throat, but this time I'm overwhelmed with joy instead of sadness. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss the side of his throat. You're mine, too. You're all I want. That's what matters. All we have to do is hold on to that. If we do, we will have everything we will ever want. I will give you... He speaks through clenched teeth to show how serious he is. I will give you everything. I pull away, and he smiles. There's my girl. What about the other thing he talked about? Protection? He wasn't wrong. I lower my lashes, feeling bad to keep bringing that moment up. He's right. I should have thought about you, but I was so eager to feel you, and the thought of something between us, something as simple as latex, doesn't feel right to me. I'll make sure to buy condoms for whenever the moment happens again. I can go get birth control. I like the thought of you not wearing a condom. Yeah? You sure? I nod. I've never been sure about something in my life. One day, you're going to be Michelle Machado. I feel it in my bones, baby. I do too. But he has to do one thing for me. He has to come home.
Chapter 9. Mercy. 9 weeks left. It's been a week and I haven't spoken a word to Brandon. I don't really know what to say to him. He went too far saying that Michelle and I wouldn't last. I don't know if it is something I can forgive him for. Out of all the people I need to have my back, I need my best friend. I need him especially when I leave because I need to make sure Michelle is safe. And spending these next 9 weeks being mad at him doesn't sound like a good time, at least the kind we had planned. He took the next few months off work so we can hang out before I leave. Luckily, he works with his father, so money isn't really an issue for him. Okay, talk to me. Mom nudges me with her hip. How do you know I have something on my mind? You always do the dishes when you are thinking, Andre. What's going on? Do you have second thoughts about the Navy? She asks, her brown eyes sparkling with hope. Even if I did, I can't back out. I have 4 years I have to commit to, Mom. I nudge her back and she chuckles. It reminds me of Mrs. Doubtfire's laugh. Damn, I love that movie. Maybe Michelle will want to watch it with me. I know, I'm proud of you, but you've been staring out the window for 10 minutes and washing the same spot on that pan. I look down and notice I'm going in the same circular motion with the sponge. I drop the pan in the sink and wash the suds off. Sorry, Mom. What's going on? She presses. I dip my hands in the sink again and grab the pan, then freeze. Damn, she's right. I do wash the dishes when I need to think. I go with it. I take the sponge and make sure to clean a dirty spot. It's Brandon and Michelle. I know how it sounds as it leaves my mouth, but I have two separate issues with both of my best friends. One, my lover, too. Michelle's dad has been pressing her about Heath the last week, and luckily, she's been able to skirt around the subject because she's always with me. Oh, really? I didn't think they had chemistry. If they started something, it is going to frizzle fast. God, no, not like that. It's actually, What is it, hon? Michelle is... She's hurt? Was it that father of hers? Oh gosh, is she okay? She's fine, Mom. Then what is it? And what does it have to do with Brandon? I take a deep breath. Michelle and I are dating now. She claps her hands and squeals. Oh, I just knew it. I knew you'd get together eventually. We need to plan the wedding. I'm going to be a grandma. She cheers and gives me a side hug, shuffling her feet as if she's dancing. Whoa, no, Mom, no, she isn't pregnant. We don't plan on that for a long time. Oh, she pouts. Geez, Mom, we've only been dating a week. The water hits the metal of the pan and drums, sounding like rain against a car hood. But when I come back from deployment, we're getting married. This time she screeches and it hurts my eardrums. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh goodness, I can't breathe. I need to sit. She hobbles over to the kitchen table and I turn off the faucet, grab a towel to dry my hands, and run to her side. Mom, are you okay? I grab her hands and help her sit down. She has a hand to her chest as she takes deep breaths. I'm fine. I'm just excited and couldn't catch my breath. Sit down. Tell me more. Her nails click against the table, gesturing toward the chair. Mom, are you sure you're okay? You're worrying me. All this can wait. I'm fine. It's just hot. Midlife changes, you know? She waves off my concern, and now that she mentions it, her chest is red and her cheeks are flushed. There's a bit of sweat along her top lip. I'd forgotten all about the changes she warned me about a few years ago. I can get you a glass of water. I get up, but she snags my wrist before I can get too far. Stop fussing over me, sweetie. Talk to me. I do as she says and plop in the seat. Michelle is amazing, Mom. She's beautiful and sweet, shy and smart. She's always been the light of your life. She gently takes my hand in hers and pats the top with the other. Always. The light of my life. That makes so much sense. What does she have to do with Brandon? Nothing, not really. Brandon and I got into a fight last week, and I haven't seen him since. It was bad. Well, what happened? You boys have been in fights before. I shake my head and a stab of disappointment kicks me in the chest. No, Mom. Not like this. I've always been able to talk to my parents about anything, so I don't shy away from telling the truth. He walked in on us about to have sex, and he really tore into us. He was protective in a good way, but he said a few things that made me lose my head. I pull my hand away and bury my head in my hands, tugging on the strands. I punched him, Mom. I fucking lost it. Oh my, that's not like you. I mean, what happened? That doesn't sound like something he'd do. The three of you are inseparable. I know, he said some things out of love, but others were out of doubt. He doubted me. Doubted us, me and Michelle. He said we wouldn't last forever, that she was young and had the rest of her life ahead of her, and we were being foolish and weren't thinking things through. It got to me. She is mine, Mom. We will last, I know it. You're leaving something out. Don't lie to me. What else happened? Nothing. But I can't look at her. I can only be so honest with my mother. You're not too old to beat with a wooden spoon, Andre. He walked in on us right when we were going to have sex and noticed we weren't prepared. She holds her chin in her palm as she plops her elbow against the table. For a man who says I'm not getting grandbabies for a year, you sure aren't careful about it. Can we not linger on that detail? Mom clicks her tongue and fingers her necklace while she thinks. Yes, I think that's best. So in his way, he was protecting her and attacking you, right? For not being smarter? She lightly taps the side of my head with a teasing smile. Yeah, I know. I'm kicking myself for it, okay? I'm not saying a word. She zips her mouth shut. You don't have to. I see it all over your face. I know I messed up. I already apologized to her. She's going to go get birth control today. Mom slouches in her chair. Oh. She seems disappointed. That's so good. I'm glad y'all are being safe now. You're bummed. You want me to be safe, but you want Michelle to poke holes in the condom. She gasps and slaps my hand. You better stop it. I would never hope for that. Oh my goodness, she blushes. I am not that bad. I'm kidding, Mom, I'm kidding. I love you, I know. Well, I will leave with the guilt, and I just wouldn't say anything. Mom! I slap my hand across my stomach and laugh. I love having an easygoing relationship with my mom. Okay, let's be mature about this. She clears her throat. What are you going to do? I don't know. I'm still pissed at him, but I'm seeing Michelle tonight, and I know she'll want to see Brandon. She's seen him twice this week, and I haven't. She doesn't hold a grudge like me. Another way she has proven she is better than me. She's going through so much right now with her dad. He's pushing her to be with this other guy, and I have no idea why. Every night this week she's called me crying. Her father has always been a piece of work. Mom crosses her arms as she curls her lip at the sound of the mention of Michelle's dad. I hate that man, and you know how I feel about that word. I don't like using it. I know, Mom. She's the sweetest soul in the world. And you know, her poor mother, her poor soul. You know that man abuses her, and Michelle is just staying around to try and protect her. Her mom isn't going to go anywhere, and it's going to kill her one day. It worries me. And goodness me, her sister Tina is off at school, and we hardly hear anything about her. Is she okay? What's going on with her? I worry about her so much. I shake my head because Michelle hasn't said a word about Tina. I don't know, Mom. Tina doesn't stay in touch often. I debate on saying something out loud that I never have before. I decide to do it. This is Mom. I can trust her. I stare down at my hands, shame eating away at me for what I'm about to say. I wish I wouldn't have joined now. I joined because being near her hurt too damn bad, and she wasn't of age yet, Mom. I thought getting away from her would help. I hate leaving knowing what I'm leaving her with. You leave her with your love, and it will be enough to keep her safe until you come home. Love does that. Love protects even when you aren't looking. You'll look after her? Always, sweetheart, always. Come here. She spreads her arms wide, and I never turn down Mom's hugs. I wrap her petite frame in my arms, being careful not to squeeze too hard. Now why don't you go to Brandon's and talk to him? You two can figure this out. I don't know. Things are different now. That's the toughest part. What? I ask. About things. It's the things that are so hard in life. Because things change, baby boy. They always change, and change is hard, but people adapt. You'll do that. You and Brandon, you and Michelle, Brandon and Michelle. You'll all adapt. She taps my cheek, making me feel like I'm 10 years old again. Go talk to him, and don't waste another minute. You have 9 weeks left. Don't spend them in regret. She stares at me and lifts her brows with impatience. Oh, you mean now? No time better than the present, Andre. Go. Shoo, get. She bats me away like I'm a bothersome fly, and I laugh. I stand up and get out of her reach. Okay, I'm going. Sheesh. The keys to my '93 Ford Mustang jingle when I pick them up. I toss them in the air and catch them, then hold on to the wall before I head out of the kitchen. Hey, Mom? Yeah, baby. Thank you. For what, baby boy? I've asked her so many times not to call me that. Eventually, I stopped asking because, in her eyes, I'll always be her baby boy. It used to bother me, but not so much now. I know it's meant as an endearment and not a low blow. That's how I used to take it. for being the best mom a guy could ask for not judging me, and for always being open to hearing about anything I have to say. You don't know how much it means to me. I know some people don't have that, and I feel sorry for them. Like Brandon. He doesn't have a good relationship with his mother. It's always awkward silence. They never know what to say to one another. I'm thankful. You better get going before you make me cry, she chokes up. I love you. Go on, go fix things. I take a step forward and backtrack again. Mom, if Michelle calls here, can you page me? Absolutely, now go. I glance down to make sure my pager is attached to my belt and head out the door. The screen door slams shut behind me, and a boisterous laugh has me turning my head to see Dad and the new neighbor's husband drinking a beer. I'm glad they broke the ice. See ya, Dad. Bye, kiddo, he yells after me, then tries to whisper, but it fails. That's my boy. He's in the Navy, you know. I'm so proud of him. Best parents in the world. I'm lucky. I find the key to my car in the chain and insert it in the lock, twist, and open the door. I love this car. I even paid a little extra money for the leather seats and a CD player. Reaching behind me, I grab the seatbelt and secure it to my side. The car grumbles to life when I insert the key and turn it. The horsepower shakes the steering wheel, vibrating my hands. Checking the mirrors to make sure it's safe, I reverse out of the driveway and head downtown to the French Quarter where Brandon lives. My stomach is in knots. I'm nervous my friendship isn't going to be welcomed. I should stop and get his favorite beer and a few steaks, but gestures like that don't take away what I did. Still, it can't hurt, right? I stop at a local corner store and buy his favorite six-pack, forgoing the steaks, and hop back in the car. It doesn't take me long to pull up to his house. I've always admired that he didn't use his family money to outright buy the place. He is renting to own, and he is doing it with his own money that he gets from work with his father. It's still family money, but I appreciate how he is trying to prove himself and his independence. The street narrows the further it travels into the horizon, and the colors of the setting sun peek into the tunnel made by the houses on either side of the road. Porch lights are starting to come on, including Brandon's, which illuminates the front of the ironwood door. In the middle, there is a silver gargoyle head with a thick ring hanging from its teeth. It's very Gothic, but very New Orleans. It fits. I climb out of the car, almost forgetting the beer, but I snag it at the last second and look back at the door. He's your best friend. Make things right. I try to hype myself up. I check my pager to make sure she hasn't called. I could really use Michelle by my side right now. I look both ways before crossing the street, and there is a rare coolness in the air instead of humidity. It feels good. When I get to the door and the gargoyle stares me in the face, it's looking right into my fractured soul, mocking me. I grab the handle and bang it against the spot on the door that's worn a dent in the wood. The cold sweat of the bottles rub against my arm as I wait. Nervously, I bounce on my feet. What if he doesn't answer? Behind the door, I hear the thud of feet coming down the stairs and the click of the door unlocking. He swings it open, and his eyes widen with surprise as he sees me. Guilt eats away at me when I see his busted lip and bruised cheek. What are you doing here? He asks as he turns around and walks away from me, leaving the door open. I step inside and slide off my shoes, tucking them flush against the wall next to his boots. I close the door and lock it, then follow him into the living room. I came to apologize. He grunts but doesn't say anything else as he sits down on the black Victorian-style couch. He picks up the remote and aims it at the TV, shutting it off. I sidestep and take a seat in an oversized cushioned chair and set the six-pack on the coffee table in front of us. I'm sorry for hitting you. I shouldn't have done that. You called me out on some things, and other things you said pissed me off. I know. He leans forward and places his elbows on his knees, clasping his hands together. I shouldn't have said those things. Those were my cynical points of view, and she's like my little sister. I'm worried for her, but I know you're a good man. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have meddled. You pack a punch, that's for damn sure. He rubs the side of his bruised face, and I pluck a beer from the flimsy cardboard container, then twist off the top. I hand it to him, hoping it's a peace offering. I'm sorry. Truce? I hate fighting with you. especially when I know how rare this time off is for you. I don't want to leave New Orleans with us at each other's throats." He gives me a crooked grin and snags the beer from me. "I'm glad you came over to talk. If you waited for me, we would have waited for an eternity. You know how stubborn I am." "Yeah, me too. Thank Mom, she's the one that made me come. Ugh, I love Mama Machado. She's the bomb." "I know." I boast, puffing out my chest with pride. Everyone is jealous of my mom. I pick up a beer too, and the sweet sound of the carbonation leaving from under the cap has my mouth watering. I take a few swallows and lean back, getting more comfortable. "I am sorry," I feel the need to add again. "I know. I am too. I overstepped. You were looking out for her. I'm glad she will have you when I'm not here." His brows lift and he nods in agreement. "You won't have to worry about her, I swear." We slap hands just as the doorbell rings. "I got it," he says, placing his beer on the table. "Put on the game that I was watching. Rockets are playing. They're saying now that Jordan's retired. We've got a shot at the finals this year." Oh shit, I forgot there was a basketball game. I scramble to get the remote and turn on the TV. "Michelle, what the fuck happened?" The terror in his voice has me throwing the remote down and jumping to my feet. "Come in. Who the fuck did this to you?" Brandon asks. I can hear her crying and I know I'm running toward her, but everything is in slow motion. No matter how fast I move, it isn't fast enough. I swing myself around the wall by gripping onto the trim to see Brandon's back. She's standing in front of him. "Michelle, baby?" Brandon steps aside and what I see has me almost falling to my knees. I hold back my emotion, my rage, my fear. I'm afraid to touch her. "What happened to you, baby? Who did this?" Her right eye is black and swollen and her lip is busted open. She has bruises around her neck. She has finger bruises down her arms, too. She's crying. One eye looks at me with clarity while the other can barely stay open from the swelling. "Dad!" She chokes and begins to sob uncontrollably. Slowly, she shakes her head, unable to speak, and her shoulders shake. She sways on her feet, and I catch her, swinging her up into my arms. Her head lies against my shoulder, and I carry her to the living room. This time when I sit down, I have my girl in my arms. A broken, scared girl, but my girl nonetheless. I kiss her forehead and lift my eyes to Brandon as he squeezes between the coffee table and my legs to get to the closest end of the couch near us. We want to kill her father. I can't believe he put his hands on her. Damn it. She can't go back there. She can't. I won't allow it. "I got you, baby. There's no rush. Tell us when you're ready." She clutches onto my shirt, stretching the collar to the point I know I'll have to throw this shirt away. I'm not sure how long we sit there for, but I know the game is over, so it's been nearly 2 hours. She stops crying and hiccups, lifting her head off my shoulder. I know she's about to talk, and it might start another round of tears. "Can I have one of those beers?" I wasn't expecting that to be the first thing she says. "Yeah, baby." I stretch my arm and manage to grab a bottle, and Brandon twists it off. I hand it to her, and she takes big swallows. Brandon and I watch as she chugs the entire thing down. "Can I have another?" "We might need to go get more beer," Brandon says, handing her another bottle. She gives him the empty one and drinks half of the new one before she winces and touches her lip where it is cut. "Damn it." She wipes the fresh blood off the back of her hand and then presses the bottle against her abused lip. "Baby, are you going to tell us what happened?" Her eyes well again, but she closes them instead and takes a deep breath. "Heath came to the house this morning for breakfast, and I didn't know. Dad has promised me to him, Andre, as if I'm some object that can be bought." "What?" I sneer just as Brandon stands up and begins to pace. He knocks over one of the empty beer bottles and it is shattered on the floor. "You've got to be kidding me. I knew he was a fucking rotten asshole, but I didn't know he would do this." "I said no. I said I wanted nothing to do with him. I was with you. I love you." "What did he say?" "He said it didn't matter. He said once you were gone, I'd have no choice but to do as he says." "No," I whisper. "I won't let that happen, okay? I won't let him." I cup the back of her head and press her against my chest. "I tried to leave, but he wasn't having that. He stopped me, and then Heath... Heath did this to you? She presses her hand to her lip, and her wet lashes flutter as they look at me. The white of her right eye is red. I bet it hurts. I can't fix this either. I can't take away her pain. He slapped me across the face and said, "A bitch needs to learn her place." And then my dad said, "That's what I've been trying to tell her. I don't want to go back there. Please don't make me go back." You know you can stay here, Michelle. This is your home too, Brandon says. We have to press charges. Why bother? You know the police aren't going to do anything. I'm a woman and this is still a man's world. They would side with my dad and Heath, we know it. They can't get away with this. I won't let them hurt you. I'll do something about this. Promise me you won't, please. She stares at me, horrified. I won't let you risk your Navy career because of them. Please, I'll stay here. I give the uninjured side of her mouth a quick kiss. I don't know if I can do that, baby. For me, please. I'm torn. Mom warned me about love, but she didn't warn me about this. Love might protect, but love also starts wars. Love is a killer, and it has taken over my blood.
Chapter 10. Michelle. 8 weeks left.
You filthy fucking whore. You love him? Please, all of us know you're just spreading your legs for him before he leaves. You've probably been fucking him since you were 14. My dad slurs, the strong stench of beer wafting from his mouth and into my face. No, Dad. I swear it isn't like that. I love him. You can't mean this. You can't want me to marry a man I don't love. And I don't love him. I'll never love Heath. You're fucking stupid if you think marriage has anything to do with love. You're dumb just like your mother. Always want more. Well, guess what? The world ain't like that, sweetheart. He spits the endearment at me, as if it tastes like poison on his tongue. It can be. Heath is a good man. He has a lot of money, and he said he would pay me a cool $500,000 for you. So I'm going to do it. My heart drops to my stomach. You're selling me? This isn't a third world country. I am an adult. You can't do this to me! I raise my voice at him, which is my first mistake. No one raises their voice at Dad. He punches me in the gut, and tears sting my eyes. I can't catch my breath. My lungs aren't working. I gasp, but it turns into a gag. He hit me. He actually hit me. Defiant woman, is she? Heath's slithering voice chills me from down the hall. I stumble away from my father, gripping my stomach as my shoulder hits the side of the couch. She thinks she's going to live happily ever after with Andre, her little boyfriend. Dad grips me by my hair, and my scalp stings as he whips my head back. I bend my back, hoping to relieve some of the pain from getting my head closer to him, but it doesn't work. Why can't you be more like your mom? He jerks my head to the right, and Mom is in the kitchen preparing dinner, humming an Elvis song. She doesn't even see me. She isn't even trying to help. She's obedient. Took me a while to break her, but I did. I finally have her right where I want her. She knows how to treat her husband. You will learn to obey. He pushes me forward, right toward Heath. He doesn't catch me. Instead, he backhands me until I see stars. I taste blood. I lick my bottom lip and feel the gash. Heath grabs me by my arms, and I know his fingers will leave bruises. He is practically breaking my bone. He is squeezing so hard. Heath leaves me open and facing my dad, who lifts his hand and punches me in the face. He grips my chin next, not like how Andre does it gently, but in a way that makes me wonder if Dad is about to dislocate my jaw. So pretty. You look just like your mom. It's probably why you're a whore. He releases me, and Heath shoves me to the ground and kicks me in the side one last time. I groan, not wanting to move. If I move, they might kick me again. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. You'll do as I say, bitch. You understand? Fuck you! I spit at him, which earns me another kick in the ribs. You better start counting down. Heath gets his inheritance when he turns 23, so you won't be marrying him right away. He'll pay me on his birthday when that check hits his account. After that, I'll have nothing to do with you. He isn't rich yet, so there's hope. There's a way out. There's time. You'll do well to remember who you belong to. Just because he doesn't get paid for a while doesn't mean you could fuck whoever you want. That's all right, Jack. I don't mind my girls a little loose. The less work I have to do, the better. Heath squats down next to me as a trickle of blood flows out of my mouth, staining the carpet. He squeezes my ass. Over my jeans, he dips his fingers between my legs and moans in delight. Can't wait to make this mine. Get the hell off me! I kick him in the middle of the chest, and he slams against the wall so hard he knocks himself out. I take the second of Dad's shock and run out the door. My shoes slip across the grass, and I catch myself on my fingertips. I get back up, pump my arms, and don't look back. I know what's best for you, girl. You can't run from me forever, Dad yells after me. The wind against my cheeks dries my tears, but not quick enough. They fall too fast. I just need to get to Andre. That's it. I just need to get to him. He will know what to do. But the road falls out from under me. I'm sinking into a dark abyss. I scream, but for some reason, there's no sound. Baby, wake up. Andre's voice is so close. It surrounds me in the dark as I fall. I try screaming again, and the sound that leaves my throat is half muted. Michelle, it's me, Andre. You're safe. He shakes my shoulders. I sit up and gasp, inhaling a long, deep breath that turns into more tears. I got you. Shh, it's okay, baby. I got you. It was just a bad dream. He holds me close, and the sound of his heart pounds against my ear, infiltrating the infrastructure of my soul to piece me back together. It wasn't a dream. It was real. It happened. He leans back and nods, kissing the top of my forehead. I know, but it's you and me now. You're safe here. God, I'm so sorry. His hand buries me in my hair, and even though it's been a week since Dad attacked me, I'm still sore. I wince and lift my hand to the aching spot. I'm sorry. He pulled my hair and it's still sensitive. Andre growls, a deep threatening tone vibrating his chest, and I place my hand against him to soothe him. He isn't wearing a shirt. His skin is warm. Again, I can feel his heartbeat. I skim my nails across the curve from the muscular pec, then dip my hand down to his abs. He snatches my hand back without pressure and shakes his head. I know that touch, and I don't think it's a good idea. Why not? You need to heal. I'm fine. It's just some aches and bruises. I want you, Andre. I want you so much. You haven't touched me in a week because I didn't want to hurt you. You not touching me is hurting me. I need it. I hate closing my eyes. All I see is Heath and feel him touching me in places he had no right to. Erase their touch, I whisper, kissing the side of his neck. Did they touch you? He pulls away, and his finger is under my chin, gentle and soft like always. Nothing like my father. I know they hurt you, but did they do more? He barely manages to ask. No, nothing like that. Heath touched me over my clothes, squeezed my ass, dipped his finger in the crease between my thighs. It still scared me half to death.
I kicked him in the chest and I ran.
So brave,
he whispers, stroking my healing cheek. I can see the hard lines around his eyes and mouth as he tries not to blow up and storm out of here. I know he wants to do something about it, but I don't want him to. I want him to have a career in the Navy, and my dad is the kind of man that will make sure to take it from him if he isn't careful. I kiss the side of his neck again, and he stretches away from me to give me more access. I want your touch. I want more this time. I want everything. I blow across his throat and his pulse jumps, the vein plumping right under my eyes. I bring my lips down and kiss it, the scruff on his skin scraping against me. He hasn't shaved or slept well since I got here. He's always waking me up from nightmares. He's always there, holding me, always there loving me through the worst. He is the embodiment of love, and I want to save myself in it. Andre salvages the pieces of me, and he is the one that brings me peace. I press another kiss on the edge of his jaw and suck his earlobe into my mouth. I nibble on it, how he likes, and he hisses, "I love you. I don't want to wait another minute." He tackles me to the bed, and with a growl, he rips off my shirt, tugging it above my head and tossing it to the floor. They touched what was mine. His hands grip the sides of my rib cage, making me feel small and fragile. He has the power to break me, to hurt me like my dad did, to make me give him what I actually want to give him. But he isn't like that. Andre is gentle every time he touches me. He's like a feather of silk, always caressing me with a touch that makes me crave more. "They did," I whisper, rubbing my hands down his chest. He smashes his mouth against mine, and it hurts, stings a bit with the cut, but I manage. This, him, us. I need it. Our tongues try to tie together. I can still taste the wine he had about an hour ago. I'm trying to drink him down and get drunk. The more of him I feel, the more of him I want. "Only I touch you," he murmurs, as if he is mesmerized with my body. His fingers tug on the hem of the sweatpants I'm wearing, and in a solid swoop, he pulls them off, along with my underwear. "So goddamn beautiful," he whispers, bending down to kiss the middle of my stomach. I close my eyes as he works his way up, sucking each nipple into his mouth before finding my lips again. He reaches between us and pushes his pants down and kicks them off as he kisses me, never once breaking the connection we have. His hands rub up my thighs, then dip in the middle. No one else can have me willingly. His fingers slip between my folds and dip inside me, taking care to avoid the bandage over my tattoo on my pelvic bone. It's healed, but I haven't shown it to him. I hold onto his shoulder, my nails digging into his skin as he stretches me. I'm so wet that his fingers glide through easy enough, and he can add a third finger. "Look at you, sucking me in deep. I can't wait until this is my cock," he rumbles, pumping in and out of me. He increases his strokes, fucking me harder, and his thumb presses against my clit with every push inside me. "Yes, Andre, you feel so good," I moan and pinch my nipples, needing more than what he is giving me. Which is hard, because right now I want everything at once. "I love to hear my name falling off your lips in passion. Say it again." He curls his fingers at the last moment, and my stomach begins to whirl. An orgasm is building. "Andre!" He pumps into me. Again. "Andre!" I moan loudly and arch my back. "Again!" he yells at me. "Louder!" My thighs begin to quiver. I'm right there. I'm on the edge. "Andre, God, more! Yes! That's it!" "I don't think you're getting me, baby." He curls over me, and his face hovers an inch above mine. "I want you to fucking scream my name so everyone knows whose bed you're in. I want..."
Heath, he pulls his fingers out on me to shove them back in. To fucking hear you crying out for me, not him, me. He fucks me as hard as he can with his fingers without breaking the barrier. Oh, God! I reach behind me and grab the iron rods of the headboard. My tits bounce from the force of his moving body. I know this time between us is different. There's no more being gentle. That time is come and gone with what's happened. I don't want him to be. I only want him to take and fucking take until I'm wrecked and have nothing else to give. I'm gonna come, Andre, oh God! I scream like he wants me to, but it isn't forced out of me. Everything he's making me feel needs to be set free. It's building up inside me. I want to shout and scream. I want to shake the foundation this house is built on and have the walls soak in the vibrations, so we are here forever. The hell you are! He snarls like an animal. He rips his fingers from me and slathers my wetness across his cock before lining up at my entrance. There is no hesitation, no question in his eyes. There's no more waiting. He plunges inside me in one long, hard, split-me-opening stroke. He tears through my virginity, claiming it as his, as it was always meant to be. He is pushed to the hilt. He has nothing more to give, and there is nothing more I can take. All 9 wide, long, fat inches of him stretch me to the brink. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Sure, there is a pinch of pain, but nothing I can't handle. The punch to the face hurt worse. Fuck, oh fuck. He squeezes his eyes shut and takes a few deep, shuddering breaths. His shoulders rise and fall, and when I wiggle under him to signal that it's okay for him to move, he applies more pressure to my hip. Don't move. Don't fucking move. I'm going to come if you do. It's taking everything I have not to. Yeah? I ask, and his statement has me feeling good about myself. Why don't you? I know you can keep going after one time. He snaps his eyes open. The smirk he gives me is like what the devil would give someone that just signed a contract for him to take their soul. The confidence is gone the moment I flex my inner muscles. Damn it, baby. Fuck! He thrusts into me with every rope of cum that leaves his body. It's warm as it starts to trickle out of me, and the pleasure on his face has me looping my hand around his neck and pulling him to my lips. Kiss me, I tell him softly. The kiss is deep and soft, all at the same time. Our heads move in perfect harmony as our mouths slide together and connect. My body tingles. I know it's my orgasm under the surface of my skin, wanting out. He breaks the kiss and sits up, pulls my legs apart, and watches as he slides out of me. Oh, God, look at this. My cum is all over me, tinted with your blood. You're so fucking tight and warm, baby. Fucking beautiful, he says, lifting one of my legs onto his shoulder, which somehow enables him to go deeper. I expect him to fuck me hard and fast, but he doesn't. Just like he does with his tongue, he gives me long, deep strokes. He touches the very depths of me, a place no one else has been, and no one else will ever be. He kisses the side of my ankle and pumps into me. His muscles contract and his brows are pinched together from the pleasure. Feels so good. Don't stop, I whimper, pressing my palm against his washboard abs. God, I want to lick them. He curls over me and puts my leg down at his side. I'm never going to stop loving you. He grabs my lips again, and with every thrust, he licks my tongue. I wrap my arms around his back and hold on tight. He buries his face into the side of my neck and moans. You feel so good. You were made for me. You are mine, all mine, he whispers, his hands caressing the curve of my body laid out before him. He grips the meat of my thighs, right where my ass is, and uses it as leverage to increase the speed of his thrusts. Our skin slaps together,
and I can feel the heavy weight of his sack against my ass with every move he makes. He kisses the tops of my shoulders. I sink my teeth into him as the pleasure begins to build. He pushes my legs flat, which also changes the angle. Now the base of his pelvis is rubbing against my clit. Oh, I like this position. I like it a lot. Harder. More, Andre. More. You like that, baby? He increases his pace and slams into me, which slams the headboard against the wall with a loud smack. You like it hard, don't you? I nod, biting my sore lip into my mouth. I do my best to meet his thrusts. I want every inch of him. Andre. His name leaves my mouth and gasps. You're going to make me? He nods, groaning every time he is fully seated in me. Me too, baby. Me too, I can't hold it. I don't know why, but the admission of him unable to control himself breaks me apart. My orgasm hits me hard. My vision blurs and my toes curl, and every shockwave of love I've ever felt for him shatters my body. Andre! This time when I scream, I make my own ears ring. I could feel you coming. Baby, you feel so good. Oh, that's it. His hips stutter, and I can feel my muscles trying to suck him in deeper with every spasm of my orgasm. It's wetter between us from my cum, and he curls over me one last time, planting himself as far as he can go before shouting his own orgasm, adding to the flood we created between us. We stay like that for a long time. Him pushed to the hilt, me still pulling him in, our heavy panting in perfect rhythm. I don't know how long we stay like that. It could be 30 seconds. It could be an eternity. I finally come back to my senses as he peppers open-mouth kisses along my neck, then cheek, until he is at my mouth. I love you, he says in a low whisper. I'm sated. I'm happy. I love you too. That was amazing. Yeah. He lifts up on one elbow and looks at me like he wants me to continue boosting his ego. Yeah, it was perfect. I can't wait to do that again. I kiss him. And again. Next, I spank his ass. And again. I don't think there's going to be a day where I'm not inside you. Give me a minute, I'm going to want you again. I giggle, but then wince when he pulls out. Fuck, baby, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Just a bit tender. I blush when I see the mixture of blood and cum all over his shaft. How embarrassing. I cover my face with my hands and shake my head. Look at me, he says, peeling my hands away. I don't have a choice but to look at him. Don't. What we just shared is amazing, and what you gave me is something I don't take for granted. Don't be embarrassed. Ever. With anything we do. He scoots to the end of the bed and stands up, holding out his hand. Now come on. Your tattoo's healed enough to soak, right? Hopefully that helps. I took you kinda hard, so you might be sore tomorrow. I'm sure I will be. Have you seen what's between your legs? No. Why don't you tell me? He grins, giving me a light smack on the ass. I don't mean for it to, but a moan slips from me. He turns on the tub and lifts an imperious brow at me. You like that, baby? Maybe, I reply. He hums with appreciation. There you go, getting me worked up again. He pours a few drops of bubble bath in the tub. I'll file that information away for later. Now come here. He dampens a rag in the sink and cleans the space between my legs, then tosses the soiled rag in the hamper. Andre does the same to himself, then guides me into the tub. He settles behind me and wraps his arms around me as we sit in the hot water. Sigh. It does feel good. We sit in silence. It isn't uncomfortable. It's peaceful. Relaxing.
I wanted to ask you something. He starts, rubbing the tips of his fingers down my arm. I say, half asleep. Would you go to the Summerfest with me? It's in Shreveport. Are you asking me out on a date, Andre Machado? Yeah, I am. I don't know. I'm not the kind of girl to just hop in bed with you if that's what you were hoping for after. I joke and begin to laugh as he tickles me. Is that right? Well, I'll just have to make sure we aren't in a bed then. I'll get lucky then, won't I? His hand disappears under the water between my legs and begins to circle my clit. I'll make you feel real good, baby. I promise. I spread my legs wider to give him more access. The bubbles begin to hiss as they disintegrate into the water around my body. The cool air plays over my nipples, making them hard as my chest rises from above the water. If there is one thing I know about this man, it's that he always keeps his promises.
Chapter 11. Mercy. 6 weeks left. The last few weeks have kind of flown by, being with Michelle and Brandon all the time. I only go home for clothes, and I give Brandon cash for rent and utilities while we stay at his place. Her dad has been quiet, and what's worse is that her mom has been too. Michelle was going to get a job for the summer, but with everything going on, I convinced her not to. I have enough money saved up to keep us afloat, and when I leave, I'm going to get her a debit card. Anything I make is hers. I want her to be safe. Maybe she can get out of this damn city while I'm away. I want her to be taken care of, and her parents, they can't do that. Only I can. I flip on the coffee pot and scrub my eyes, trying to wake up. Morning. Brandon yawns as he enters the kitchen. He scratches his stomach. Smells good in here. You look like shit. Maybe staying up all night having sex isn't the best for your sleep schedule? You're just jealous. I turn around and cross my arms over my chest, just as the coffee spurts into the pot. No duh, damn right I'm jealous. I hear y'all going at it all night. You're going to need to take out a life insurance policy. I have one with the Navy, but that's an interesting statement. Why? She's going to kill you with her claws. Rawr, he says, making a claw-like gesture with his hand as his eyes drop to my chest. Don't get me started on your back. You look like a scratching post for her to sharpen her talons on. For the first time since I can remember, I blush. I glance down to see my chest and roll my lips together when I see 10 lines dragging down my chest to my stomach. I remember when that happened. She was on top of me last night, riding my cock hard and fast, moaning my name. She slapped her hands onto my chest and dug those nails deep into my skin. I fucking loved it. Hey, no, none of that, not when I'm here. You're plumping up, dude. No, I don't want to see that. Brandon snaps his fingers in front of my face to pull me out of my haze. I might need to go wake her up by sliding deep inside her. I'll be back in a minute. You're impossible. Hey, are we going to Summerfest today or what? Brandon yells after me as I leave the kitchen to head to our bedroom. Yeah, we are. I'll be back in 20. Save us coffee. Save us coffee. He mocks me, bringing down mugs from the cabinet. They hit the counter with a hard clink. I roll my eyes at his childish antics and open the door. She's lying on her back and the blanket is pooled under her breasts. Her nipples are hard from the cool air touching them, and she's whimpering in her sleep. But it isn't a bad whimper. I close the door behind me and kick my pants off. My cock is already hard and pre-cum is beating at the tip. Damn. I didn't think it was possible to want someone the way I want her. It's all the time. She has to be sore. She has to want a break. She'd tell me, wouldn't she? I wasn't kidding when I said I was going to be inside her every day until I leave. When I leave, I don't know how long I'll be gone. Could be a month. Could be a year. I won't know until the time comes. I'll be damned if I waste a second being with her and not inside her, feeling her pleasure that I give her. Yeah. No fucking way. Those memories are all I'll have when I'm gone. I tiptoe to the bed and carefully peel the blanket off her body. I bite my lip to keep myself from groaning as her body is revealed. She has hickeys along the pale skin of her tits. I'm physically unable to not suck them when I'm thrusting into her. When the blanket is at her feet, she grumbles something incoherently and rolls over, clutching my pillow. Her ass is in the air. The peach-shaped beauty is seducing me, hypnotizing me. I have no choice. It's beckoning me forward. I slide my knees on the bed, straddling her legs. I move forward and bend down, kissing each globe. I rub my hands down her slender back, then massage each cheek. She is perfection. There isn't a spot on her that I don't adore. I lick up her crease and kiss the two dimples on the end of her spine right above her ass. She's still asleep. Challenge accepted. I part her cheeks and see her glistening entrance waiting for me to devour. I dive my tongue inside, moaning when her flavor hits my mouth. I'm fucking addicted. Andre? She finally wakes up and is moaning my name. Mine. What a fucking way to wake up in the morning. I don't need coffee when I have this sweet treat waiting for me to ravish it. Yes, she hisses, pushing her ass against my face, which has my tongue sliding deeper. I give her one last lick and sit up, pressing my cock against her and thrust in. Both of us moan at the first stroke. It always feels so damn good. Now this is a way to wake up, I say in awe, gripping each cheek as I watch myself pull out of her. All that's left is the tip. It's hard to believe her tight hold takes all of me, but she does every time. Slowly, I sink inside, watching her pussy suck me in. My length shines from her nectar, her sweet, delectable icing that I crave every day. I bend down and hook my hands around her shoulders, preparing to give her a good, quick fuck. I lick from the middle of her spine up to her neck, then bite down, pull out of her heat, then slam back home. I keep the pressure of my teeth soft against her skin, but continue to bite her. This position makes me feel fucking dominant, and I want her to submit to me. It's animalistic, but I don't give a fuck. It feels good. It feels right. Isn't that all that matters when it comes to sex? I hammer into her as hard and as fast as I can, groaning from the tingling of my orgasm at the bottom of my spine. Her whimpers come out faster and louder. She turns her head to the side to get more comfortable, and I watch her facial expressions. Her lips are parted. Her tongue flicks out to lick her bottom lip. Her eyebrows are lifted and pulled together. The best? Her eyes are closed, and her hands are clutching the sheets for dear life. As a man, there is nothing better than seeing how good I'm making her feel. I love that her knuckles are white. I love that she has to make noise because I feel so good. I love that she has to gasp for breath. It fuels me. I'm going to fill you up, baby. I whisper into her ear, then lick the shell of it. Do it now. I'm close. I know. I can feel you tightening around me. I feel that pussy trying to milk me dry. You're greedy for my cum, aren't you? She bites the edge of the pillow and nods. Yes, I want it. I want all of it. My breaths come out heavier, and I groan, trying to make my strokes longer and deeper the closer I get to coming. I know she likes when I'm vocal. She likes to hear how she pleases me just like I please her. I have to hear her sounds, or I feel like I'm not doing something right. She buries her face into the mattress and screams, but is muffled by the bed, which I hate. She comes hard, soaking my cock with her honey. I hammer quickly, sliding in as far as I can as I come. With every spurt that leaves me, I thrust in, trying to get my cum deeper. I want the warmth bathing her from the inside until only a little trickles out. I collapse on top of her, kissing down her neck and back up, then turn us to our sides. I don't want to lose connection just yet. Good morning, baby. Good morning. She sighs happily. What did I do to deserve that? Just laying there, looking good enough to eat. I kiss her shoulder. It's impossible to be this happy. Nothing can be this perfect, can it? I feel like I'm in one of those fairy tales they make movies out of. We have to leave soon. Shreveport is a 4-hour drive. We will get a hotel and stay the night, maybe 2.
I'm so excited. It's been ages since I've been to the fair.
I want us to have the best time there is. I stroke my fingers up and down her arm, kissing her shoulder again.
Before you leave,
she adds sadly, which stops my hand on her arm and my lips freeze against her back. I hold her close, squeezing harder than usual. Yeah, baby. I'm sorry.
How is it possible that I miss you already and you aren't even gone?
I don't know, but I feel the same. Come on, let's not focus on that right now. I know it's hard, but we have forever. This time I have to be away is temporary. Then, after that, you won't ever be able to get rid of me. She flips over and the move has me slipping out of her. I miss her warmth immediately.
I don't ever want to get rid of you.
Michelle kisses me softly.
I don't know how I'd live if you didn't exist, Andre. Please come home to me.
I cup her face and peer into her big, beautiful eyes. I swear to you, I'm going to come home. Nothing will stop me. I wipe a tear off her cheek and push her head against my neck. Don't cry. I promise I'm going to come home to you. I feel her nod against me and sniffle. I stroke her back gently for a while until my eyes begin to hood. Hey, get up, have coffee, let's go. We have tickets to see 4 Non-Blondes and Lenny Kravitz. I don't want to be late. Brandon pounds on the door. I chuckle and Michelle groans. Come on, baby. It's going to be a fun day. I roll out of bed and grab the Polaroid camera from the nightstand, then lie back down, kiss her lips quickly, and take a picture. The film buzzes as the photo gets printed. She smiles so big I can't help but to take a few more of her and us. I'm going to take all of them with me when I leave, too. I love you so fucking much. It hurts me that I'm unable to form the words to let you know, I admit, staring at the picture finally forming as it comes to life. She turns my hand and she kisses my cheek.
I don't need words. I feel it, sweetheart, she tells me. I see it. That's all I need.
I turn my head to the left and our noses touch. I take another picture to capture the serene moment. Come on, let's get up and get ready. I place the picture on the table, spreading them out so I can see all of them, and my heart seizes and stutters with pain when I think about leaving this life with her. What if I die? What if I break my promise?
Chapter 12. Michelle. I'm so sore, I complain as we drive to the fairgrounds. We got to Shreveport last night and barely had enough time to get to the concert. We did, and it was amazing. We jumped up and down, screamed at the top of our lungs, and then Andre and I snuck off to have sex. Right? I think I gave myself whiplash. Brandon rubs the back of his neck. I don't know how. You were tongue deep in that girl next to us. I tease. Exactly. The girl gave me whiplash with how hot and cold she was. She'd kiss me, hate me, grope me, slap me, fuck me. Then she cried. Yeah, she was a roller coaster ride of fucking crazy. I got her number. She's perfect. Better watch out. Crazy kills, Andre warns. What a way to go. Brandon sighs wistfully. Andre tisks, and we all laugh because we know if Brandon had to choose, that's exactly how he'd like to die. Oh yeah, check it out. Andre points to the left, at a motorcycle dealership. Can we please? Please? He begs, bouncing in his seat like a kid. Yeah, I don't see why not, Brandon says. Baby. His eyes meet mine in the mirror, the silent please screaming from those pools of honey. You don't have to ask. Of course, let's check it out. No need, I already know which one I want. He flips on his blinker and makes a left into the lot. We won't be long, I promise. The car bounces when the tires go over a bump as we enter the parking lot of bikes. Oh, wow, make sure you don't accidentally hit one of these. It would be a domino effect. Boom, boom, boom. Brandon points to each bike as if it is falling. Nah, I got this. Andre pulls into a spot, and all of us get out at the same time besides me. I open the door and Andre pushes it closed. I hold my hands, mouthing, "What?" Only I open your door, baby," he says, his voice muted from the door being shut. The handle clicks and the warm air rushes in. His hand is there to help me out, and I can't help but smile. When he sees my happiness, he grins too. "I love that smile," he says, shutting the door and wrapping his arm around my shoulder. "Now, this is your purchase too. You have to like it or I won't get it." "You have enough money to just buy it?" I gawk at him. "Baby, I've saved up a lot over the last year and a half. I've been paid while training. I haven't been able to spend it, and when I leave, you'll have access to it." "What? No. You don't have to," he spins me around in his arms. "I want you to be taken care of. It's a way for me to still be here with you." I go to reply, but a salesman interrupts us. He isn't wearing a suit. He's wearing jeans, black boots, and a t-shirt that says Harley-Davidson on it. "Hi, folks. What can I help you with today? And which one of you is looking for the ride of your life?" he asks. "I already have that," Andre whispers, so no one else can hear. And I pinch his sides, blushing from what he said. "It's me. I already know what I want. I want that 94 Softail right there." Andre points to the black and chrome bike. "I'll be back tomorrow to pick her up." "You want to know the specs, how much she is?" the salesman asks. "She's great for cruising, I know. Perfect for me and my girl." Andre kisses the top of my head. I stare at the bike and see there is a seat on the back of it for me. I imagine wrapping my arms around his waist and the wind blowing in my hair. "First, can you take a picture of me and my baby?" Andre asks, handing the man the camera. "Ah, already thinking of her as your baby, huh? I don't blame you. Sure, man, come on." "Not the bike," Andre corrects him and grabs my hand, tugging me to the side of the bike. "Oh, my bad, man," the salesman chuckles. "Yeah, nothing is his baby more than that girl right there, bike or not," Brandon jokes, slapping the guy's shoulder for reassurance. Andre mounts the bike, and immediately my ovaries are on fire, and the pulse between my legs is racing. He looks so damn hot. I've never wanted him more. "Come here, baby." Andre gestures for me to get on the new Harley. He helps me by letting me use his hand as support as I swing my leg behind him and get onto the seat. It's comfortable. I thought it would be hard, but the back support really helps. "How's it feel? Wrap your arms around me." "Oh, what a hardship," I dramatically say, lacing my fingers together over his abs. "Oh yeah, definitely not a hardship." I press my cheek against his back and shut my eyes, loving feeling him this close. "Got it," the salesman announces. "How does it feel, baby?" Andre asks. I sigh, not wanting to move. I don't even want to go to the fair anymore. I want us to ride this bike until the road ends and then turn around and travel it all over again. "Perfect," I answer. "So perfect." Andre rubs my arm and turns his head awkwardly, asking for a kiss. I give him a quick one and then he taps my thigh, telling me to hop off. I dismount and place my feet on the ground, then walk to Brandon's side. "Here you go, it's a good picture. You two are sickly in love," the salesman chuckles. "It's sweet." "Sure are." Andre winks at me. "All right, let's go buy this thing. I'll be back out in a few minutes." Andre gives me the picture, and I grin when I see it. I hold it to my chest, and Andre lifts up another one as he walks backwards to the building. "He took two. This one is mine." It's impossible to be this happy. I know there is balance in the world, which makes me wonder, when will the shoe drop? When will the bad come into play? Isn't that how the world works? Happiness isn't always forever. To be happy, there has to be hardship. Unfortunately, happiness is easy. Until it's not. "What's wrong?" Brandon asks. "You were all smiling and gross. Made me feel like I wanted love for a second." "Shut up," I mumble, staring at the photo of me pressed against his back. Seriously, what's wrong? Something bad is going to happen, Brandon. I feel it, in my gut. That's just the paranoia talking, Michelle. You two are perfect. He says that, but I can't help but think of my dad. He's up to something. I won't be able to run from him forever. Yeah, you're right. I shrug off my worry and fear and decide I need to enjoy the last few weeks I have with Andre. I need to spend this time being happy. I'll deal with the terror of what my life will be once he leaves. Andre leaving isn't the only thing on a countdown. All right. Andre claps his hands and runs up to me. He picks me up and swings me around. I fucking love you, damn it. I just want to scream it. He shakes me as if he is frustrated that he can't scream. I collapse in laughter as he flips me around and hooks his hand over my torso, tucking me under his arm like someone tucking a folder on their side. I squeal as the ground gets a little too close for comfort, but he won't let anything happen to me. So, when are we getting your bike? Brandon asks. Tomorrow. They're going to tune her up for me, and then you get to drive the Mustang home. Oh, snap! You're going to let me drive her? Brandon's mouth drops open. Yes, just don't wreck her. Andre opens the back door and carefully sets me inside. I can't believe you just stopped and bought a bike. I shake my head with disbelief about how spontaneous his decision was. I've been wanting a bike. What's a better time than now? Come on, let's go to the fair. I want to kick your ass at all the games. Before I can tell him he doesn't stand a chance, he shuts the door, which shuts me up instantly. I narrow my eyes at him, and he sticks his tongue out. He climbs in the driver's seat, and I tug on the ends of his hair for payback. He blows me a kiss in the rearview mirror, then stretches his arm behind the passenger seat and turns his head to look out the back window as we reverse. The fairgrounds are only 10 minutes away at this point, and it's around 11 in the morning when we pull into the dirt parking lot. Dust flies everywhere from the tires, disrupting the sand. People are dressed comfortably. Men are wearing cargo shorts and oversized button-up flannel shirts or basketball jerseys, while women are wearing miniskirts or high-waisted jean shorts on bottom with mini t-shirts or crop tops that show their stomach. Like me, that's exactly what I'm wearing. My crop top is black, and I've bleached certain spots on my jean shorts to give them an acid wash appeal. I stare up at the roller coaster outside the window. It must be 50 feet tall and wooden. I can hear it creaking from here. Or maybe that's just my nerves. I don't even realize the guys have gotten out of the car until Andre is outside the door. Nervous, baby? He asks me as he helps me out. A little bit. It will be fine, he promises. Let's get some food first. I'm starving. Great. Now I'm going to puke after we get on a ride. I want a turkey leg. No, I want a burger. No, I want a funnel cake. Let's get all the food, Brandon says. We stand behind a few people in line to get our tickets and pay our way inside. When it's our turn, the smell of food hits my face and my stomach grumbles. Hi, 3, please. Andre grabs his wallet and tosses some cash at the lady for all of us. As we walk inside, the ground is dry from the lack of rain, and my shoes immediately get dirt all over them. Andre and I are hand in hand, and Brandon is checking out every girl that passes us. Typical. We get to the first food stand, a small cart with flashing light bulbs all over it. The man inside is wearing a red apron and a paper hat. What can I get y'all? He asks, leaning down so he can hear us. We will take a turkey leg, 3 burgers, a stack of fries, and 3 Cokes. Oh, and a funnel cake, Andre adds before he forgets. Hold up, I got it. Brandon cuts Andre off and hands the man a $20 bill. You paid for us to get in. It's only fair. We grab the nearest vacant picnic table and wait for our food. Andre sits down next to me, and his hand is on my thigh. The wood of the table scrapes against the back of my thigh, and there is a fly buzzing around that I can't see but can hear. It's driving me crazy. Across the way is a game vendor. It's the one where they stack metal bottles, and you use baseballs to try and knock the bottles down. There's a cute teddy bear as a prize, and for some reason, I want it. It's silly, because it's just a bear. You could get it anywhere. "What are you looking at? Do I need to be worried?" Andre teases. "No, I'm just looking at the game over there. The bear is cute." "You want me to win it for you?" I glance up from the wooden grooves in the picnic table to see the seriousness in his eyes. "You don't have to. It's a waste of money, really." "You want that bear, I'm going to get it for you. No such thing as a waste of money when it comes to you, baby. Brandon, stay here for the food. We are going to be right over there." He points to the game. "You got it," Brandon salutes. "M'lady?" Andre bows. "Oh, why, thank you, good sir." I play along and take his hand as if I'm regal. "Let's go." He tugs me behind him, and I barely have time to get my legs free from the table before they rub against the edge of the seat. I run behind him for a few steps as I try to get my legs under me. When we get to the vendor, the man is shirtless and smoking a cigarette. It stinks. I curl my nose in disgust, silently grateful Andre doesn't smoke those nasty things. "Hey, Sherry," he greets me, a strong Cajun accent making it hard to understand him. "You want to give it a try for your lady friend, mon ami?" He turns his attention to Andre next. $5 for 5 balls, or 10 balls for $8. "I'll do 5 for 5, Andre says. "I have pretty good aim." "Ah, we shall see. If you lose, I take your lady friend out." "If I lose, the only man going out will be you, when I knock you the fuck out for thinking I'd ever let you touch her." Andre leans forward, placing his hand on the rotten wooden countertop, cocking his head as he stares down the shirtless, greasy man. He holds up his hands and a chunk of ash falls from the tip of the cigarette. "No harm, mon ami. No harm, I understand." He holds a hand to his chest. "I'm sorry, Cherie. I meant no offense." "Don't talk to her. Just give me the ball and hope I don't hit you with it." He snatches the basket of baseballs from him and slams them on the counter. I swear I hear the wood creak from the force. Something about him getting all dominant and growly turns me on. I slip my hand in his back pocket and squeeze, loving that butt. We should go back to the car for a quickie. Baby, you're distracting me. I have to get these bottles down now to show this guy up. Later, I purr. He tosses the ball in the air and catches it. Baby, I'll fuck you through the hotel wall later. My entire body heats at the response, and my nipples are hard, remembering how good he feels inside me. My panties become slick, and I have to rub my thighs together to get a little relief. You're naughty. I can't take you anywhere, can I? He grins, swooping down to kiss my cheek. Now I'm going to get this bear for you, and later you could show me how much you appreciate me. He gets into a stance, whips his arm back, and throws it through the air. It smacks against the back wall, barely missing the top bottle. Better luck next time, mon ami. Andre picks up another ball. This time he narrows his eyes at the bottles. He takes his time and then grins when he sees what he wants. He swings his arm back and the ball whistles through the air. It lands right in the middle of the bottles and they come crashing down, the weighted metal clanging loudly. I wince and cover my ears from the sound. You owe me $3, Andre says.
since I didn't use all 5 balls and I want that bear. He points to the fluffy bear I want, and I can't help but feel all giddy inside. Merci, the guy mumbles, like he can't believe what just happened. He slaps $3 in Andre's hand and then reaches above for the teddy bear. Congratulations. He hands me the bear, and I hold it tight to my chest. Come on, baby, let's bounce. Andre gives the guy one last dirty look before putting his arm around me and guiding me back to the picnic table, where Brandon is digging in and stuffing his face with a burger. We sit back down and Andre grabs the back of my neck, dips me back, and kisses me until I'm breathless before sitting me up again. He pops a fry in his mouth and gives me that sexy wink I love. What are you going to name him? He asks. The bear? He nods, and Brandon groans when he places a piece of funnel cake on his burger. Ew. I think about a name as I stare in the big eyes of the stuffed animal. I think about Andre and everyone he meets. I think about his kindness that never stops, no matter the situation. His anger never prevails. I think about what that creepy vendor guy mumbled and smile. Mercy, I say with fondness. Interesting. Why? Because when I think of mercy, I think of you. Your kindness is everywhere. Even if you do lose it sometimes, you're kinder than most. I'm afraid that's exactly what might get you killed when you leave. Baby, if anything, it's the kindness that will keep me alive. Come on, eat. Then I want us to go ride that roller coaster. I'll puke, I warn. That's all right, I'll clean you up. He takes a bite of his burger while I take a sip of Coke. Screams rip through the air as the roller coaster drops down the incline. Children laugh all around us. A couple is arguing to our right, but the 3 of us are laughing and having a good time like we always do. How it is meant to be.
Chapter 13. Mercy. 3 weeks left. There's nothing better than riding down the road, the Harley grumbling between my legs, and my baby's arms wrapped around me tight. We aren't doing anything special today, just taking a long ride on the new bike, named Baby, of course. We're on the highway right on the edge of the water. The salt hangs in the air from the lake. I turn on my blinker and head into the parking lot, the tires crunching over sand. Luckily, I had us wear our swimsuits just in case. The water is as blue as our eyes today, so it's impossible not to stop and enjoy the view. I take off my helmet and set it in my lap. How about me and you on the beach today? I'll get us a few drinks from that little hut over there. I point.
Sounds perfect.
She swings her leg over like a pro and hops off. My pager vibrates against my hip and I groan, not wanting to answer it. I ignore it. Today is about me and Michelle. I don't have a lot of time left before I have to go. I don't want to be interrupted. I'm sick of interruptions. I place my helmet on the seat and she whips hers off next, the long brown locks cascading down her shoulders. She shakes her head and buries her fingers on either side and fluffs it to get rid of how flat it is. Damn, she's sexy when she does that.
And what are you staring at?
She sasses, throwing her hands on her hips. The most beautiful girl in the world. I take the helmet from her and drop it on the seat too. I lean across the bike since she's on the other side. Kiss me, I urge, tilting my chin for her to come closer. Come on, baby, kiss me. I'm dying for you. She grabs the sides of my face and forces her lips on me so hard I feel like they might bruise me. A rumble forms in my chest and I lift my hand, grip the back of her head, and deepen it even more. Our tongues duel and I can't get enough. I want more. I want to bend her over my bike and fuck her. I want her cream all over my seat, marking it as hers. Whistles rip through the air as a group of guys pass us. I grin, knowing I'm a lucky bastard, and bring the kiss to an end. You have no idea how bad I want you.
I want you as much as you want me.
Impossible. I reply. My pager goes off again, and I tilt my head back in frustration.
Get it, sweetheart. It could be important. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I look down and see it's Mom calling me. I need to use the payphone. I need to call Mom.
I hope everything is okay.
Me too. It isn't like Mom to page me twice in a row. Make that 3 times, it's going off again. We are kind of in the middle of nowhere, about a half an hour outside of New Orleans to get away from everything. There isn't much here on this little section of North Shore Beach just north of the lake. The sand, the beach, a small building for restrooms, and that's it.
On the corner, look.
Michelle points while using her other hand to cover her eyes from the blinding sun. My pager goes off again and fear curls in my gut. Something is wrong. She never does this. I run to the payphone and Michelle is right on my heels. I grab the phone that's coated with sand and insert a quarter, then type in my home phone number. It rings once before she answers.
Andre!
Her voice is panicked and full of concern. What is it? What's wrong, Mom? Is it Dad?
No, it isn't your father.
I shrug against the side of the payphone booth. The plastic is warm against my shoulder and I rub my temples. Mom, you scared the shit out of me.
It isn't us. It's Michelle's mom, Andre. Something bad happened. You need to come home.
What the hell are you talking about? What happened? I give Michelle my back, thinking it is enough for her not to hear the other end of the conversation. Mom chokes out a sob.
Oh, I don't know. We got a call from Andy, one of the deputies here. Do you remember him?
Yeah, Mom, I remember.
Well, he knows the two of you are seeing each other, and they have been trying to find Michelle.
Her dad beat the hell out of her, Mom. It's why she hasn't been back.
I know.
She sniffles.
I think Jack did it, Andre. Her mom is in bad shape. He isn't home, but she managed to call 911. He left her to die. They're on their way to the hospital. You have to go.
I slam my fist against the booth and nod, forgetting she can't see me. Of course, we are on our way. I gotta tell Michelle.
I'm so sorry. Tell her I love her.
I will. I hang up the phone, then hang my head. My heart is about to beat out of my chest. I don't want this to happen. I don't want to be the one to tell Michelle her dad fucking did it. He did the one thing we were all nervous about.
Andre, you're scaring me,
Michelle whispers. I turn around and yank her against my chest, holding her as if she's about to drift away. I'm so sorry, baby. I place my chin on top of her head and rub her back. We need to go. It's your mom. They think your dad beat her. She's on her way to the hospital. Michelle fights her way out of my arms and tears are pooling in her eyes.
What? Are you sure? Is your mom sure?
I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. Yeah, one of my mom's friends called her looking for you. He isn't home. They think he fled.
The coward!
She screams at the top of her lungs, scattering the seagulls around us into the air.
No.
Michelle shakes her head with denial, then clutches her stomach as she begins to struggle to breathe.
No, Andre, no.
I know, baby, I know. I got you. I wrap my arms around her as she cries. Her knees give out and I follow her to the ground so she doesn't hurt herself. She crawls into my lap and I stay quiet, letting her pour her emotions out. It's pointless to tell her it's okay. I don't know that, and I don't want to give her false hope.
He isn't there? He left her?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, God. We have to go.
She crawls out of my lap and wipes her cheeks.
I don't want her to be alone right now. I shouldn't have left her alone. If I would have been there.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that to me. I push up off the ground and brush the sand off my ass. He could have done this to you. I hit my chest with my fist, tears burning my eyes as I think about visiting her in the hospital, hoping she isn't dead. He could have left you for dead. Do you know how much I worried about that when I was gone? Thank God I could trust Brandon to be there for you. I hate that this happened to your mother, but don't you dare wish it was you. It was you just a few weeks ago, you remember? He beat you black and blue. You will not wish it was you this time. Do you understand me? I get too stern because her bottom lip wobbles. She's crying, but it's because of me this time. Damn it, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. Come here. She rushes to me and her cheek presses against my chest. I'm too scared to ever lose you. You can't talk like that. I know you want to be there for your mother. I know. I shouldn't disregard that.
It's okay, she whispers. Can we go? I want to make sure she's okay.
Of course, come on, let's get ready. My hand finds her lower back. There is sand sticking to her shirt, grinding across my nails. We walk to the bike and she grabs her helmet. The sun shines against the chocolate and caramel strands, showcasing the different shades in her natural brown hair. Her face is flushed from crying and she wipes her cheeks off again before she puts on the helmet.
I just wish I could have been there for her. Maybe I could have protected her.
If Heath was there, we don't know what could have happened. Come on, let's go see your mom. I mount the bike and turn it on, the power vibrating my legs. It isn't long before I feel her wrap her arms around me safely, and I back out of the parking spot, keeping my feet on the ground as I push. The exhaust booms as I hit the throttle and pull out onto the empty road. The air doesn't feel as fresh. The salt chokes me instead of relaxing me. I can feel the upper part of her body shake as she cries, and all I can do is hold on to her hand as I drive. She goes on and on about the kindness in me. But if it were up to me, I'd darken the world with the hate her father gives. I'd save it all for him. But I made a promise, and I'm not the kind of man who breaks a promise. I go as fast as I can that doesn't put us in danger or be at risk for a cop to pull us over. We pass a swamp and a sign that warns about gators crossing. Shit. That's just what I need, a fucking gator taking its damn time crossing the street. Her hands tighten across my stomach and my abs clench from her touch. She rubs soothing circles across my stomach, which helps me relax. We finally pass a local gas station on the left, off the shoulder off the road. It's old, a mom-and-pop shop. It has everything someone needs. Crawfish, check. Gas, check. Milk punch, check. The tourists don't know anything about Swamp Route. I mean, that's what locals call it, but the sign says Interstate 10. Since we just passed it, it tells me we are 5 minutes out from the hospital. I shaved off 10 minutes. Before I know it, I'm turning into the parking lot and parking, shutting off the engine and taking my helmet off. She does the same and we run inside the emergency entrance. We burst through the doors, the sudden burst of cold air drying the sweat on our skin. I immediately see my parents sitting in the chairs. Mom's face is red, and mascara is running in black streaks down her face. Mom, I say, rushing to them, and the grim expression on my dad's face tells me things don't look good.
Oh, Michelle, come here, honey.
Mom engulfs her in a hug, and Michelle falls into her motherly arms instantly.
What happened? Do you know? How is she? We don't know. She's in surgery. I'm going to go ask the nurse. I need to know.
Michelle doesn't finish her sentence as she walks toward the front desk. She isn't taking this well. She's blaming herself. I inform Mom, never taking my eyes off Michelle.
Poor child. Her father is a worthless man. I want you to know we will always be there for her.
Her hand touches my wrist, giving me a reassuring squeeze. I know, Mom. Oh, she's coming back, I say, watching a defeated Michelle walk back to me. What did they say?
Just that she's in surgery. There isn't an update.
She sits down in the gray chair next to Dad and presses her palms against her eyes.
I should have been there.
No, darling. Who knows what he would have done to you both? I know it's terrible, but it's better for you to be healthy, because she'll need your help after this. Dad gives her a side hug by stretching his arm along her shoulders. She leans her head against him, tears overflowing.
I wish my dad was more like you,
Michelle says quietly. I take the seat next to her and take her hand.
Maybe then life wouldn't be like this. I'm so tired of walking on eggshells.
You're part of our family, darling. Life's going to get better. You just wait and see, Dad says. She doesn't say anything, but she tightens her fingers around mine, telling me silently that she appreciates what he said. There are a few other people in here. Some are sick, coughing violently. Some are pacing the floor and itching their arms waiting for their next fix. I swing my eyes to the far left corner to see a pregnant woman rubbing her belly. Her cheeks are gaunt, and she looks exhausted. I check the clock and notice 2 hours have gone by. Michelle's head is on my shoulder, and she's fast asleep. I need to get up and ask for an update, but I don't want to disrupt her. Douglas? The doctor bursts through the swinging doors that lead down a hall no one wants to go down. Michelle wakes up instantly, her body jerking awake quicker than her eyes can.
That's me.
She slurs with sleep. I help her up and her hand finds mine. She has a death grip on it, and she squeezes tighter the closer we get to the doctor. I'm Dr. Fletcher. I operated on your mother. Come on, let's sit down, he says, his tone softer than it was before. He guides us to a few empty chairs and takes a seat. Michelle is on the verge of crying again, but she holds back.
I'm Michelle. I'm her daughter. Is she okay?
The doctor exhales heavily. Your mom suffered a lot of damage. She was beaten with an object. From the bruises and the severity, I'd say something like a baseball bat.
Oh, God.
Michelle buries her face in her hands.
Will she recover?
I'm sorry. No. The doctor informs her with regret, a frown tilting his lips. There was too much damage done to her brain. Her body is alive because she's on life support, but there is no brain activity.
Can she regain activity? That happens, right?
She looks at me for hope before looking back at the doctor. No, I'm sorry. I know this is difficult, but do you know if your mom was an organ donor?
Are you kidding me?
Michelle stands up.
You told me my mom is dead and you're asking about her organs? Let me process.
Her fists clench at her sides. I'm sorry, Miss Douglas, there isn't time. Organs are only viable for a certain amount of time after brain death.
Can I see her, please?
She doesn't answer him about the organs. She's being cross with him, but he doesn't seem to mind. I bet he deals with that a lot. Of course. How can she say goodbye when I know she regrets leaving her mom in the first place? Goodbyes are hard enough. Death makes goodbye impossible. I'm sorry, but I can only allow 2 back, the doctor informs us, shrinking away from Michelle.
Andre?
Michelle grabs my hand and I turn my head over my shoulder. We'll be back soon, I tell my mom.
We will wait, Michelle. I'm so sorry. We will be right here when you're done,
Mom says, tightening her cardigan across her waist. I give her a kiss on the side of her temple. Michelle tugs me when the doctor heads toward the double doors.
Code Blue, room 447. Code Blue, room 447,
the automated voice announces through the speakers. The doctor begins running down the hall and his white coat floats behind him. His shoes scuff along the floor and Michelle begins to run after him.
What's going on? What's happening?
Michelle yells. You need to wait here, ma'am. Dr. Fletcher holds a hand up to stop her from coming any closer. Please.
Is it Mom? What's happening? Is she okay?
Michelle tries to push around the doctor, but I hold her back to keep her from entering the room. Don't, baby. You don't need to be in there right now. I lock my hands around her wrists to hold her back.
No, Mom! Mom, I'm here, Mom!
She shouts into the room as the doctor opens the door quickly to walk in. I hear a flatline.
No!
Michelle crumbles. She would have fallen to the floor if I didn't have a hold on her. We get a glimpse of her mom lying in bed through the window and the door. She has bandages around her head and she doesn't even look like herself. Her face is swollen and she has cuts all over her. The doctor yells, "Clear!" and presses the defibrillator against her chest. Her body jerks from the electric pulse shocking her chest. The flatline sounds again, and Michelle turns her face against my chest. "Clear!" the doctor says again, but there is still no heartbeat. "Damn it, clear!" he shouts, and her body jerks again. Flatline.
Andre!
Michelle sobs my name in broken pieces. I swing her into my arms and hold her against my chest and begin to walk down the hall when I hear, "Time of death." I pray to God Michelle doesn't have to go through this again with me. I hope if I die, it's during war so she won't have to see my body. And if my time of death is called, I'll be waiting for her to answer on the other side.
Chapter 14. Michelle. 1 week left.
We gather here today to celebrate the life. I tune out the preacher as he talks about how my mom's life was spent devoted to her husband and daughter. They don't know anything. She wasn't devoted to Dad. She was scared for her life. Literally. She ended up living her entire life in fear. A fear that was well-founded. I look around for the 100th time, through clear eyes, because I'm unable to cry. I've cried for a week straight, and now I'm just fucking pissed. I want my father to die for what he did. But he hasn't been since he took a baseball bat to my mom. He isn't even here at her funeral. They were married 20 years, but I guess that doesn't matter when he killed her. I wonder if he ever loved her. He couldn't have, right? Love doesn't do this. Love doesn't manipulate. Love doesn't scare. Love is kindness. Love is Andre. Is there anyone who would like to say a few words? The preacher asks over the small crowd. I don't think I want to. I don't know if I can speak. I'm too confused. I don't feel like this is my life. It can't be. A light mist of rain veils over us. It almost looks like a fog. It's a feather of touch, draping over my skin like a dandelion being blown, like the seeds drifting in the slight breeze. Baby. Andre nudges my side. I look up from my black stockings. There's a run in them. I wonder how that happened. They're brand new. Michelle? Brandon attempts to get my attention. I like these stockings. They were soft. Now I have to get new ones. I check my skirt to make sure it's okay when Andre's finger holds up to the preacher. Baby, you wanted to say something? Is my top okay? It's raining. I don't think it's see-through since it's gray. I surprisingly didn't have a formal black shirt. Hands cut my face and I'm forced to look to the right. Andre's face takes over my vision instead of an oak casket. Baby, look at me. You're worrying me. You told me last night you wanted to get up and say something. I blink at him, and his thumb brushes over my cheek, wiping something wet away. You don't have to do this, he says. We can go if you want. There is no pressure. What? I ask, not understanding what he is saying. Your mom, baby. His brows wrinkle together in concern. Oh, I say, glancing down to the wet grass. His eyes move to Brandon, and I nod. Right. I get up and run my hands down my skirt. Okay. I set my purse in the chair, hating that it's about to get wet. Good thing it isn't raining hard. Want me up there with you? Andre asks. No, it's okay. I got it. The grass tickles the sides of my feet since I'm wearing flats. Everyone's eyes are on me, so I keep my head down. My hair is starting to get frizzy from the humidity and the rain. I wish I wore a jacket. My skin is cold, and goosebumps arise over my skin. As I pass the casket, the rain sliding down the side reminds me of tears. The preacher offers his hand to help me up the stairs, but I ignore him. I feel numb. Thank you, I whisper to him anyway. I don't think I'm able to move my hands from my lap. The small stage is a few inches above the casket, and a large picture of my mom hangs in the middle of a bouquet of roses and lilies. I get to the podium and place my hands on either side of the wood. It's wet, solid, slick. I grip it too tight. I hold onto it like it's the only thing keeping me standing. Maybe it is. I look out to the small crowd of mostly friends. The only family that's here is me. Her parents are dead. My dad never talked to his parents. She only has me. Andre is sitting right in front. He is staring at me intently, hands folded together as he leans his elbows against his knees. He's so handsome. He's wearing a black shirt, slacks, and his black hair is slicked back since it is wet. I love him so much. There's no way I'd be able to stand here without him. I clear my throat, just as a rumble of thunder passes above us. Thank you all for coming. I glance up to see a few cops near the trees behind the seats. I know they are only here for their investigation, but they are bringing me a sense of safety. My mom was my advocate, I say simply. Dad wasn't the easiest man to live with. My breath hitches. I don't know what she was like before she met him, but she was a good person who was afraid every day of her life by the end of it. I wipe my cheek and look up to the sky, letting the mist cool my cheeks. She tried so hard to be the perfect mother, the perfect wife, and she didn't deserve to die like this. I don't bother to wipe the tears. I let them mix with the mist beating against my forehead. When my dad wasn't around, I got to see little glimpses of her, of who she used to be. She loved classic rock. Her favorite band was AC/DC, and she gave me a shirt a few weeks ago that she kept hidden because Dad would have never allowed it in the house if he saw it. She loved to dance. She loved to listen to music. Her smile was infectious when the black cloud of my father wasn't around. She was meant for more. She was meant to do more than be a robot for a man who never appreciated her. I hope the police find him, because I don't think I'll be able to sleep at night, knowing the next person he is looking for is me. I look down and take a breath. I love you, Mom. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I tried to always be there. But after Dad did what he did, I felt like the only choice I had was to leave. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I run off the stage, and I don't bother going back to my seat. I run through the grass and run across the cemetery. I want to be anywhere but here. I'm going to be alone in a week. What am I going to do? I can't survive on my own. I have too much going against me. Andre won't be here. Mom won't be here to protect me. Brandon will be, but he won't be a match against my father. Maybe it's best if I run. Strong arms wrap around my waist, and I kick my legs in the air. Let me down! I scream, as another roll of thunder rumbles the air. Put me down! I slap Andre's arms. I know it's him. I'd know these arms from anywhere. No. I got you. Don't run from me. I have you. You won't! I sob, clutching his forearm. You won't have me. You'll leave me in a week. You leave. What am I going to do? I gasp. What am I going to do when I'm alone? I break and cry, afraid for my life and my sanity. The rain comes down harder and faster. My mouth is open as I try to breathe, but all I feel is the cold rain. My throat is parched, and the rain feels good. What am I going to do? He thumps against a tree and slides down. I know. I'm so fucking sorry, baby. You won't be alone. Brandon is here, okay? Brandon is here and he won't ever leave you alone. I'm coming back for you. I'll always come back. You don't know that. You don't know what will happen over there. I won't be able to survive without you. My vision blurs as I stare into the gray sky. If you die, I'll die, Andre. You listen to me right now. He chokes, spinning me around on his lap. The rain drips against his lashes, beating right at the tips. If I die, I sob at the thought. No. If I die, I want you to live. I want you to survive and be happy. I want you to love. I know it will be hard, but life is worth living when a soul is as good as yours. His hand falls to my chest, and the warmth of his hand cloaks me in safety. You have to promise me you will never give up, and you will protect what you love the most. I will do my best to come home to you, always. If I don't, you better fucking promise me you will live your life the way you deserve. Without you? You'll never be without me. Ever. I'll be with you. And every time you think of me, it will hurt more than anything. But know my love for you never hurt. It always felt good. It always made me feel like the best. Hold on to that, okay? I nod, unable to speak. He presses a kiss against my lips and pushes my hair back. I love you. When I come home, we're going to get married. Stay with Brandon, okay? Okay, yeah. Okay. I nod, clutching onto his shoulders. You want to stay for your mom to get lowered into the ground, or do you want to go home? I want to go home. She's dead, right? I can see her whenever I want. I need to get out of here. Andre stands, and I grasp his hand. Brandon is standing halfway between us and the grave. He begins to walk over when Andre signals him. Then Andre starts to walk toward the car. We are parked on the side of the road, and fog is starting to roll through the tombstones in the cemetery. The skin prickles on the back of my neck, and I pause, sniffling, and look around to see who is looking at me. I only see a few people heading toward their cars. My mother's casket is still above the ground, but I feel someone's eyes on me. What's wrong? Andre asks as he opens the passenger side door. Nothing, I'm fine. I shrug it off and slide into the car. Brandon climbs into the back seat just as Andre shuts my door. Water drips from the ends of my hair onto the leather seats. I shiver, frozen since the temperature has dropped and it's so wet outside. Andre locks the doors and starts the car, then drives off away from the cemetery, away from the pain. When we get home, we will get into a warm bath. Yeah, and I'll cook us some dinner. Brandon pipes in between our seats. We will have a good night and celebrate your mom's life with blaring AC/DC, Andre states. I press my head against his shoulder and sigh. Thank you. I'm sorry. Don't ever apologize. I'm the one that's sorry you have to deal with this. We are your family now, baby. You have us. Always. Brandon seconds. The windshield wipers swipe and stutter across the glass as the rain pours, which helps calm my racing mind. I know Brandon and Andre mean well, but life doesn't feel the same without my mom. I'm starting to understand that life doesn't ever feel the same without the people you love. So what the fuck am I going to do?
Chapter 15. Mercy. 0 weeks left. Time moves so fast. Every day passes and you think you have forever. In the blink of an eye, time runs out. It leaves you wishing you had one more second, minute, day, month, and year. Life isn't that forgiving. Life keeps moving no matter how much you want to stay in place, no matter how much you don't want things to change, no matter how much you want to freeze time. The want doesn't matter. The need to keep moving always wins. The world continues to spin. If love were enough, if the way I feel for Michelle is enough to stop time, to stop moving, I'd gladly live the same moment with her for the rest of my life. But love isn't enough. The truth is, love never wins. Time does. "I'd give anything for you to stay," she whispers while lazily skimming her fingers down my back. She's been crying all morning, and if I'm honest, I've shed a few tears too. Today's my last day here, and tomorrow I ship out. I'll be crossing the raging sea, but at least when I see the water, I'll remember Michelle's beautiful blues. I know, baby. I do too. I sit up in bed and bring her with me. The blanket falls from our bodies and her gorgeous breasts are on display. I stare at her, painfully. I skim my fingers across her chest, relishing in how soft her skin is. I'm trying to memorize it to soak her in. I want to memorize every inch of her. I want to remember the freckle she has on the side of her left breast, a freckle I've kissed 100 times and want to kiss 1,000 more. I want to remember that when I skim my knuckles over her ribs, she gasps and gets wet for me. Because for some reason that spot turns her on. I want to remember how she sounds when I slide into her. I want to remember everything, because memory will be all I have once I leave in 12 hours. "You're so beautiful," I whisper. I try to say it every day so she knows, but I know she doesn't believe me. I'm going to miss staring at you, the privilege of turning over in bed to get a glimpse of you, your voice. I'm going to miss everything.
Andre?
Her voice breaks and then her hands grip my shoulders. Her eyes widen when she thinks of an idea.
Let me go with you. I'll go with you, sweetheart. We don't have to be apart.
I close my eyes as a piece of my heart breaks off. I grab her hands and hold them to my chest. My forehead presses against hers. I wish you could, baby. You can't. Where I'm going, it isn't a safe place. You aren't allowed to go.
I'm so scared,
she wails.
I'm so scared you won't come home to me.
I know. I wrap my arm around her neck and pull her close, burying my nose against her hair. She smells so fucking good, like some type of exotic flower. I don't know what the scent is, but I'm in love with it. Me too. I'm scared too, I admit. I've been scared since the moment we took the leap to be together. If I die and leave her alone, my soul will forever be damned with regret. I kiss the side of her cheek, but she turns her head at the last minute and her lips press against mine. Her lips are wet from tears and the salt burns my tongue. It's as if agony is laced in her tears, and as it slides down my throat, her pain mixes with mine to create a deadly combination. I love you. I love you. I love you. I've always loved you. I mumble against her lips just as a teardrop falls out of the corner of my eye and flows down the curve of my cheek. Why is this so hard? Why does goodbye hurt so fucking bad?
I love you too,
she replies before her bottom lip glides across mine. I take her face in my hands and slow down the desperation of the kiss. She tastes like home, a place I'm meant to be. I yank the rest of the covers off her body and lie her down against the bed. Her brown hair splays along the pillow, and I glance down to watch as I trace her tiny tattoo against her hip. It's a heart. Simple. Gorgeous. And there is a letter A inside it. Her fingers outline her name over my heart, and she doesn't know that if it were possible, I'd have her tattooed on my bones. I reach down and grab hold of my cock. I stare down at her, wanting to see her face as I slide in. Her mouth drops open and a feminine moan escapes when I push inside her. God damn it, she feels like heaven. I bend down and take a nipple into my mouth. It's gorgeous. I flick my tongue over the elongated rosebud and she whimpers. She loves having her nipples played with. Our hands intertwine and I pin them above her head as I curl into her, my cock slowly sliding in and out of her wet heat. We've fucked plenty of times over the last 10 weeks, but none like this. This isn't fucking. This is making love. There's a certain desperation clinging to the air around us, a heightened emotion that wraps us with love and lust. I don't ever want it to stop, and I don't ever want to let it go. We don't speak. We don't talk dirty. All there is between us are broken cries and whimpers. We breathe the same air, inhaling and exhaling one another as we try to become one soul. Why does this feel so devastating and exhilarating all at once? Something in the pit of my stomach, something dark, is telling me this is going to be the last time I ever feel her. The negative thought has me thrusting harder and deeper, but I still keep the long, slow strokes. She keens when I hit that spot inside her that brings her closer to orgasm. I continue to peg it until the tremble in her legs tells me she is close. I'm not going to stop until she's completely wrung out from the number of orgasms I'll give her. Her pussy tightens around me, and her nails scrape down my back like they always do when she's about to come. I groan when the massage from her muscles brings my own orgasm out of nowhere. That's okay. I can keep going. The last thing I want to do right now is spend a second not connected to her like this. Our mouths fuse together, and I'm able to coax her lips open with my tongue and swallow her sounds, but I'll never get my fill. Her body spasms, and I pause my movements so I can feel her shatter beneath me. The vibrations milk my orgasm from me. I come deep, unable to move, and just fill her until I leak out, creating a mess. I wrap an arm around her and flip us so I'm on my back and she's on top of me. God, I'm going to miss this view. She rocks her hips against me and lifts her arms above her head, lifting her hair up at the same time. She's a vision. My hands hold on her hips as she moves back and forth, riding my cock like she was made to. Her perky tits bounce, and I can't help but skim one hand along her curves and grip onto one. It's wet where we are connected, the sticky mess between us sloshing with every move she makes. I love it when she uses me to come. Nothing feels better, nothing is better. I love seeing her fall apart for me. Her clit rubs against my pelvis. It isn't long before her hips are stuttering. She turns her head to the side, moaning as she gets closer to a second orgasm within 10 minutes. She rears back and her arms stretch behind her so she can grab onto my thighs while she gyrates her hips. I bite my bottom lip into my mouth and move her hips faster along my cock so she falls over the edge. That's it. This is it. Come for me, baby. Come. I don't say the words out loud, but her body responds to my inner plea. Her hands slap against my chest and more cum adds to the beautiful mess we are creating between us. I know she expects for us to change positions, but there is no way I'm having her get off me when I know I can get another orgasm from her. She comes the hardest when she's on top, and I want to get her mindless. I want to get her to beg me to stop because it's too much. I grip her hips and growl, rocking her back and forth along the sensitive flesh of my cock. Yes, oh God, she cries out the first word spoken between us since we started having sex. Andre, I'm going to come again. Yes, so close. Once she orgasms once, getting her to orgasm multiple times is easy, and I love doing it. She's so sensitive, and I love to use it to my advantage. She's thrusting down onto my cock as hard as she can, and when she climaxes, she leans all the way back, her body trembling from the intensity. I sit up, then look down, seeing the base of my cock shining with our combined juices. What a beautiful sight. You aren't done, I say, falling back onto the bed and lifting her onto my cock again. Ride me to another orgasm. I want to feel you shatter all over again, baby. She doesn't argue. She doesn't say she can't. She just begins to rock in an orgasm-induced haze. Her eyes are glassy and her cheeks are flushed bright red. Michelle is so responsive that after another minute of grinding her pussy against me, she's coming again. Her eyes roll to the back of her head and she pinches her nipples, tugging on them roughly as she cries my name into the room. Her orgasm is different this time. I sit up and lift her off me a little to see her squirting along my shaft, drowning me in her pleasure. I want to make her come again. I want to watch this happen again and again. I maneuver our bodies and she wraps her legs around my hips while she sits on my thighs. I thrust up, plunging as deep as I'm able while she pushes down. I kiss the middle of her chest and hold her tight and grunt my next release. Again, I don't stop after that. Time does its worst to ruin this for me as it passes, but I don't focus on it. I focus on her, my future, and enjoy the time I have left. It feels like goodbye, but I know it isn't. Sometimes love doesn't make sense. It wants to challenge us in the most impossible ways. This is the challenge. Leaving her, surviving, and coming back. If that's the challenge the world wants to throw at me, I'll conquer it. I always do. We collapse onto the bed in a useless, exhausted heap. My cock is sore from how much I've come, and she's nearly asleep as she snuggles against my chest. Time passes again, like it always fucking does. And this time when I wake up, I'm grabbing my bag at 4 in the morning. I don't wake her, because it will make things harder. Last night was our goodbye. I scribble a quiet note and leave it on the nightstand. Baby, you were too beautiful to wake. I had to go. Please remember I'll be back. I love you. I'll miss you. This isn't the end. I'll write you when I get to where I'm going. Yours forever. Mercy. XOXOXO. I don't know why I signed the note like that. Maybe it's because it holds meaning to us both. It feels right. I bend down and kiss her on the cheek, grab the Polaroid camera, and take one last picture for the road. Time isn't going to heal this wound. Kindness doesn't live in the clock. Time is merciless, and I'm bound to it for life.
Chapter 16. Michelle. 2 weeks later. "You've got mail, Michelle!" Brandon shouts from the doorway. I inhale a sharp breath and stop stirring the pasta in the pot and run toward the front door. My socks slide across the floor as I whip around the corner. Brandon chuckles when I nearly crash into him. "Gimme, gimme, gimme!" "Tell me how awesome I am," he says, holding Andre's letter hostage by lifting it up further than I can reach. "You're all that in a bag of chips, please," I beg, jumping to try and snatch the letter from him. It's been 2 weeks without Andre, and they have been terrible. I write Andre every day, but his letters seem to get to me slower than my letters get to him. "I got one from him, too," Brandon says matter-of-factly. "Good, then read it and give me mine." I jump to get my mail again, and he stretches his arm even higher. I narrow my eyes at him. "You're terrible. You're terrible," he mocks, slapping the letter against my forehead. "Here." I squeal and run to my room, then jump on the bed. I bring the envelope to my nose and inhale, hoping I can smell Andre, but I never can. It helps to know he touched it. I run my fingers over his handwriting on the front, and the familiar burn behind my eyes has me clearing my throat. I miss him so fucking much. Tearing the envelope open, I pull out the folded piece of paper and begin to read.
August 17th, 1994. Baby, you have no idea how much I miss you. I wish you could be here, but then I'd have to beat all the sailors trying to look at you. I know it hasn't even been 2 weeks, but I can't wait to come home to you. I'm out here right now, sailing across the ocean. It's like getting to sail in the blues of your eyes, baby. Damn it, I miss you so fucking much, it hurts. You're all I think about day in and day out. You're the first thing I think of when I open my eyes in the morning and when I close them at night. I dream of you, baby. I dream of us getting out of New Orleans and buying that house that's so far away from home we won't ever be able to go back. You'll have a ring on your finger. We'll be married, and then when the time is right or whenever you want, we will have kids. I think of us having a little girl with your big blue eyes and dark hair. She'll love books. She'll have to because I hate them. She'll be better than me. She'll be just like you. Strong, resilient, sassy, and beautiful. When she grows up, she'll fall in love with a doctor or a lawyer or whoever makes her happy. I can see it all now, baby. I can see everything with you. You're my everything. So I don't know how to say the next part. I want you to know this is normal for me and what I do. I want to ask you not to worry, but I know no matter what you will. It's one of the many reasons why I love you. I don't know if you've been watching the news, but the war in Somalia is getting pretty bad, and they are deploying more troops from every military branch. It isn't often SEALs are on a ship, but this case is a little different, considering what's going on in Somalia. We go where we are needed. I'm going to an air station there. I'll be in touch when I can, baby. Don't worry if you don't hear from me in a while. It's normal. I love you more than life itself. And I know when the time comes, life will give us the mercy we need to be together. I love you. Yours forever, Andre. P.S. Do you know how many times I've run to the bathroom stall and stared at your picture while I jacked off to all the nasty things we like to do together? At least twice a day. You're so fucking sexy. I want you right now.
A tear drips onto the black ink. The water smears his handwriting, and I clutch the letter to my chest. I fall against the bed, weeping as if he just broke up with me. I know that isn't the case. He just declared more than love. He declared the rest of our lives. Michelle. The bed dips, and when I open my eyes to look up, I see Brandon there. His eyes are tinted red as if he has been crying too. It's going to be okay. He'll come back. We have to stick together, okay? I scramble to my knees and throw my arms around his neck. I don't know what I'm going to do without him. He has to come home, Brandon. He has to. My stomach turns from the anxiety and fear. I jump off the bed and run to the bathroom. I barely have time to lift the lid before I'm throwing up breakfast. Each heave hurts worse than the last. Brandon is behind me, placing a wet washcloth on the back of my neck. I know it's hard now, but it won't always be. We can get through this. You want to know something? I'm glad that while I'm waiting for my best friend to come home that I have you. We have each other. We are best friends too. It's one of the few things that brings me comfort. The doorbell rings and Brandon sighs. I'll be back. He leaves the washcloth on the back of my neck when he gets up and walks away. I reach up and flush the toilet, then reach around for the rag and wipe my mouth. The toilet seat is cold as I push away from it and lean against the wall. I have so many horrible thoughts running through my head. I imagine him swimming through the ocean and drowning. I imagine him getting shot and bleeding out. I imagine him getting blown to pieces. I launch myself at the toilet again and throw up. She made herself so upset she got sick. Brandon's voice gets closer as he walks to me again. Oh, Michelle, sweetheart. Mrs. Machado? Her name echoes in the toilet bowl. I think it's about time you call me Daphne, sweetheart, she says, gathering the strands of my hair so they're out of my way. He'll be okay. I know it's hard to think like that, but he will be. He's a strong man. He'll do everything to come home to you. How do you know? I ask, spitting. The toilet paper rolls as she lifts my head up and wipes my mouth. Because he is my son, and he is strong. I've never seen him love anyone or anything the way he loves you. That will be enough to keep him alive. Now come on. She tosses the soiled paper into the toilet and flushes. Brush those teeth? I'll make us some tea. I brought over a few casseroles, too. For you and Brandon. I take a few deep breaths and nod. I don't know what I'd do without her or Brandon, but I'm happy I don't ever have to find out. I can do this. I can be strong for Andre because he is being strong for me. Letters over the next 8 months. August 21st, 1994. My dearest Andre, I just received your letter, and I cried when I read it. I miss you. Missing you is like missing a piece of my heart. It doesn't beat the same without you. Being here without you, in our bed, in this room, is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I can't imagine being anywhere else, though. Your scent is all around. I fall asleep in your shirts every night, and I wake up every morning reaching out for you. I stare at the empty toothbrush spot in the container on the side of the sink, and something as simple as that makes me cry. It's hard living without you, but it's easy to live knowing our love will survive this. It's funny that you say you dream of our kids.
I do too, but I imagine a boy. He has your brown eyes and your unwavering kindness that the world needs. He'll read, unlike you. Maybe that's something he can share with his sister. The ink is smeared from a tear. I went to visit Mom's grave today. It was hard, but Brandon was with me, so that made it a little easier. I'm still angry with her, even though I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be, right? She did the best she could in the circumstances. There's still no word on Dad and Heath. They are in the wind, but I know they aren't done. If I hear anything or if anything happens, I'll be sure to let you know. Come home to me. Show my heart some mercy, would you? I love you. Your baby. P.S. I risked taking a nude picture with the Polaroid and sent it to you. I hope no one sees it. If they do, oops.
September 1st, 1994. Baby, you're killing me. My commanding officer saw your photo. You know I don't like anyone seeing what's mine, and I can't exactly punch my commanding officer. Now the guys are going to always read my mail, but I have to say, I sure as hell am proud. You better believe I know I have the hottest woman out of all of the guys here. When I come home, your ass is grass. I'm going to spank you until you can't sit for a week. My commanding officer, baby. You're going to be in trouble when I see you again, but damn it, it's worth it. Because I'm touching myself right now as I write this letter, staring at your sexy fucking body that I want to devour. I miss making you come. Damn it, okay. This isn't supposed to be sex letters, I'm sorry. Deep breaths. Changing subjects, baby, or this letter is going to end a lot sooner than I want it to. It's okay to be mad at her. You're allowed time to process your emotions. What happened wasn't easy, it wasn't simple. Things like that take time to heal. I'm glad Brandon was with you. Everything will be okay. And a little boy, huh? I was a hellion when I was little. You might want to rethink that, baby. Ask Mom. She had to take me to the hospital like 5 times a year because I was always doing stupid stuff and breaking bones. I love you. I can't wait to begin the rest of our lives. Yours always, Mercy.
September 13th, 1994. My dearest Andre, I won't say sorry for the picture. If it brings you happiness, if it helps you get through the day, that's all I care about. You're going to be mad at me. I haven't been completely honest. I haven't been feeling well for the last few weeks. Brandon is going to take me to the doctor. I didn't want to worry you. I have been feeling a little better since I've been cuddling with Mercy. He's pretty cute, cuddly, and soft. I love you. I'm sleepy. I'll send another letter tomorrow. Stay safe. Yours forever. Your baby. October 7th, 1994. My dearest Andre, I expected to get a letter from you. I'm trying not to worry like you said, but the thought of you in danger is making me sick. The doctor said it's just the stress I'm putting myself under. I'm trying to relax. I just have to keep telling myself, you're okay. I'm trying not to panic. Your mom came over again with your dad. They brought us more dinner. I don't think Brandon and I have cooked in weeks. You're so lucky. They are amazing parents. I can't wait until you come home. I'll be dreaming of you, thinking of you, praying for you, missing you, and loving you. Yours forever, your baby.
October 3rd, 1994. Baby, I'm writing to let you know this will be one of the last letters I'm going to be able to get to you for a while. Honestly, I shouldn't even be doing this. I broke off from my unit and found a man that knew another man who said he could get you this letter. I wanted to let you know I'm okay. It's hot and sandy here, miserable even. I miss the days with you on the beach with the waves crashing against the shore. You're beautiful. Feel better and keep me updated, okay? Write to my old address. I'll receive it eventually. God, I love you. You're my light at the end of this fucked up dark tunnel. Yours always, Mercy.
November 2nd, 1994. My dearest Andre, I've written you 6 times now and I haven't heard back. I'm scared, Andre. This isn't like you. I know you said for me not to worry and that you're not going to be able to write, but damn it, I need you to, okay? I need you to so bad to bring peace to my mind. I'm wreaking havoc on myself. I love you. Yours forever. Your baby. November 15th, 1994. My dearest Andre, Happy Thanksgiving. I'll never stop writing you. I've written you every day for the last month. Half of them have come back stamped as return to sender. Why? Andre, what does that mean? I won't ever stop sending them. I don't care if they all come back to me. One day, you'll get one or all of them. I don't know. I'm so scared. Are you alive? Please write me. I swear I'll call the Navy myself. Yours forever, Michelle. December 6th, 1994. My dearest Andre, the last 10 letters I've written have come back to me, but here I am, not losing faith. I think I'd know if you were dead. I'd feel it. And I don't feel that. I have to trust that you're safe. I have something to tell you. I didn't want to tell you like this. I know it's way too soon. It's so early, it kind of throws a bump in our plans. But I'm excited. I'm pregnant. That's why I haven't been feeling well. I wanted to wait until you were writing back again, but I can't really hide it much longer. But, surprise, I'm pregnant. We are having a baby. Maybe a girl like you wanted, or a boy. I'll be happy with either as long as he or she is healthy, and as long as you write me back. I'm sending you a picture of the ultrasound. You can't see much. It looks more like a bean, but it's our bean. I love you. Yours forever. Your baby. P.S. Come home. You promised you'd come home to me. December 13th, 1994. My dearest Andre, I haven't heard from you. My letters keep coming back to me. God, I wish you'd write me. I miss you. I long to hear your voice and feel your touch. I wish you could see my stomach. I look bloated, and Brandon has made some midnight runs to the store for chocolate ice cream and pickles. I want them together with every bite. It's gross, I know, but oh my God, it's so good. I want some right now. But we are out of pickles. I'll tell Brandon to get some more. I haven't told your mom yet. I'm afraid to. I'm afraid if I say it out loud to her, it means I'll be raising our child alone. I'm not ready to face that reality, so I need you to come home. Yours forever, your baby. December 20th, 1994. My dearest Andre, Merry Christmas. I'm sure I'll get this letter back along with all the others, but I won't stop trying. Things are going great here. Your parents are so excited about the baby. It's all very real now. I have to wrap my head around the fact that you aren't going to be here. I'm scared. I'm enclosing a picture of our daughter. Merry Christmas, Mercy. You got exactly what you wanted. I love you. Yours forever. Your baby. March 3rd, 1995. My dearest Andre, I know you aren't dead. I don't know where you are, but I still feel you. I've kept all the letters that have been sent back to me, because I know one day I'll be able to give them all to you. I'm worried. I'm scared. I can't have our daughter without you. I'm huge, by the way. I've included a picture. I'm due in May. Please be home by then. Stay safe. Please, for the love of God, stay safe. I love you. Yours forever, your baby.
Chapter 17. Mercy. April 1995. Tell us what we want to know, one of the Somalian soldiers demands, spitting in my face. I've been sitting in this disgusting cell for far too long. They really treat their prisoners of war like complete shit. I'm in the same clothes they captured me in. They are torn, soiled, and I smell like complete death. I've been beaten, tortured, cut, spit on, pissed on, and yeah, we will leave it at that. My team and I should have been smarter. We were led into a trap by one of our own men. We infiltrated a small village when we received intel that the general of the Somalian army was there, and that was the man we wanted, we needed. And like fucking cocky idiots, right as we set foot on land, bombs went off. We got caught in a firefight, and before I knew it, I had a hood put over my head. After I saw every single one of my fellow comrades die in front of me. Riles had his head blown off. Dudley got shot multiple times. Walters had his throat cut from behind. We never had a chance. They came at us from every angle, but the one man who didn't get touched? Martin. That fucking bastard. When I get out of here, I'm going to kill him. Through it all, the only thing I can think about is Michelle. She must think the worst. I was supposed to be home months ago. She must think I'm dead. Damn it, this isn't how it's supposed to go. This isn't how it's supposed to be. I'm not telling you shit. I push from bars and walk toward the corner. I don't have a bed, a blanket, anything. Oh wait, that's not true. I have this awesome shackle around my ankle that chains me to the wall. You're stupid, man. You must not value your life. I grind my teeth together and charge toward the bars again, slamming my palms against the bars. I love nothing more than my fucking life, but I have this thing called integrity and fucking loyalty to my country. I'm not fucking scum like you. You can do whatever you want to me. My lips are sealed. They want me to tell them where the rest of the U.S. bases are in their country and when the next teams are coming in. News to them, I don't fucking know. I'm a SEAL. I get picked up and dropped off when and where I'm fucking needed. Sure, I know a little bit of information about the base I came here from, but I'd never run my mouth. I'm one man. I'd rather die than send an army to kill my military brothers. If I die, that gets them no closer to finding the answers to their questions. You're a stupid American. You know nothing about how this country works. I know I miss the running water in America, I hiss. He places a gun between the bars and shoots. The bullet ricochets off the stone wall and I flinch from the loud bang. My ears begin to ring. I cut my hands over them and collapse to my knees. The cell door clinks open and my captor yanks me by the back of my neck. Get up. You're worthless piece of American trash. My nostrils flare as I stand and he shoves me back down, but this time I land in a chair. My hands get tugged behind my back and a zip tie digs into my skin. I'm feeling bored, he sighs, sucking his tongue over his yellow teeth. We've told your military we have you. We stated our demands, but they have remained silent. Good, I sneer. Unlike your military, America's is smart. They won't waste resources on one man. He chuckles, and the big guard next to him hands him something. He whistles. My friend, who is this beautiful woman? He reaches into the bars to show me the naked picture Michelle sent. What a fucking idiot. Now's my chance. I yank as hard as I can against the zip ties, twisting them in a way I was trained to get out of them. Don't you fucking look at her! I snap the plastic from around my wrist and stand, grabbing his arm to pull him against the bars. I slam my head against his and he crumples in a heap. The guard hesitates for a split second, but that's all I need. I crouch low before he can bring his weapon to bear and slam my fist into his junk. He doubles over and I grab his gun and fire 2 bullets, one into his head and one into my captor's. I spit on both of them. No one fucking sees her but me. And no one will try to use her against me. They don't know her name, thank God, or I'd be worried about something else entirely. They would go there and kill her just to spite me. I tuck the picture in my pocket and search the guard's body for the keys to the shackle around my ankle. Bingo, I say when I grab the iron of the keys. It takes a few tries, but I find the right one and unlock the metal from my foot and run. I don't look back. I don't know where I'm going, but anywhere is better than here. It's cold, dark, and my feet are hitting the ground, which is nothing but dirt. I take the next left at the tunnel and something slams against my face. It knocks the breath out of me and I fumble against a nearby wall. "And where do you think you're going?" a different Somalian soldier asks. He sounds young but hardened, like this isn't the first American he has killed. Won't be the last either. I groan and a hand snags my arm, dragging me across the dirty floor, slamming the back of my head on the ground. I wince and my vision blurs from the specks of sunlight coming through small rectangular shapes at the top of the wall. The sudden brightness, even if it is a tiny amount, burns. I blink, struggling to stay awake. Everything is getting darker, and the only thing I can think about is Michelle. God, I love her. I promised I'd come home, but I don't think I'm going to make it. Have mercy, I croak to the guard, hoping that my last-ditch attempt to survive works when he hears the edge of begging in my voice. Mercy doesn't exist here. He tosses me in a new cell and cuffs my ankles to a chair, then proceeds to do the same with my hands behind my back. I can get out of cuffs. It just takes me a minute to figure out a way to dislocate my thumb so I can slide my hands through the small space. You don't want to talk. That's fine, he says, covering my face with a hood. Maybe when I'm done with you, you'll wish you had. I hear a splash of water and a tick of fear beats along with my heart. I know exactly what's about to happen. Waterboarding. One of the most powerful torture tools to get someone to talk. I won't talk. A few other boots scuff the ground and enter the room. They speak to each other in their native language, which I can't understand. Then they laugh. I hear you have a sweet piece of ass waiting for you at home. After this, you'll give me her name, and I'll show her what it's like to be with a real man. You're funny if you think death scares me. I'll never tell you anything about her. I know what they are trying to do. They're using her in order for me to cave. I'll protect her. I'll protect everyone. Someone grips me by the thick of my hair and yanks my head back. I cough when I smell body odor. Mine or someone else's, I can't tell, but it is terrible. Someone pats my pockets to check for any weapons, and I squirm so they don't find the picture. Oh, fuck. Look what we have here. The man unzips his pants, and it doesn't take long to figure out that he's beating off to the nude photo that was only for my eyes. I bet that pussy is good. Is it not, my American friend? I like to hold her down and fuck her in every hole, he moans into my ear. Before I can say anything, a sudden stream of water cascades over my face. I hold my breath as quickly as I can for as long as I can. After a couple minutes, I release, my lungs burning, then try to inhale again, but there's no air. Nothing but water. I try to breathe, but I can't. My entire chest is on fire, begging me for air, but I can't break. I'll beat this. And when I do, I'm going to kill every single one of these assholes. I hear a grunt and something warm lands on my arm, which makes me gag. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what it is. They stop pouring water on me and I gasp for air. When I get out of here, I'm going to fucking kill. But I don't get a chance to finish my sentence before they pour more water on me. My nose burns, my throat aches, and my lungs are crying out in desperation. Water is everywhere. I'm dying, and I will die here. It will be the most important promise I'll break. Michelle, I'm so fucking sorry.
Chapter 18. Michelle. June, 1995. I feel like a damn cow. I'm 2 weeks past my due date, and this little girl does not want to come out anytime soon. The doctors want to induce, but I don't. I don't want to have this baby without Andre. And I think she knows that. So she's staying put until he comes home. I've counted the letters I've sent him that have come back to me. 400. I write every day, sometimes twice a day or 3 times, depending on how I feel. I won't stop, either. I pull into the driveway of Brandon's home and see Andre's parents' car in the driveway. I grin. I'm not expecting them here for a few more days.
My mood instantly improves. Andre is always on my mind. There are a lot of days lately that I can't get out of bed, but Brandon makes me. Today, he made me go for a drive. I'm not usually allowed to go out by myself because my dad's still at large, but drives are normal to take, and it was good to clear my head. I sag against the driver's seat and rub my hand over the steering wheel. This is Andre's car, 1993 Ford Mustang. It isn't the best family car, but no way in hell am I getting rid of it. I rub my hand over my stomach and take a deep breath, the pain of missing him welling up over me. She kicks me. I know. I miss him too. I say to her. I have no idea what I'm going to name her. I want to talk to Andre about it, but I can't. What do I name our baby without his help? He's okay. He's a fighter baby. He'll come home to us. I lift the bottom of my stomach as I get out of the car and groan with relief. Son of a bitch, that feels good. She feels like she's crushing my damn pelvic bones. I waddle through the path and my nose begins to tickle. Oh no, I mumble, before I let out the biggest sneeze, which makes me pee a little. Being pregnant is the most amazing, rewarding, beautiful, terrible, ugliest, nastiest thing in the world. I highly recommend it. I pee on myself at least 3 times a day. Brandon! I shout after him, hoping he can help me walk through the door. I don't know if I can make it. My back has been killing me all morning. Daphne? I call out his mom's name. I open the door and the air conditioning kicks on immediately. I moan as it drifts over my sweaty skin. Being huge in the middle of a New Orleans summer sucks. The door shuts as I kick my foot out behind me, and I waddle again to the living room. I'm a whale. The only way to get from point A to point B is if I walk side to side. A part of me is glad Andre can't see me this big, but the other part of me wonders if he will ever see it at all. Y'all, what are you doing? When I get to the living room, I slip on something wet and fall smack onto the floor. I hold my stomach instinctively on the way down, but it's my lower back that hits first, then my head. Ow, what the fuck? I lift myself up, holding my hand to my head, when I notice my palms are wet. I hold them in front of my face and see red. No. Oh my God, no. No. I begin to hyperventilate as I look around and try to shake the blurriness from my head. I scramble to my knees, slip on the blood again, but manage to get to my feet. That's when I see them. Brandon, Daphne, and Andre's dad. They are sitting on the couch, and they're all bleeding from their chest. No, no, no. Brandon! I scream at the top of my lungs and run to him. Time moves in slow motion, and I hold my stomach as a slice of pain tightens my abdomen. I ignore it. When I get to his side, he is pale, and Andre's parents are gone. I can tell by the vacant look in their eyes. But not Brandon. I sob. Brandon! Brandon, can you hear me? My hand shakes as I raise it to his throat to check his pulse. He blinks slowly and coughs, blood coating his lips. Brandon, I'm here. I'm right here, okay? Just hold on for me. Hold on. I reach for the phone on the end table and dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? I need an ambulance. I hunch over when another contraction hits. My family has been shot. I just came home and I think I'm in labor. Please. My address is... I manage to ramble off the address. I think. I can't focus. My hands are on Brandon's chest. The phone is against my ear, and my shoulder is keeping it against me. Another contraction hits. No, not here, please. Not here, not now. The phone drops from my shoulder as I double over, pressing against Brandon's chest more. Brandon, not you. I can't lose you too, not you. I cry. I lift my head as the pain eases, and our eyes meet. Michelle, he rasps. Shh, no, don't talk, save your energy. Okay? Focus on breathing. I place a bloody hand against his cheek. He's cool to the touch. His lips are pale and his eyes are glassy. You can't leave me. You can't fucking leave me. You're all I have. I love you. You're my brother. You're my family. Don't leave me. I love. He coughs again, and more blood drips from his mouth. I know, Brandon. I know you do. Don't talk, okay? Ah! I scream at the top of my lungs, which has his eyes opening wider. I feel a burst of wetness, and I soak Brandon's legs as my water breaks. I'm so sorry. He chuckles the best he can. It's slow, more like a gurgle. He reaches a hand to my stomach, and I hold it there. You're her uncle. You can't leave her, not when her dad isn't coming home. Fight, Brandon. Fight for me. Fight for us, please. I love you both, he says with clarity. I love. I watch his face go slack and feel the last breath of air leave his lungs against my face as it escapes him. A tear leaves his eye, and I shake my head with denial. Brandon! I shake him. Brandon! I scream for him to wake up as another contraction hits. I'm still holding his hand against my stomach as I wail with unimaginable agony. I can't breathe. My heart can't beat. Brandon, please, I whisper, staring into his eyes. But the pupils are blown. Brandon, no! My shoulders shake, and another murderous scream echoes throughout the empty house. I lean forward, my entire body shaking as I kiss his cheek and close his eyes. I love you. I love you so much. I crawl onto his lap and hug him tight. I can't let go. I don't know how to let go. I place my face against his shoulder and cry, for I don't know how long. But sirens are outside and blue lights reflect through the windows. Ma'am, you have to let go. We have to get you to the hospital, the paramedic says, grabbing onto my shoulder and tugging me away from Brandon. No! They are my family. They're all I have. No! No! I try to bring Brandon with me, but the other paramedic uncurls my fingers from Brandon's shirt. He's dead. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. We will take care of you. I'm rolled out on a gurney, and I see the three of them on the couch getting covered up with white sheets that immediately get stained with blood. Crime scene tape begins to block off the house, and my throat hurts from me yelling at the top of my lungs. I'm hysterical. We're going to take care of you now, the medic says. My eyes begin to hood, and darkness creeps in. And the only thing I can focus on is Andre. I'm all alone now, and I've never wanted to die so much in my life. I wake up to the sound of beeping, and my hands immediately fly to my stomach. It's nowhere near as big as it was earlier, and it's soft. I gasp, jolting into a seating position, and look around. I'm in the hospital. My baby. Oh my God. Brandon, Andre's parents. It all hits me, and I weep. It's all my fault. They are dead because of me. Aw, don't cry. I jerk my head up when I see Heath standing there. He is holding my daughter. Give me my daughter. I bite out, letting the tears fall, this time in anger. I don't know how you got past hospitals are too busy to pay attention to what's going on. Come on now. He rocks her gently. She's cute. Give her to me. I have conditions. Yes, I do. He uses his baby voice on her. Daphne, my sweet daughter, Daphne. It's perfect to name her after a woman who showed me so much love, who taught me what it was to be strong when my own mother couldn't. Please, I break, holding my arms out for her. Please let me hold her. She's the only thing I have left of Andre. I need her with me so she's always safe. You're going to marry me. You're going to give this little girl my last name, and we are going to be a family. Why? Your mom left you a big inheritance, you know. You and me, we could be rich for the rest of our lives, and your daughter will be taken care of. My eyes are burning with rage, but I don't say anything. I don't know what to say. I'm all you have now, he continues. I made sure to get rid of everyone in your life, Michelle. Your father, too. It hurts, but I don't care nearly as much about him as much as I care about Brandon and Andre's parents. The will says I can't have that money until I'm 26, I say, feeling like I have the upper hand. Marriage is forever, sweetie. Don't you know that? He comes to my bedside and gently places Daphne in my arms. I hate that I have to do this in front of him, but I pull out my breast so she can feed. She latches on eagerly right as the doctor walks in. Oh, look, the happy family. He grins. Have you decided on a name? I look down, tears falling down my cheeks. I'm sure the doctor thinks they're happy tears, and maybe some of them are. But these are tears of heartbreak. Daphne, I whisper. Her name is Daphne. Beautiful name. He nods. Michelle, the police are here to answer a few questions about what happened earlier. Are you up for it? Heath leans in and kisses me on the side of the head. Lie, or I'll fucking slit your baby's throat right in front of you, he whispers. I gasp, holding her a bit tighter with fear. I'm in the exact place my mother was in. But I'll make sure Daphne will never be in that place. Tina! I haven't talked to her in ages. She's stayed away like I've asked her to. I'll sign the will over to Daphne immediately and leave Tina as her guardian, just in case something happens to me before I turn 26. Then Heath can't get his hands on it. If being with Heath means that's what I have to do to protect my daughter, then that's what I will do. Even if it means hating every second of my life, I won't leave Daphne without me. She will survive. She will make it out of this hell in the way that I couldn't. In the way my mother couldn't. I'll make sure of it. Which means Brandon and Andre's parents won't have died in vain. And so my happiness ends, and the start of a long, slow death begins. This is the rest of my life. No matter what, my heart, my soul, and my body will always belong to Andre Machado. I'll love one man for the rest of my life, and I'll hate this man next to me for the rest of my life he is taking from me. 3.5 years later, January 1999. Heath wouldn't let me attend Andre's funeral. Not that there had been a body to bury, but the military had declared him dead, and a piece of my soul was at rest. But a part of me died knowing he was really never coming back for me. Mommy? Daphne tugs on my arm as I slip Andre's obituary into the scrapbook. Yeah, baby? I place the book in a box and lock it in the back of Daphne's closet, along with other horrors of my life I never want her to see. So sad, she says, blinking up at me with those blue eyes. Mommy misses someone very much. I choke, but put on a fake smile and pick up my baby. Bitch, give me a fucking beer, Heath yells from the living room. Okay, I say tiredly, hating my life more than ever. I don't know how to leave Heath. I'm too scared that somehow he will do something to Daphne if I escape and fail. He will punish her. And I will never allow that to happen. I wish he wasn't my daddy. Daphne's bottom lip trembles. You want to know a secret, baby? She nods, her eyes big and beautiful. She's too smart for her own good, too, just like Andre said she would be. You can't tell Heath. Never, she says. I don't like him. Me either. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell her who her real father is, but I'm afraid the knowledge will do more harm than good. Where's that beer? Heath yells from the living room, sitting on his fat ass and watching TV. I miss Andre so much, and I hope he is at peace. I swear on my life, I'll protect our daughter, Andre, even if it means sacrificing my own life to save hers.
Chapter 19. Mercy. In her room reading the journal and the letters. I close the journal and let out a painful roar at the top of my lungs. I fall off the bed and my knees hit the floor. I clutch the journal to my chest and fucking sob. The memories feel as good as they hurt. This man who lives in this house, it's him. He's the one I saw all those years ago when I came to see her, but I was a fool and only saw half the picture from the window. I could only see the back of his head, now that I think about it, but I saw Michelle. I saw the smile on her face while she gave her little girl lunch. I'll never forget that day, and everything I went through to get to that moment, only to look at her living a happy life with a family with another man. I couldn't hate her for it. I was a prisoner of war for 4 years before another SEAL team infiltrated the camp I was in and released me. Most of my belongings were ruined besides what was left of the military base I originated from. I had Michelle's pictures and letters, but nothing else. Actually, she hadn't written me back when I told her I couldn't write for a while, so when I finally got home and I saw her, I figured she'd moved on. But she didn't. She never moved on. She was forced into a position she never wanted to be in, and 5 years later she died. I could have stopped that. If I would have just knocked on her door, I would have seen that little girl wasn't just hers, but mine too. I could have saved her. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. I sob and press my hands to the floor, and I try to catch my breath. I'm so sorry, oh God. I hold a hand to my heart as all the memories of us flood me. The way we made love, the way we laughed, and Brandon. I didn't know he died in that way. Everything is in the journal. And the letters, because she did write me. I dig through the box and pull out stacks of letters sent to me. Michelle, God, I never stop loving you. I trace her handwriting and bring the envelope to my nose, hoping by some miracle after all these years I could smell those flowers her hair always smelled like. But I can't. Any trace of her is gone. I open every single letter she wrote me, every single letter I never saw, and I line up every picture she included in them, ones of her and Daphne and ones of her pregnancy. I line them up by month and watch as her stomach grows. I cover my mouth with my hand and hold down a sob. I should have done more, but I thought you moved on. After 4 years without me, I didn't blame you. You buried me. I didn't want to ruin that for you. I didn't want you to have to relive that. God, I'm so fucking stupid. Look how beautiful you were. I gather the pictures in my hands and shuffle through all of them, stopping at the one where she was 9 months. She was all belly. An emotional chuckle leaves me. You did good. She's strong, baby, just like you. I find a picture of us from the beginning of the summer in 1994. We're in bed. Happy, when times were simpler and love was easy. That was the best 10 weeks of my life, and the last 25 years have been unbearable. I begin to place everything back in the box and then grab the bear, Mercy, from the dresser. I'm taking this, too, because Daphne won't be here forever, and she deserves to know the full story about all these things. She deserves to know about me and her mom. She deserves to know I never got the letter saying Michelle was pregnant. I never ignored her. I press my hands against my head to take a minute to calm down when I notice a letter I haven't opened. It is labeled the last letter. It's in a white envelope which has aged over the years and turned yellow. There's a return to sender stamp on it, just like all the others, and more guilt eats away at me. That's where I fucked up. Of course she couldn't send to that address. That was no longer my post. According to the military, I was completely off-grid. No one could get a hold of me. I squat down to pick it up, then stand. There's a heart with an A drawn on the back where the letter is sealed, reminding me of her tattoo. I tear it open and unfold the piece of paper and read the last words Michelle tried to tell me.
June 6th, 1999. My dearest Andre, I've been writing for about 4 years now, and you have not responded. You were buried in January of 1999, next to your mother, father, and Brandon. Even though something inside me was at peace, knowing I knew the truth, there was something else that told me you weren't dead. I didn't feel your death. I don't know if it was wishful thinking. I've come to the conclusion, as much as it hurts me, that this will be my last letter to you. I know you were not coming home to me, and that's okay, sweetheart. I forgive you. I loved you wild, free, and crazy. We were a fire. We ignited. And being with you made the rest of my life worth it. If you find this, if you get this, you'll see your daughter. She's everything you said she would be. She loves books. I can't get her away from them. She's already trying to teach herself to read, and I can't help but wonder if she heard you somehow when I read your letter aloud. I wish you could know her. She's so much like you. I did the best I could. I want you to know that. Heath isn't an easy man to be with. I'm not with him out of love, but out of fear that he will hurt our daughter. He killed everyone that ever meant something to me, and he threatened Daphne on the day she was born. He roped me in immediately. You're probably wondering how I'm writing these letters, since Heath is such a controlling asshole. He's a drunk. He gambled away all of his inheritance, and he has been dying to get his hands on mine. God, if the ghost of you finds this, I want you to know I wasn't able to get my mother's inheritance until I turned 26. Oh yeah, apparently she siphoned away money while she was married to Dad and left me a good chunk of change. I've signed everything over to Tina for Daphne, for when our girl is 26. Do not let that man take from our daughter more than he already has. I hope you do the one thing I couldn't bring myself to. He took your mother, your father, and our Brandon. I'm sorry I couldn't save him. I tried. I tried so hard. That day was the worst and best day of my life. I lost everything and gained Daphne. Yes, I named her after your wonderful mother. So please, I hope you kill him for what he has done to us. He killed my dad, so you don't have to worry about that. This is me rambling and saying goodbye the best way I know how. Remember that lady we saw to get our palms read? I went to see her before writing this letter, and she told me your soul isn't as lost as I think it is. She told me to write this, and one day you'd find it, whatever that means. Anyway, it looks like she wasn't too far off, right? Don't blame yourself. Please. Remember what we talked about? The world shows no mercy. And that was what I loved most about you. You showed me what kindness really was, and while I wanted more of you, I have memories to last a lifetime. Goodbye, Andre. And if by some miracle you are reading this,
I want you to know I love you more than life itself. You were my one true love, my hope, my faith, my everything. Do me a favor, Andre. Be happy. Find love. Get to know our daughter. Have mercy on yourself. I love you. Yours forever and always. Your baby.
Epilogue. Mercy. I stare up at my new establishment and rub my eyes from exhaustion. I'm fucking tired. I just got back from New Orleans a few days ago, and I've been burying myself in work. Staying away from Daphne and Heath after reading her mother's letters is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But now that I know the man who killed my entire family is with my daughter, I'll be plotting with tongue to give Heath the best torture he deserves. For now, until that day comes, I'm throwing myself into becoming a business owner. Daphne and I will have our time. I just have to give her time. "This place is a fucking dump, Mercy," Whistler observes, throwing his cigarette on the ground. His club just got dismantled, not for anything bad, but the Prez's old lady died and the Prez ended up killing himself. Now the ragtag group of men want me to join, but I can't follow Whistler. I enjoyed my stint in the FBI being undercover as Prez for another MC I took down a while back. If I were to be in a club, I'd need to be Prez. Yeah, but it's my fucking dump. I chuckle and then wince when one of the letters on the Peep Show sign comes off. The block groans and smacks against the roof, and then the S comes off next. Now my sign says, Peep-Ho. Well, that's just great. Good thing it isn't going to be a peep show forever. I'm going to turn this place around and make it a good establishment for women to run to come to when they need to start over. If they need a roof over their heads, muscle to protect them, a job, they want a new identity, whatever. This will be the place. I just don't know what to call it right now. This is my life now. I'm finally starting over. Half of my heart is in New Orleans, but I do believe good things will happen if I just respect that fickle bitch called time. You're going to need some men to fix this place up, Mercy. I know, but it feels right. It's a lot of work, but I need it. I know you do, brother. He smacks me on the chest and my heart clenches for the one brother I actually had. I knew he had died years ago along with my mom and dad, but I thought it was a robbery gone wrong. I didn't know the details until that Pandora's box I opened of Michelle's truths. When I was in New Orleans, I made sure to go to their graves and pay their respects, which was eerie, because that's where I saw mine, too. It's odd to be a dead man who is literally walking. At least my tombstone is pretty nice. Hell, I kind of wish I was 6 feet under. Life would be easier. But as history has proven, the world isn't kind like that. I want to talk to you. I exhale and shake my head. Whistler, I'm not in the mood to talk club business, okay? I can't be your VP. I want to be my own leader. I can't follow you, I'm sorry. I head to my bike, the same bike I bought with Michelle, and swing my leg over the seat to mount it. I still have my 1993 Ford Mustang, too. She's sitting in the garage. I had to track her down after she was auctioned off when I died, but I found her. Thank God. It isn't about that. It's about you being Prez. I crinkle my brows together and stop myself from turning on my bike. I'm listening. I don't want to be Prez either, Mercy. I don't like it. I'll be VP, but having the weight of everything on my shoulders, I can't handle it. I could do it for a little bit, but I'm tired. So I'm asking if we can create a new club. One where you're Prez. The guys are already behind it. We just need you to say yes. Seriously. Yeah. I've been doing some brainstorming too. What about ruthless hellhounds? We love the Kings here. They set a good example. And hellhounds helped make you, so I put the two together. What do you say, Mercy? I say you've got yourself a deal, Whistler. I reach my hand out and shake his hand. A wide smile takes over his face. It's a good moment. I feel like I'm on the verge of being happy again. I'm not there yet, but happiness is possible. A gust of wind scatters the pebbles and dust through the air, but it's the scent carrying in the breeze that has me tilting my head back and inhaling deep. I can smell the exotic flowers Michelle used to smell like. I smile as the wind ruffles my hair like her fingers used to do. I love you, baby. I'll be okay. I'll keep our daughter safe. The wind blows harder and the scent of that flower gets stronger. Tears burn my eyes as I feel something wrap around me for a second. It has to be in my head, but it feels like she's sitting in the seat behind me and holding me. Bye, baby. You can rest now, I say to her, and as another breeze blows through, the feeling of her is gone. But I'm comforted. I have everything I need now. My focus isn't on falling in love, but gaining love from my daughter. I've had the greatest love, and nothing can top that. Nothing can top me and Michelle. I'm finally at peace with her, and I can breathe again. I won't ever be able to find a love that changes me like Michelle's did. She'll be the love of my life until I die. The only thing that matters now is Daphne. My everything. My mercy. Thank you for listening to Mercy, Book 1 in the Ruthless Hellhounds MC series, written by 𝐂𝐮, narrated by Connor Crace and Lydia Dornett, member of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Ron Lipkin. Copyright 2021 by Ruthless Underworld, LLC. All rights reserved.